Welcome on in to another episode of DCU Daily on Oh So Curious. I was just sitting there like a thinker, just thinking about, well, how are we going to start today's show? Well, there's a lot to get into, as there always is on a Monday. It's been a news-filled Monday, it was a news-filled Sunday, it was a news-filled Saturday, Friday. It just goes on, the beat goes on, and the beat goes on, like Macho Man Randy Savage would say. So, it is still Monday, as of now. It will probably cross over into Tuesday as we go on, and so we decided to hold off on Mount Rushmore Monday till tomorrow because we wanted to give you guys more of a chance to give us your picks, because that's on me. I put that up a little later in the day than I should have. But we will talk about Spider-Man Brand New Day hitting the $2 billion mark. There's only like 6 other movies in that exclusive club. The Odyssey having a huge opening in China and Korea. Of course, we have to talk about DUNESDAY, Dune 3. The tickets are going on sale this week, very soon actually, in hours from now. And Avengers Doomsday's pre-sales. If the Brand New Day pre-sales are anything to go by, Avengers Doomsday might be on its way to break literally every record, if not more, than what Spider-Man Brand New Day has done. So we'll talk about that. We'll get into DCU Daily stuff. We have photos from the Batman 2 set in Glasgow. They're rolling out not 1, not 2, but maybe even more Batmobiles for what looks like a chase scene, and a chase scene that might leave the Batmobile worse for the wear. And of course, we'll get into the Lantern stuff, good, bad, and the ugly, Easter eggs, reviews, your thoughts, our thoughts, my thoughts, John's thoughts, everybody's thoughts. And you know what? We'll even just get Ryan Gosling's thoughts, because we will talk about Ghost Rider. So on that lovely note, let's see if he's still Knuff, and then we'll get into the news.
It doesn't seem to matter what I do. I'm always the number 2.
All right, mister, I need to paint my abs on to get nominated. You don't see Robert Downey doing that.
You're kidding. You're kidding.
I can't open the envelope without the...
Warner Brothers is heading back into the Matrix with a new movie in the works.
Wonder what other surprises are in store.
I want to be Bruce Wayne.
I like that. You're gonna love me.
There's the shot right there. That.
Okay, we don't need to see chords.
Right there.
You look ridiculous.
Well, not no more, he don't.
What, dude? I can barely understand you. Your accent's insane.
What the needs now?
Give me a hand up. Nope, I'm actually okay. Thank you very much. Oh, wow. Wow.
All right, okay. Welcome on in to the news part of the show. A lot to get into, from Marvel to the Odyssey to D23 and more of the Parabros stuff, the merger trial, all those, great things. David Ellison and company, and how they're trying to make Hollywood's lives more miserable and all those things. But hey, we will get into End of Oak Street and how it might be the blueprint for how the Jurassic franchise could reinvigorate itself, because those guys seem to be out of ideas. But maybe that J.J. Abrams produced End of Oak Street might be the fresh blood that Jurassic genre needs. So, John, how are you doing today? How was your weekend? I know you saw Lanterns. I was here doing it on the show yesterday, but how was it for you over the weekend? And you saw End of Oak Street on Friday, right? Did you see any other movies over the weekend?
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to review it on Friday because we had a lot of stuff going on that day. So I'm going to be reviewing it today. I'm going to be talking about that. The one review that we're doing today that I'm actually excited to talk about. So that's going to be fun. But yeah, the show isn't going to start very happy, but, hopefully we'll get into better things towards the middle, but,
Well, I feel like we're doing well right now. We got Caleb in the chat. He was first in the chat. Honka honka. Caleb was watching the live watch-along that I did yesterday and review for Lanterns episode 1. But he wasn't watching the show, so he was just watching me, which I appreciate, Caleb. I'm grateful that you made this second screen experience your first screen experience. But thank you for your drawing, Dan the Man. I appreciate the compliment there. Merely one episode, have an open mind. Well, first impressions matter, and you know what? We will get into those later. Caleb seemed to think the show was great based on the live stream and everybody else's reactions. But yeah, we got Monique
Yeah,
in the
because he
chat.
wasn't
Howdy,
watching
y'all.
the actual episode.
Fair enough. I mean, Monique says, "Howdy, y'all. Marvelous Monday to you." It's ground Venetian. What is that? Venetian or venison? How do you say that? Is ground venison burritos in the house tonight? Okay. You know what I have in the house tonight? I got some pasta, penne and shells mixed in with some chicken meatballs, some mixed veggies. I threw in a nice mixture of maple syrup, lemon pepper sauce, as well as some teriyaki marinade, and it tastes delicious. So anyway, just wanted to show that off.
I got Twix bits.
Somehow I'm jealous of the Twix bits. I can use some sugar right now. But anyway, I bet your Mount Rushmore of food movies would be badass. You know, I think that was an option early goings for the poll. We should bring that back. Food movies would be a good option for a Mount Rushmore. By the way, the Mount Rushmore post is up asking for your picks. I know a bunch of you guys already sent us your picks. X-Men Characters was the winner. Like I said, because we got around to it pretty late in the day, my fault. We'll do that segment tomorrow so we can get more of your picks in. Liz, myself, and John also have submitted our picks. Right, dude, hello. Emo Nerd Girl, hello. Sorry, my voice cracked there. Good sauce combo. Yeah, sweet, salty, and umami. That's exactly what I was going for. And I think I managed to, you know, hit the proportions, you know? Anyway, I saw the first episode of Lanterns twice, so I get everything. You know what, Emo Nerd Girl? I did the same thing, because after the show ended yesterday, when doing the live watch along, I put it on my big home theater system and a bigger screen and everything, and I was like, you know what, let me watch it back again. And I noticed a few more things, especially like, you know, the post credits this season on Lanterns trailer that they always, well, they do with every
I
HBO
watched
show.
it on HBO Max, so I didn't get that.
So, no, it's on HBO Max as well, John. If you...
No, I didn't get it.
What?
I watched... The thing is, I watched the episode, and then someone was like, oh, yeah, I saw that post-credit scene, and the season looks good. So it's like, oh, let me go, because I clicked it off after the credits, not expecting that. I should have expected it, because usually that's the case of most shows, of like, oh, this is what's going to come up this season. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I went back, I scrolled through the episode, I reached the credits, I scrolled through the credits, and there was nothing. Like, the only thing that showed up, the next thing that popped up was not like a trailer. It was like, this is the next thing up, and it was some like football show. And I was like, oh, okay.
That's weird, because like for me, after the show, like the localization credits, like all the translation ones and the dubbing credits, then I got this season on Lanterns video, which by the way, that is online now, so you can just Google it or just
I'll when we're
it's on YouTube.
Switching to DCU Daily, I'll take a look.
Yeah, and then also after that, I got the behind the scenes featurette where they talk about what happens at the end of the episode. So like both of those were kind of like stacked back to back. So yeah, it's weird. I mean, I feel like, and it's not like I'm the only one. I'm pretty sure a bunch of you guys that were on the show yesterday, watching in the chat, you guys saw the same thing. It's but I mean, different experiences, because like for example, Marco in Portugal, it took a few more minutes than it did for me. Like it popped in on HBO Max, top of the hour. I hit refresh and it was there. Marco, it took a few minutes more for him to get it up and running. So we'll blame Tom King. Hey, Chuck Rod. Did you check continue seeing credits? That's a good question. You know how it comes up with like watch next?
Yeah, no, I did. I clicked on the...
Okay. Yeah, because you scrubbed through the whole thing. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Because the whole thing was like an hour, 4-something minutes. And I was like, and then the episode
it was 56 minutes.
So there's like 8 minutes missing there, because for me, I said that it was much longer. That's interesting, because it wasn't like you started watching at what time? Because I started watching right as it became available.
I think it was like 9:10, like 9:15 maybe.
Okay. I don't know, like, do you have like the ad plan, or do you have the ad free plan? I don't know if that would make a difference, or why that.
I have the ad free plan, I think. I don't know.
I mean, same here. So that's so weird. That's so weird. I mean, maybe you can try going back and see. I mean, I don't know if it's worth doing it now.
I'll just look it up on YouTube. It's probably on YouTube.
Like, because both of those features, they've now put up, like the behind the scenes one and this season on Lanterns.
Yeah, because that was the one that people were talking about, was the behind the scenes one. I'm like, oh, I missed that. Let me go try to look it up.
Yeah.
And because I remember we were talking about it, The Odd Couple was the name of the behind the scenes. So I'm like, oh, that's cute. And so I was like, oh yeah, I'll take a look for the show, and it wasn't there. I'm just like, I swear it was just like, it was 56 minutes was the episode.
That is
a little bit of the credits, and that was it.
Interesting. Wow, I generally don't know why that would be the case, but hey, you know what? Hey, I will say HBO Max's user interface is annoying me a little bit lately because on Apple TV, when I try to skip back and forward, it's not as easy. You have to first
Yeah.
activate the play bar and then do it. I'm like, anyway, it's like an extra step. I'm lazy, as most humans are. So anyway, Movie Spot. End of Oak Street was great. 8.5 out of 10. Best dinosaur movie. Enjoyed Lanterns. 8 out of 10. So 8.5 for End of Oak Street and 8 out of 10 for Lanterns. That's awesome. Movie. I think you were in the chat yesterday, right? So anyway, on that note, we gotta get through a lot today on the show, so we'll try to be brisky with as much of it as possible. But the first thing that we gotta talk about is very unfortunate. I saw this pop in my feed right after I finished the live stream yesterday for Lanterns episode 1, and I mean, it's kind of unbelievable. I saw it, I'm like, wait, what? And first of all, Hayden Panettiere, like, I didn't know she was 36. I mean, that is so young. That's literally, I'm like, I'll be there in a few years. It's, or like a lot of you guys could probably relate to, like, it's either side of that number. Like, we are in that. It's just incredibly young. She was incredibly young. She was in Scream, the Scream franchise.
Scream 4 and 6.
Scream 4. Yeah, and 6, and then like originally, obviously,
and then she was
famous
also
for
in
Heroes.
Ice Princess with Michelle Trachtenberg, who is also no longer with us.
Also no longer with us. Yeah, it was just, I was like, oh my god, it's heartbreaking, shocking. I mean, she was
the
a
thing
child
is, I was
star
up
in Hollywood.
I literally, like, I was with you. I was still up around midnight or 1 in the morning. I straight up didn't believe it. One, because it was from TMZ, and it was TM fucking Z.
Well, TMZ, right? That's what the initial reporting.
So and then I looked it up. It was the representative through ABC News. I was like, oh, fuck, like holy shit.
Because like what TMZ does is that like they'll pay attention to like the police reports and stuff, or if there's like a report of like a police showing up to a celebrity's house or something, because that's that's what TMZ is. And then the news kind of spread from there. I think it was, I don't know, I forget if it was her representation or her manager, somebody posted about it. TMZ was reporting what may or may not have happened based on the reporting from her home and the police showing up. But basically, for me, I mean, again, we don't want to. We kind of have an idea now in the 24 hours since why, she passed away, but we usually don't go into that too much because I mean, to kind of like for the sake of the family and their dignity. The last I checked, they hadn't done the autopsy, and and even if they did, I don't think that report is public yet. It's suspected that may be the reason.
I don't know how true this is. That maybe it was an overdose of some kind. Again, don't take it with a grain of salt.
So we don't want to speculate until we know for sure. But
that's, I only saw it, and it was like a trust me, bro kind of source. So I'm like, but it is very well known. She literally just came out with a memoir back in January, I think. It was like her story. And she dealt with a lot of mental health issues, being a child star in Hollywood, and you could probably see the top right article there. Hollywood failed Hayden Panettiere, like they fail many of their child stars, and end up, most of them kind of getting a very young death because of what's going on. But it just feels, because like she was such an underrated actor. She was so much better than kind of like Disney kind of star that she kind of was. She wasn't like Disney, like she didn't do like Disney Channel, but she did like kind of that, like Ice Princess and Remember the Titans. Those are like kind of in the Disney kind of vibe.
No, I mean they were exactly.
Yeah,
it was like
so
the family audience, Disney. And her brother died 3 years ago, I believe. 3 years ago. I mean, I can't imagine,
Jansen, I think his name was. He died of complications after heart surgery due to an aortic valve that burst, I think. And I can't imagine what her fucking parents are going through right now, because both parents lost both fucking children. That is like the absolute worst nightmare that you could possibly fucking go through.
It's terrible.
I think she might have one more sibling. I don't know. I just know that those two were actors. She might have one or two other siblings. I don't know though.
I mean, there's a great article in Variety that we're not going to go into it here, but it says Hollywood failed hidden penetrate.
Yeah.
I think again, I agree with a lot of what was in there, and it's definitely something it's
I mean, she
worth a
talked
read.
about like I
Yeah.
was going through again, I think she talked about this on the podcast where she was like, only 18, and she was talking about like, yeah, I mean, obviously, men being the predators of Hollywood, but there's also like women you got to be careful of as well, because
I mean,
that
especially
you
in the
can
pre-Me
trust
Too
them,
movement time,
and you
like
can
it's
trust
just,
them majorly,
yeah.
and then they just stab you in the back. And so she's like, someone I thought who was a friend, a protector, like shoved me into bed with an undressed man when she was only 18. So it's just like, that's just kind of the thing it's sad that's like, another one, like that's you shouldn't talk like that. Like it's just a shame that it's just like, yet another child actor that got taken advantage of for literally no fucking reason other than disgusting pigs wanting more control and all that. So it's terrible, and it's sad that it's fucking normal. But
I mean,
it's
the ugly side of Hollywood,
and also it doesn't help that she dealt with postpartum as well. And that was, she was dealing with, I think she had alcohol issues as well. But it really fucking sucks, because she was so goddamn talented, way better than the projects she was given.
Yeah,
most definitely.
I mean, she was part of Heroes. That was the thing that really put her on the map.
Save the cheerleader, save the world.
It's just, and I mean, Heroes was a casualty of the writer's strike back in those days, right? Like, not the more recent one had happened in like 2004, the early 2000s, and she must have. I mean, she was a teenager at the time, and I remember my first, because I didn't really grow up in the US like at that, like from a really young age. So my first like contact in terms of like just knowing who she is was through, weirdly enough, Nashville, the show that she was on with
that was a big
Connie
one
Britton
her.
for a while. And then, obviously, I know about Heroes, seen some of that. So yeah, she was loved, and I mean, addiction is a dangerous thing. It's a disease, and it's taken a lot of people away from us. It's Matthew Perry, reminds me a little bit of that, like, circumstances around his passing a few years ago.
I mean, there's just so many.
Well documented. It's just hard. It's hard to like. It's relapsing, and then
Philip Seymour
trying to get
Hoffman
better.
was another big one. That was about, I think, 12 years ago at this point.
Yeah,
because I think he died like around the same time as Robin Williams did. So I remember that was like kind of a 1-2 punch.
That was a big one.
Brittany Murphy, didn't she also die of an overdose? That was prescription drugs, I think, wasn't it?
I don't remember for sure.
Heath Ledger, another one.
That's definitely, that's a big one.
It's whatever it is.
Yeah, trying to deal with pain, addiction. I mean, addiction is such a complex topic. It's like I've looked into a lot of it over, because
that's why
it
it's
makes you
like
wonder, the psychology.
That's why it's like so
of it,
surprising to see like someone like Ozzy Osbourne live as long as he did. Like, that dude had cocaine for blood at one point, probably in his life, and that dude lived to his 70s, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. So
Brittany
I'm not
Murphy
saying
was
that
pneumonia
makes him
when he
better
said,
or something like that. It's just kind of amazement that you see a lot of, the addiction, dealing with the pain, Daniel Radcliffe, kind of dealt with that. I mean, alcoholism on the latter half of the Harry Potter movies, and we'll see how it goes, but he seems relatively okay. But that's also the British side of things, so that might have helped. Americans don't really fucking care about the people they breed for this shit. So
from what my perspective, based on what I've learned over the years, and like through my experience, working in the industry
Brittany Murphy was pneumonia.
Pneumonia.
Because I apologize. I thought I might be thinking of somebody else.
Yeah, where I currently sit on the subject is just, I think like it's the company you keep, and obviously when you're a child star, it's like it's easier to fall into the wrong circles.
We'll get through it. Yeah, we're almost done. Don't worry, we're gonna get through something a little bit better. But after this, well, let's get into some nice words, because people have been saying a lot of nice words.
Connie Britton, her
Britton,
co-star from
said a
Nashville.
lot of nice things about her. I know Viola Davis did. She worked with her
I mean,
on a
the
movie
Scream
or show
franchise
called
cast.
Courtroom, I think it
Yeah.
was.
Yep.
So she had nice words to say. Jamie Kennedy had some very nice words. So,
Yeah.
and I've been seeing like a couple celebrities here and there, smaller ones who worked with her, just, you know, the light is gone and, you know, that kind of thing. But very, very nice.
I mean, just again,
like,
just gone incredibly too soon.
nice words, nice words.
I mean, 36 at such a young age, and she leaves behind. I forget, is it? She have a daughter, and her ex partner, I believe, right? So, taking care of her. So, yeah. Hopefully, her friend's family can find some grace in this time of mourning, and our condolences go out in what is a tragic, terrible time for the Panettiere family. But yeah, we'll leave that there. Let's move on to talking. Yeah, one kid.
Yes, I believe she's 11 or 12 years old.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, Hayden Panettiere. I mean, we will always remember the work that she was a part of. So she's gonna live on in that way in fans' minds.
It's just
for generations.
It's just like similar to Anton Yelchin. That was another one.
Incredibly young.
Although to be fair, like Hayden Panettiere, like
too,
overdose. That's like, it sucks, but like, oh my god, fucking Anton Yelchin. It still fucking pisses me off because it was such a fucking stupid way to die, and it's why I always hate Jeeps. Fuck Jeep. But you know, it's just like overdose. That's like, if that is the case, you know, that's like, oh god, it's a shame she felt that. But the Anton Yelchin pisses me off to no end. But you know, they will. It's just like, I wish we could see them more. So yeah, we have a great breadth of work from younger actors, but you know, it's just like they could have had so much more.
Yeah, I mean, I just, because Hayden Panettiere was somebody who could have had like a career renaissance. Like she could have, you know, almost like why am I forgetting her name right now? Stranger Things. She played the mom. Winona Ryder. You know, like somebody who had a really who had a peak, who reached the peak pretty early, but then, you know, has found a lot of success in like the.
I would say Keanu Reeves kind of got a secondary, you know,
similar,
like
well, he's had like 3 renaissances.
That's true. The Renaissance,
but
you know, Brendan
Renaissance
Fraser, like, you know,
ongoing.
with The Whale and Doom Patrol and all that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, look, again, Hollywood has sad stories and happy stories, and
let's get
everything
into
in
some
between.
happy stories.
Yeah,
let's get into
that.
how Brand New Day is still killing it at the box office report. I know that's probably a horrible. I know that's probably a horrible segue. We're talking about money for superhero movies from like this.
But you know, like, but think about it this way. Think about it this way: with Spider-Man Brand New Day, the box office report today is going to be packed because Spider-Man Brand New Day is only one part of a bigger picture of what's going on, and it's a really good thing for the movies as you know, just a culture, as a society. I think, again, what Tom Rothman said was a couple of weeks ago. We talked about it and had that clip. Like, you know, the rumors of the movie's demise or rumors of cinema's demise were greatly exaggerated. So, like, Spider-Man Brand New Day making $71 million in its 3rd weekend was the 2nd best 3rd weekend ever. I think it still makes it like a top 10 opening weekend of the year. If it was, if $71 million was this opening weekend, it would still be a top 10 opening weekend for this year. And it's the 3rd weekend for it, and it's the 2nd best that a movie has ever done in its 3rd weekend. And Spider-Man Brand New Day just keeps chugging along. We'll get into more of the details as we go. I mean, End of Oak Street was the new movie this weekend. It was fighting with Paw Patrol, and The Odyssey is still in the picture, but End of Oak Street ended up making it to the 2nd spot. Not by much. I think it was only by like $500,000, but it ended up making $21 million. So, you know, as opposed to the Paw Patrol movie that made $20.5 million. So that was your top 3. Hello, Caleb. Welcome back. So yeah, I mean, it's just, again, a great start to the weekend, or a great start to another week, I should say. Like, going into the weekend, we were talking about how Brand New Day could be, you know, heading into all sorts of new records, because domestically and internationally, worldwide, I think that in the description for today's show, we talk about how it has crossed $2 billion now. So Spider-Man Brand New Day is now one of, I think, 7 movies to be in that $2 billion club. Neja 2, if you count it, was the previous $2 billion movie that came out, of course, a year ago. And we've talked about Avatar, 2009 Avatar, The Way of Water, Avengers Endgame, not in that order. I think if you do it in the order, which we will show it later, you got Avengers Endgame in there, Avengers Infinity War in there, The Force Awakens, Star Wars The Force Awakens, that's 5, Neja 2, and then Spider-Man Brand New Day. So those are your 7 $2 billion movies. Obviously the last one, No Way Home, almost made 2 billion. This one is racing past 2 billion with plenty of momentum yet to come. So yeah, it's doing really, really well. MovieSpot saying disappointed in End of Oak Street's box office, wish it had made more. Yeah, let me actually see if I can switch over to talk about that specifically for a moment, because you are not wrong, MovieSpot. I mean, we're all glad that Brand New Day has made $2 billion, because again, the rising tide raises all ships. It's like you look at on a weekend to weekend comparison, this weekend at the box office, overall, in terms of what every movie altogether made at the box office, was higher than it has been, in almost 2 decades, which is insane to think about, and 2 decades meaning you're going all the way back to like the 2010s. Or like the late 2000s. It's wild that like the box office is very healthy right now. And that being said, though, not every movie is doing as well as it could have. Like, for example, you got The End of Oak Street here, which, while it opened to $47 million worldwide, like I said, domestically it was only 21 million. So it did make 26 abroad. That's a healthy mix in terms of percentages, but it's a very low number relative to, I think, what the initial projections were like in the 50s to 60s maybe. I remember they dropped it to 48 to 58 at one point. And then Warner Brothers were projecting like in the, in the 40s, and that's kind of where we ended up. So the number kept on coming down. This is Warner Brothers collaboration with Bad Robot, so J.J. Abrams' production house. They spent $85 million making this thing. So the $47 million opening weekend means that it's going to need to, 2.5, 3x that number to be profitable at the box office. And then, if it can't do that, then it's going to need post-theatrical windows to try to recoup its money. It is a big question, though, like to say here, like for the fate of Sci-Fi originals, because like this is a movie that was rated well. John is going to talk about it later in the show. He's going to review the film. It's got a good word of mouth carrying with it. It's got a good cinema score as well. But for some reason, for whatever reason, again, not really making the kind of money that you would hope will give it the kind of momentum it would need to be profitable. Therefore, the chances of a sequel or maybe like more movies of the kind. Well, thank you, Human. We're here to be therapeutic. I mean, I think it's therapeutic for us and you in terms of like what it does for our days.
Sorry, I just needed to get a lot of cold stuff. It's hot in my room right now. That's probably why I fucking hear the fan going.
It's all good. I got 2 cold things right here. Like, you gotta stay hydrated. You always gotta stay hydrated. No,
we're talking a lot. Gotta wet the whistle a bit. So
right. Now, of course, one thing I wanted to kind of touch upon, John, we've already been talking about End of Oak Street's box office being a little disappointing. Like MovieSpot mentioned it. The numbers kept on sliding, and it's a respectable number, but it's not as high as what we
obviously it's not as high. But like honestly, that was more than I expected. Like I expected like I don't know, like 30 million maybe worldwide. Like that's honestly, it's commendable. Like it's not great, but
it is. I think what worries me is it's probably gonna fall fast in the coming weeks because Spider-Man is still so hot, and then you got the Odyssey doing really well in international markets. Even domestically, it's still doing stuff. For example, like you had the article. Let me go back to yours for a second. 21 million domestically. It did 47 worldwide. 21 million domestically was only good enough to beat Paw Patrol by $500,000 because Paw Patrol made 20.5. Now, Paw Patrol's previous movie actually opened at 23 million, so it was a little bit down for that franchise. But even then, I'm just, thinking this movie was made for 85 million. They probably spent another let's say 30-40 million marketing it. So in order to break even, you gotta hit like somewhere in the 250 and up range, and that would mean it needs to almost 3 exits opening weekend to try to get there. Chuck Rod saying, did they though, just because it has dinos, it will get the same numbers at the Jurassic franchise. I don't think anybody was under the impression that this was going to do
nobody was
anything like
expecting
Jurassic World numbers or Jurassic Park numbers. We'll talk about the comparisons later when John does the review, but like End of Oak Street is a movie that I think either was not marketed well enough, or it's just like the because the movie, I feel like, and you tell me if I'm wrong, John, it maybe it was more for the horror crowd than it was for like the this is another dinosaur movie crowd. Like, I don't know. Like,
No,
how did you...
I mean, you know what it could have been? It could have been like a weird in between. It was too dark for like the dinosaur people crowd, but not dark enough for the horror crowd because it is PG-13. You don't see a lot of blood. Some of the attack scenes are off screen. Not all of them, but it does push the PG-13. Don't get me wrong, it does push it as hard as it could possibly go, and I really commend it for that. But there is a lot of stuff where you kind of have to, cut away. Okay. The way they did it was actually very good. It didn't like for instance,
I'm gonna say hold on. I'm gonna say you saved that for the review because we're gonna get
like Death of a Unicorn was a bad example. That was R-rated, and that movie, like, they kept cutting away from the kills, and I'm like, why? You're fucking R-rated. This one cut away, but organically, it worked.
Right. Yeah. I mean, by the way, thank you, Emo Nerd Girl, told a sister in her church about the podcast, and she was very happy. Absolutely. You definitely should ask her to like and subscribe. We appreciate it very much. And speaking of End of Oak Street at the box office, John, I was reading something today in Ankler, in one of the box office reports newsletters that they send out every Monday, and they mention that, and you guys might tell me in the chat, and I'm sure, John, you as well probably saw a lot of marketing for this movie, which had filmed for IMAX, and the IMAX logo was in a lot of places. And so they marketed the hell out of this movie saying this is going to be an IMAX experience. It's filmed. Now, filmed for IMAX doesn't necessarily mean filmed, and it's not the same as filmed in IMAX because they didn't shoot it with IMAX cameras. They shot it with IMAX certified cameras, which will give you a picture that IMAX says is really good for their screens. That being said, like, here at Global Box Office pointing out, like, it turns out IMAX wasn't really on board with this movie as much as maybe they should have been. Movie Spud, by the way, saw it, and you can be a part of the review later too with John when we talk about it in more detail. But as far as the IMAX goes, like Global Box Office here is saying, what IMAX is doing to End of Oak Street is just horrible. Warner Brothers marketed it as filmed for IMAX. Fans waited for IMAX screens only to find out it barely have any shows. And I saw this because I was looking up tickets, and I'm like, well, most of the screenings are going to Brand New Day and The Odyssey still, which is fair. Those movies are doing really well, but for the new movie of the weekend, you'd imagine IMAX would want to maybe like showcase that a little bit more. Now, that being said, again, in their contract, Warner Brothers didn't seem to, like, I guess have some kind of clause that we're only going to market your stuff if you actually give us a certain amount of screenings or a percentage of screenings on all your screens. Now, Disney's Dog Stars, which is a 20th Century Studio project for Disney, that's produced by Ridley Scott, directed by Ridley Scott. That's probably going to end up with the same fate because it's a similar situation. It's been filmed for IMAX. It doesn't look like it's going to get a lot of IMAX screens, so Dog Stars might end up in a similar hole. We know IMAX, of all the PLFs, of all the premium large formats, tends to be the gold standard for a lot of people. So, and we have seen like almost a quarter of the Odyssey's box office receipts are from IMAX, and that's a movie that was like touted as like the first ever to be entirely shot on IMAX. But like Project Hail Mary was shot for IMAX, and I remember talking about like 20% of its opening weekend came from IMAX. So like IMAX is playing a bigger and bigger role for these movies, especially a movie like this. You want to see a big dinosaur movie on the biggest screen possible. Now, Sony, on the other hand, like Global Box Office is saying, are much more clever about this. They only accept to market IMAX as part of their branding for the movie when they get guarantees that you're gonna get exclusivity with IMAX screenings for one of their movies on opening weekend. Obviously, we know they didn't get that for Spider-Man Brand New Day, but then we knew that well in advance, and obviously it didn't matter for the Spider-Man because Brand New Day's made $2 billion without IMAX. That being said, John, I do wonder if like Warner Brothers needs to kind of change their tact here a little bit and Disney too coming up. I mean, I don't know how much Disney cares about Dog Stars, to be honest, in terms of if it needs to make a ton of money or not. Disney will have a pretty good year as is already having a pretty good year as is. Warner Brothers, on the other hand, John, for example, they're not even in like the top 5 highest grossing studios of the year. Lionsgate has made more money at the box office this year than Warner Brothers, mostly because of Michael, but still, it's like Warner Brothers, the studio of the moment last year, seemed to be, I don't know, missing in action this year, and this is not helping their cause, obviously. So
Yeah.
But speaking of, let's keep going, because looking ahead to the next movie premiere, Hello Steven, Fish and Chips, Tartar Sauce, that Trust God, that sounds great to me. Insidious, Out of the Further. Remind me, is it Insidious from New Line Warner Brothers, or is it Universal Blumhouse? Okay, so that's a Warner Brothers thing, right? Okay, so
I'm pretty
Insidious, all right, well,
wait, hold on. Let me.
Maybe somebody in the chat can let us know. But the next Insidious movie, the last one was in 2023, The Red Door, and now they've got another sequel, or the next episode of the franchise, Out of the Further. It's tracking to be the biggest August release of 2026. So for whichever studio we end up finding out it made the movie, it's a feather in their cap. Now, August is a pretty dead month, honestly, in terms of new movies. We've talked about on Oak Street.
It's produced. It is produced by Blumhouse. And
So
Sony
this is for Universal.
Stage 6 films.
Okay. So maybe not Universal, because Blumhouse is mostly based on Universal, but not for everyone.
Film District released the first and second films, while Focus Features, Universal Pictures, and Sony Pictures Releasing handled the third, fourth, and fifth, respectively.
Okay, so they're probably splitting it in different territories. Okay, all right. So Sony and Universal, great. So it's projecting to be the biggest opening weekend of the month in terms of a new movie. Obviously, 26 million to 34 million domestic, which is certainly higher than what, let's say, Oak Street did, 21 million. August has been a pretty dead month in terms of new movies, because everybody knew Spider-Man, The Odyssey were still going to be dominating, and they are. Now, pre-sales are on par with 2023's Insidious, The Red Door, which opened to 33 million. So that's good for that franchise. I don't know, John, are you a big fan of Insidious? Are you looking forward to this one?
Never seen a single one.
All right. Well, on that note, we should move on from talking about these small movies that just, pick
Small potatoes.
They just pick at the leftovers from Spider-Man and The Odyssey. And let's talk about two movies that will leave very few leftovers behind for any other films to pick up this December. Let's talk about DUNESDAY, of course, consisting of Dune Part 3 and Avengers Doomsday. The pre-sales for Avengers and Dune 3 have already set the stage, according to the Wrap, for a historic holiday box office. Now, John, if you go into this article, we can talk about the details, because the details are mighty. And we were talking about how Spider-Man Brand New Day was already going to have an effect on Doomsday, because even though it's a Sony movie, primarily it is an MCU film. Therefore, it adds to the hype around the next MCU outing, which is Doomsday. Even Urkel just made her first stir fry tonight: mushrooms, cheese, and hot dogs. That sounds delicious. That sounds like a lot of goodness, a lot of protein, and I hope you're enjoying it. Caleb saying, I always forget that there's a new Insidious movie coming out. You know what? You and a lot of other people, but apparently not enough to it's still enough people to make it a big weekend.
To be fair, now, I've gotten more previews for Insidious than I had for fucking End of Oak Street.
Hey, yeah, the studios know where the money is. Now, the 70mm tickets for Denis Villeneuve's Dune Part 3, those are going fast. We're going to get into more of the details of which tickets for Dune 3 are going on sale when, or already are on sale, in a minute. But I just want to kind of go through some of what's in this article first. For the past month, according to the Wrap, the box office has been driven by a global appetite for beloved Marvel characters. And epic filmmaking on IMAX. I lost track there. An epic filmmaking on IMAX 70mm with Spider-Man and The Odyssey. The holiday season is a similar trend expected to occur with Marvel Studios' Avengers Doomsday and Warner Brothers Legendary's Dune Part 3. The foundation is already being laid for an epic Doomsday. This weekend, Disney opened up advance tickets for Doomsday a whopping 4 months in advance. Usually advanced ticket sales, you count them in weeks, not in months. Timing the sales to the public release of a sneak peek first shown at San Diego Comic-Con, which they put out a new trailer on D23. Now, the studio had already launched premium format pre-sales in July, selling admissions to 1,000 screens. So again, Dolby, ScreenX, those kind of things, UVX, Real D3D. But now, for comparison, advanced ticket sales for Spider-Man Brand New Day began 45 days before the release. So not 4 months, just a month and a half, culminating in a domestic record $360 million opening weekend. So if Spider-Man did that in just 45 days of pre-sales and setting a record for the highest amount of pre-sales and the record for the domestic box office opening weekend, as well as, the second biggest opening of all time worldwide with 927 million, what is Avengers Doomsday going to do, right? Because Avengers Doomsday right now, according to the Wrap, is 65% ahead of the pace that was set by the first 2 days of pre-sales for Spider-Man Brand New Day. 65% ahead. Between the rave fan reception for the latest Spider-Man film and the excitement for RDJ and Chris Evans' return to the MCU, the anticipation for a new Avengers movie is strong among devoted and lapsed fans alike. Now, of course, there are some caveats. There are no major blockbusters that have started advanced ticket sales that are this early, 4 months ahead. So what usually ends up happening is you'll get like a big burst in the beginning. Everybody who wants to get their tickets day one will get it. And then things tend to drop off, and then things pick up closer to the release of the movie. The thing is, usually you count that timeline in weeks, not 4 months. So the question becomes, is the momentum going to stay there with the movie as we get closer to the release of the film? But John, it is Christmas time, and even though Dune Part 3 is coming out, head to head, it looks like the movie is set for, a huge box office run. If Spider-Man Brand New Day got to 2.5 billion, I can only imagine. I mean, hey, if everything lines up and the numbers pan out, maybe we have the first time ever in the history of Hollywood box office, anything, anywhere, that we'll have $2 billion movies released in the same year. That is, talk about Hollywood being back. That would be one hell of a moment. But Dune Part 3, on the other hand, there's a good chance it may be also able to thrive in Doctor Doom's shadow, but still nonetheless. Obviously, we've talked about how the Odyssey has made $1.5 billion, almost, not quite there yet, but set to potentially do that much. Right next to a $2 billion movie that is Spider-Man Brand New Day. And Nolan has experience doing that with Oppenheimer running up against Barbie a few years ago. So that being said, Dune Part 3 will, like we talked about, have IMAX exclusivity. Now, according to theatrical sources from the Wrap, IMAX 70mm screenings are already seeing dozens of sellouts on the film's opening weekend and could see continued high demand for round-the-clock showtimes through Christmas weekend and beyond, meaning theaters will be open 24/7 to play these movies because there's that much demand. Now, it's probably too much to ask for Dune Part 3 to match the run of the Odyssey, which will pass $1.3 billion worldwide on Monday. It has. But if critical and audience reception for the film is as strong as it was for Dune Part 2 in 2024, it could ride the holiday period to become the highest grossing installment of the trilogy, passing Dune Part 2's $714 million global total. So I don't know if Dune Part 3 makes $1 billion, but 714 million, anything more than that would still be huge, especially if you're going up against like what could be a $2 billion, Avengers Doomsday. John, your thoughts on this? What are the odds that Dune ends up making a ton of money next to Avengers Doomsday?
Lower than I think. I'm not gonna get my hopes up. Again, like, I'm glad, even though I don't plan on seeing it, figure drawing, I'm glad that even though it looks like fucking nostalgia slop, I'm glad people are going to the theaters, and Doomsday is gonna get that billion, possibly 2 billion. I hope Dune gets $1 billion because, again, win for movie theaters. But I don't know. I just don't feel like, I think it'll be like an Oppenheimer situation where it's gonna be close, but I don't think it's going to get there because the history of Dune movies, they haven't made $1 billion. None of them have made $1 billion.
700 was the high mark, right?
Yeah. Then I'm like, what else? Where the previous 2 movies didn't make $1 billion, but then the last one did, I believe, was Lord of the Rings. I'm pretty sure Return of the King made $1 billion, but I could be wrong on that. So that's my hope. It's like, oh, okay, it'll go that way. But I'm still not going to get my hopes up. I still think it's going to make a shit ton of money. I think it's more in the $800 to $900 million range. I mean, it could, if this is like correct in the assumptions. Like, I'm not going to be shocked. Like, I'm like, okay, great, it did manage to exceed those expectations. But I'm not going to push them. Like, I think it'll be $800 to $900 million. That's like more than definite. We'll just see if it can crack that $1 billion that Oppenheimer couldn't when it was against Barbie. So we'll see. I hope so. I could see it happening, but I'm not gonna raise my hopes up too much.
Well, I mean, look, even if it ends up making as much as the previous one did,
Disney
that will end
already
up being
did
a
it.
huge
Like,
franchise.
they did it
Box
back
office.
to back to back to back because Black Panther, Infinity War, Captain Marvel, Endgame were all made
$1 billion
at
movies.
least $1 billion.
Two of them made $2 billion, by the way, too.
So,
and we'll talk about Disney.
Marvel
in
had
2028.
made 4 in a row, and
yeah,
nothing came out in 2020. So, yeah,
dude,
that's
Marvel
where
had
that ended,
more
but
billion-dollar movies in those 2 years than most other Hollywood studios have in total.
period.
Like it's just Disney's been that dominant like since the 2010s. So and it's not obviously just the MCU, it's Star Wars, it's Pixar, it's just that's why Disney's the top studio. But let's talk about Dune Part 3 a little bit more, because Dune Part 3's ticket sale situation, I don't know if you have that. Is that the, yeah, okay, that is it. That is the correct one. So pre-sales for Dune Part 3's limited early screenings, they will kick off on Tuesday. So just keep an eye out if you want to go to this limited early screenings. Tomorrow the tickets will go on sale this Tuesday. Also a third round of pre-sales for IMAX, and for the first time also for other PLF formats, including Dolby, for opening weekend and beyond, will go on sale tomorrow. So that's from Luis Fernando, who's confirming this information that came out of Warner Brothers. And Dune Part 3 will have a limited IMAX 70mm theater fan screening on December 14th. So if you want to go to that 70mm early screening, that's on the 14th, and limited fan screenings on December 15th for select digital IMAX and PLF screens. So like, UVX, ScreenX, those kind of formats. Then the traditional Thursday previews on December 17th and opening day on Friday, December 18th. Tickets go live tomorrow. They're also for all PLF formats from Thursday preview onward. So if you scroll down, John, now the regular screen tickets will go on sale closer to the release of the movie, but if you just click on that graphic, that gives us a nice visual breakdown. So 70mm IMAX screenings, early IMAX screenings for Monday, the 14th of December, go on sale tomorrow, as well as IMAX 70mm and IMAX premium large formats of the digital, as well as the proper 70mm, go on sale tomorrow as well. So, and actually I misread that, the 70mm IMAX sale tickets, so there's a difference. There's the early screenings, and then there's the screenings that happen Thursday onward. So and then there's tickets on sale for 70mm IMAX with Showtime screenings for Thursday. So all of these early fan and other screenings, the tickets are available on Tuesday. So there you go. It's a little confusing why there's so many different things, but you could see the movie Monday, Tuesday, as well as Thursday, the week that it comes out. So boom, Dune Part 3, Tuesday, tickets go on sale. I'll summarize it there and move on. But I have a feeling like if I were to put a number on it, that Dune Part 3 could potentially get to 800 million, probably like more closer like the Jumanji movie numbers, which by the way, there was a Jumanji movie also coming out a week after DUNESDAY. So people don't talk about it, but that will eat into some of the box office potential for Dune Part 3 and Avengers Doomsday, which is why I believe Doomsday may have a harder time getting to 2 billion than Brand New Day did, because it's not going to have just one juggernaut with Dune Part 3, but also Jumanji. So, and you know what? Say what you will about Jumanji, but the last 2 movies made 800 million apiece. It's a 1.5 billion. It's $1 billion franchise. And I don't know if they expect this one to do the same. I think they would be happy even if it just legs out to 500, 600 million. But you got that. You got Angry Birds 3. You'll have a few movies from the holiday season still playing from like November and stuff. So it's going to be busy. December usually has enough money to go around, but just saying, it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. Now, with that in mind, let's move on to the next thing. I just want to kind of like take some time, John, a few minutes, if we will, to talk about where we are today at the box. Speaking of like, the box office being back, the movies are back. Let's take a look at this, what I'm calling the state of play in the year 2026 at the box office. So we go back to Luis Fernando for this one. We have a list, a top 5 list that he put up for the highest grossing movie studios at the US box office, which by the way has already hit $6.8 billion. And that's a 7.3% increase over 2023 and a 20% 0.1% increase over just last year, 2025, at the same point. So by this time in August last year, they were 20% behind where we are this year. Now, summer 2026, we've talked about, already hit 4.2 billion. You add another 1.6 from the rest of the year. So we're 110 million away from beating summer 2019's total. And summer 2019 featured Avengers Endgame. That being said, the top 5 movie studios of the year so far, this is the domestic box office and not worldwide. Universal, 1.32 billion, Disney, 1.03 billion, Sony with 971.6 billion. I'm sure that's going to hit a billion soon with Spider-Man. Amazon MGM with 557.3 million. That includes, of course, Project Hail Mary and Master of the Universe. Then you have Lionsgate, 497.9 million, largely driven by Michael. John, for me, the biggest thing here that's missing is Warner Brothers. You would usually expect Warner Brothers to be above Lionsgate, practically a rookie Amazon MGM, not really, but still. And, you know, maybe above Sony. Like, you would expect Universal, Disney, and Warner Brothers to kind of be like at the top of the list. Universal and Disney distribute the most movies every year, so I get it, they're them being at the very top. But your thoughts? I mean, again, Luis has Warner Brothers in the photo down below and Paramount, but both of those studios aren't anywhere near the top 5 here. And it's a pretty big drop off from like after Sony as well. So it goes to show you how bad of a year Warner Brothers and Paramount both have had, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
but I'm sure combining them is going to mean some kind of profit, right?
I don't know if those two getting added up together is gonna, go above Lionsgate, but maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, no. Paramount's got Ebenezer, Warner Brothers got Dune. They've got a few things. Maybe you've got Edna of Oak Street playing right now, so maybe they'll end up eking out maybe a break even on the year. But it's just not been a good year for either studio so far. Now let's keep going, because one other thing I want to look at is the top 10, just the overall worldwide top 10 box office for the year so far. Again, this ranking will change as the year goes on. I have a feeling that movies like Obsession, Minions, and Monsters, and even Pegasus might fall off the top 10, because I have a feeling we'll have at least 2 or 3 movies that will end up making more than what those movies did.
I mean, Prime Time is definitely going to make $1 billion. Like, come on now.
I was thinking more like Dune Part 3, Jumanji, as and Avengers.
I don't know about Jumanji. I could see Hunger Games getting a fair amount. Yeah. Like I could see
Hunger Games. I keep forgetting the Hunger Games. Probably, yeah, you're right. That will probably crack 500 million.
It's probably not good. I don't know how much Songbirds and Snakes made, but I could see that like maybe 500 to 600 million. So it'll probably hit the cusp, but then it'll go back down. Although Obsession did just hit 500 million, so
That's
just
true.
hit that note. So this is a little out of date. But
Songbirds and Snakes made 362 million, not really that much, but it was closer to the pandemic, so maybe this one does better.
Possibly. I could have sworn that it made more, but maybe it won't crack the top 10. And maybe I'm wrong.
I think the prequels haven't done nearly as well as the original series.
Well, yeah, because it's not at the height of like young adult adaptations anymore.
Right, like the genre has kind of run out of steam too. But
it's just a shame, because Songbirds and Snakes is arguably the best Hunger Games movie.
It's unfortunate though. Also, like Lionsgate, I don't know, like Lionsgate was going through a pretty big pinch in terms of the amount of money they had to spend on marketing, because they had a really bad year last year, like PR disasters as well as a lot of misses.
And plus you had Megalopolis a couple of years ago. That didn't help matters either.
Right. So, I mean, they also split off from Stars, which was meant to be like free them up to potentially be bought by a bigger studio. So, I don't know. Lionsgate might be playing it safe for the next little while, outside of Michael. But, I mean, obviously you got 2.02 billion with Spider-Man brand new at the very top. The Odyssey 1.29, Toy Story 1.11, and then Michael 1 billion, as well as Super Mario Galaxy with $1 billion. You got $5 billion movies already this year, which is something I haven't talked about since before the pandemic. Devil Wears Prada and Project Hail Mary and Pegasus, which is a huge Chinese movie, that's Pegasus 3 for you, and then Devil Wears Prada 2 and Project Hail Mary 1. Hopefully it's just 1. But all 3 of those movies crossing the $600 million mark, 2 of them almost hitting 700. Then you got Obsession, which, like you said, just crossed 500 million. And Minions and Monsters, which they expect to have over 500 million by the time it's done at the box office. John, that looks pretty healthy to me, right? Like 2026 feels like it's already a win for Hollywood, even if you took away all the movies we talk about that are yet to come out for the next 4 months of the year.
Yeah. But yeah, I could definitely, you know, all kidding aside, I could see, you know, obviously it's gonna be Doomsday, gonna be Doom, and I don't think Jumanji's gonna hit it. Like, I don't think Next Level even hit $1 billion, but yeah, pretty much those two.
They hit
And
800 million.
that's kind of it. Like, I can't. I mean, I guess, but we'll see how that goes. I think the Jumanji franchise kind of like hit a peak with Welcome to the Jungle. Next Level like was good, but like, you know, not great. And
Yeah.
then we'll see how this one goes. But yeah.
Well, that's where we are right now. But I feel like, again, if you ended the year today, it's already way better of a year than any year since the pandemic. The fact that we still have 4 or 5 other huge movies to come out, not to mention everything else around them, is a good sign for the health of the industry. I mean, outside of the merger and all that jazz. But as far as movies and theaters and what people are going to see, we're doing better than we have in a long time. Speaking of the Odyssey, John, let's talk about the Odyssey. I don't know if you have that up for us. Chugging along this weekend again, they're making more money than what was expected of it. Came in pretty good with the predictions and the projections, and then also in general, the Odyssey is now looking at, you know, maybe up to $1.5 billion total in its run. It just beat Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom's $1.31 billion one, as we were talking about, like by the end of tonight, which makes it Universal's 4th biggest hit of all time at the box office. And by this time on Wednesday, John, it will have beaten Deadpool and Wolverine to become the highest grossing rated R movie of all time. So it's doing really well. It debuted in Korea and China, and both of those, and Japan, and all those markets, you know, or actually Japan isn't even coming in until September. My bad. So Korea and China are doing fantastically well. And we'll talk about those. In the US alone, it's crossed $500 million. And they're expecting the movie to, you know, definitely end up making another maybe like good 50 or so million domestically. That being said, John, if you go to the next thing, Korea seems to love the Odyssey, because the Odyssey, Christopher Nolan is doing really, really well in Korea right now. The movie has already beaten Inception's entire $39 million run in just 13 days of release, making it Nolan's 2nd highest grossing film locally. Aquaman, in terms of numbers of admissions, Aquaman had 5 million people walk into the theater to see the movie. Black Panther had 5.4. Joker had 5.3 million. The Odyssey has already beaten Aquaman's number and is well on its way to chase down Black Panther and Joker's numbers. So in terms of the amount of people that are going to see it, overall, the formats that they're seeing it in, it just had the biggest second Monday of all time for Hollywood. Actually, John, the fantastic thing here is the Odyssey this Tuesday, it was up 138% from the previous week. And it wasn't even a holiday. Like, the Monday was a holiday. It was a long weekend, but like, it's just crazy. And if you go to the next thing, the Odyssey just debuted in China to $37 million. Now, that's not like, you know, Brand New Day, I think, did more bigger numbers, but like the Odyssey played in a fewer theaters relative, because it's more of an adult film. So like China, like kind of limits like the number of theaters that it plays in, limits being a relative term. All the IMAX theaters were given to the Odyssey, but 37 million is a pretty good start. So yeah, the Odyssey doing great in Korea, doing great in Japan. It's not even started releasing in I should say Korea and China. Japan hasn't even put the movie out yet. So there's still a big market in Japan that has yet to introduce the Odyssey. So they're currently saying that the current floor for this movie, in terms of where it's going to finish, might be 1.5 billion, meaning it could make more than 1.5 billion. It's already made over 1.3 billion. So yeah, and again, doing it right alongside Brand New Day, which has made 2 billion. So you have 2 movies combined making almost 3.5 billion over the last like month, which is crazy to think about. I mean, congratulations to Christopher Nolan, now far and away his highest grossing movie of his career, the highest grossing movie that he has done in like 14 years, something like that. And I mean, again, for a movie that is an original film, non-IP, it's just fantastic stuff. So we will keep following the Odyssey and see how well it does as it moves on. But John, we have to address all the records that Spider-Man Brand New Day keeps on breaking. Let's go through these. I mentioned it has hit $2 billion globally, becoming the biggest Spider-Man movie of all time, beating No Way Home over the weekend with $70 million just domestically. It's now actually sitting at a number which I believe by this time tomorrow would have surpassed Avengers Infinity War's entire run at the box office. So let's keep going here. Not only did it get to $2 billion, John, it got there faster than almost every movie ever. It was the second fastest to get to $2 billion. And the only movie that beat it to $2 billion in faster time was Endgame. Avengers Endgame got there in 11 days. And Spider-Man Brand New Day, it took, 18 days, which is still insane. But, Avengers Endgame was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Ninja 2 got there in 38 days. Avatar 2 got there in 40. Yeah. And then Avatar got there in 48 days. So, again, the Avatar movies did leg out really well. But, in terms of racing past 2 billion... the only movie that outdoes it is Endgame. So Brand New Day continuing to break records. Let's keep going because, John, it also, domestically in the US, Spider-Man Brand New Day became the fastest to cross the $800 million mark. Just last week, we were talking about $700 million. It's already past $800 million. It's the fastest film to ever get past $800 million at the domestic box office. At this point in time, John, if you compare the run of Avengers Endgame to Spider-Man Brand New Day, Spider-Man Brand New Day currently, in just 15 days, is running $63 million ahead of where Endgame was, and it's this point in its release. It started out only $3 million ahead on opening weekend. This is just domestic, by the way. And now it's $63 million ahead of where Endgame was. Avengers Endgame's all-time domestic box office was in the 800 millions. Spider-Man is going to get there by this weekend and beat it by this weekend, which means that 900 million plus is locked. And Star Wars: The Force Awakens holds the all-time record domestically, which is like 936 million. If you go to the next thing, global box office is predicting that Spider-Man Brand New Day will have no trouble beating The Force Awakens all-time domestic box office record, because they're saying it might be going for $1 billion just domestically, US and Canada, 950 to $1 billion. I mean, and the math adds up. I just walked through how it's gotten to where it's gotten to so far. It's $44 million ahead of where Star Wars: The Force Awakens was at this point in its release, 18 days in. And it's 63 ahead of Avengers Endgame. It's definitely going to break the all-time record. The only question now becomes when Avengers Doomsday comes out, can it match this kind of numbers? Because I don't even know if, no Avengers movie has ever made this much money. We could say that in a couple of days' time. It just goes to show you again how popular Spider-Man is. So, and it's not just domestically.
The poster on the right is fucking stupid. Why would you get rid of the thing that's protecting?
It's weird. It looks like a fan poster. I don't even know where that came from, but it exists. But you know what, John?
And it's
not
also
just
not even like the black eye. Like the black eye would fucking make sense because it's
right.
Oh my god, it's showing the darkness within. No,
it's more just I think it's like a weird fan poster design. I can't imagine that's a real thing. I know the image on the left is real because that's Sony put that out like the week the movie came out. It's from like a behind the scenes of like when they're in the tower of the DODC. But let's move into other parts of the world. These billion-dollar movies are big sources of success for just the movie theaters, which have been struggling for movies like this for years, especially since the pandemic. But John, let's talk about China, because not just domestically is Spider-Man Brand New Day doing well. Also in China, you look at the top 20 highest grossing holiday films in China post-COVID, Spider-Man Brand New Day has already run its tally up to number 4, $210 million, close to $211 million. In a couple of days from now, it's going to have passed F9 at $215 million. Then it's got Avatar: The Way of Water and Zootopia 2 to catch up to. Dude, China loves Zootopia so much. I don't think any movie is ever going to beat that number. I remember talking about how much of an anomaly that was a couple of years ago when Zootopia 2 was out. But Spider-Man Brand New Day, the fact that it's already gone past 200 million.
It only
last
came
year?
out 2025.
Oh,
right?
I keep confusing Moana 2 with Zootopia 2. Anyway, so I remember talking about it though. I was like 600 million. No Hollywood movie has any.
Maybe there's a lot of furries in China.
So
who knows?
Yeah. Maybe Avengers Endgame might have. But anyway, Spider-Man in China, it's already past 200 million. It's about to become the third highest just post-COVID. Now you go to the next thing, and we'll talk about where Spider-Man is making all its money. Uh, it's not just China. China has given in 210 million, which is the biggest market outside the U.S.
Fucking UK and Ireland. Goddamn,
106
bro.
million. It's a big market. Mexico, 78 million. France, 64 million. India, 59.6 million. I think it's the highest grossing movie highest grossing Hollywood movie ever in India. We talked about that recently. Brazil, 59.5 million. South Korea, 53.2 million. And Australia, New Zealand for 50. Germany, 48.8. Italy, 36. You got Spain with another 35 and Japan with 27. I mean, that's why this movie is a $2 billion movie, John, because look at how well China is a big ad because No Way Home did not have China. So you can only imagine, I would say at this rate, No Way Home would have been a $2 billion film if it had China. It didn't, but I mean, obviously Brand New Day does. And now Tom Holland is, financially speaking, the most successful actor to ever
But still not
Spider-Man.
the best. Sorry, buddy.
That's okay. I mean, I think he's getting close, and that's hard for me.
Yeah,
to say
it's
because
definitely
Andrew Garfield
closed the
was so
big gap
good.
between him
Yeah.
and Toby for me. I mean, my favorite's
Yeah.
Andrew Garfield, but
Yep.
I think now, like, it's not like Toby and Andrew are also this third guy. Now it's like
they're all in the
Toby,
conversation.
Andrew,
Yeah.
Tom, like like in
Exactly.
terms of succession. And then Nicholas Hammond is just crying in the cuck chair. So but nobody cares.
Okay.
Nobody cares about him.
Sure.
But,
I don't think most people
know,
know about him.
yeah. Honestly,
Anyway.
he's even worse than the Toei Spider-Man. Like, let's be real. Japanese
Oh.
Spider-Man, like that
That
one
was so
scene of
bad. It
him-
was good.
No,
It was
that
so
wasn't
bad.
bad. Like, no, him
Oh.
aura farming with shooting a Tommy gun at bad guys, being like Spider-Man, is like better than that entire American Spider-Man show. Like, without a doubt, that one scene is better than like Tom Holland's first two Spider-Man movies, like alone. If Caleb were here, he'd fucking back me up on this. Toy Spider-Man is fucking goated. He's honestly, if Marvel wasn't pussies, they would fucking bring him into the MCU, but they won't because they're cowards.
Dude, don't count him out. Secret Wars is still yet to come.
Yeah,
I
mean,
Marvel
they
is
did
gonna
plan
dig
to
deep
bring him into
for
Across
Secret
Spider-Verse,
Wars.
but then I
think
like
Kevin Feige
they couldn't put it in due to animation or
could
something
do
like
it.
that, or they couldn't fit him in somewhere. But but they also said we'll wait to see
Yeah.
for Beyond the Spider-Verse.
I can't wait to see. Whether it's Beyond the Spider-Verse or Secret Wars, I have a feeling he's gonna show up in one of those things. But speaking of Brand New Day, let's talk about where we are at post-COVID worldwide box office top 10, because this is now every movie that has come out since 2019.
We don't count Najat too. Like, get the fuck out.
And Spider-Man Brand New Day is one of, if you count Najat, $2 billion movies. And look at that, there's two Spider-Man movies right there. Obviously, we've talked about all the other ones that are up there. So again, in just the post-COVID top 10, it's already at number 3 or number 2, depending on if you count Najat 2 or not. But then if you talk about the all-time list, John, literally all-time top 10 at the box office, because that's the big boys league. Like, if you go to the next thing, because Luis Fernandez also helped us out by posting a chart of what are the 10 highest grossing movies of all time, pre-COVID, post-COVID, before COVID, after COVID. Zootopia 2 joined that top 10 most recently last year. No Way Home is on there. Spider-Man Brand New Day just hopped past both of those movies and is currently sitting at number 8. And John, again, putting into perspective how well Spider-Man Brand New Day is doing, by the end of this week, I bet you is going to go past Infinity War, Force Awakens, Ninja 2, and Titanic. It's going to jump for number 8. So by this time next week, I have a feeling we'll be talking about Spider-Man Brand New Day sitting right behind Avatar: The Way of Water, already, in the 4th all-time spot. Then the question becomes, can it get past The Way of Water's $2.34 billion? And then how much higher can it go? I have a feeling I have a feeling the ceiling for Brand New Day is 3, where it will get past The Way of Water, but it can't really get to 2.8 billion that Avengers Endgame did, and certainly not the 2.92 billion that Avatar did. It could if it keeps going and going and going and Sony just leaves it in theaters, but probably not by this time next week. 2.5 to 3 billion is still where it's going to land, but more likely closer to 2.5 than 3 billion. What do you think?
I think it can hit 3. I think it can hit 3.
I know I'm the one who was hyping that up the other day, talking about like how much more money it's yet to make, but hey, maybe I'm just being more conservative.
I think it can get there. So. I think it can get there. Just polar opposite. I'm like, no way it'll get $1 billion. Meanwhile, now like 3 billion.
3 billion.
Sure.
Yeah. The worst bet John has ever made in his life.
Yeah, but CC Black hasn't come to collect, so I'm free for the time being.
He's been on the show since, but I don't know. I guess he just didn't want to collect.
But we'll see. Like,
we'll see. But one day CC Black will come back and he will remember about the bet. But until then, John, let's talk about one more thing from Spider-Man Brand New Day. This I thought you would be interested in hearing, directly coming from Kevin Feige, who was at an event recently talking about,
because I can't read it. Ooh.
So Kevin Feige was recently talking about why they introduced Jean Grey in Spider-Man Brand New Day, and specifically, saying that they wanted a different type of antagonist for the superhero. Like they wanted Spider-Man to kind of be more of a detective, or like to kind of explore his abilities as a detective.
They saw how that worked for the Batman, so it's like, let's do it for Spider-Man.
I mean, to be honest, like you look at the box office receipts and it's paying dividends, but I remember we talked about, was it last week, that they had another Spider-Man villain initially, who was also gonna be a mind control kind of a character.
Yeah,
allegedly. But then the writers just didn't think it fit. So then when they were told like you can use Jean Grey, they were like, oh, this is perfect. Jean Grey just feels like a stronger character. It also builds the character for like the future of the MCU with the mutant saga. I mean, look, I'm okay with Kevin Feige saying this is why they brought Jean Grey in. Like I said, the MCU felt alive in a way that it's not felt like it since maybe the first Avengers movie or even Age of Ultron. So I thought it worked in the favor of this movie. But I don't know, John, what do you think about what Kevin Feige said?
I still don't agree. I think it built the world enough by having Yelena and Hulk and Punisher and Damage Control and all that stuff. I don't think it needed Jean Grey. And that's not even
she's like the main villain of the movie, though. Right? I feel like
it's just like you could have inserted any other character and it would have been just as good, if not better. So I don't know. It's just like I feel like it didn't need to be her. It didn't need to be this character. You didn't need to build like X-Men shit, because like X-Men, they can sell themselves at this point. Like
it's true, but
you don't need to have like some kind of weird setup. But I don't know. It's just like, that's just my opinion. I've talked about this at length.
Yeah.
That's just how I feel.
Well, on that note, we'll leave that there. By the way, Figure Drawing saying Spider-Man Brand New Day probably finishes with 2.61 billion, which is a pretty big number. And yeah, don't underestimate Stranger Things fans. I think for the most, I'm not saying that the movie is making as much money as it is simply because of Jean Grey. I just think it's helping because of how well Sadie Sink played the role. And obviously, now it sets her up as like the most recognizable character to the average movie-going audience who's not the hardcore fan. Like, oh, she was in that Spider-Man movie we saw a few years ago when they go to see X-Men in 2028. So I think it works for that reason. But anyway, let's move on to the next thing, John. We got to talk about Avengers Doomsday some more. Why don't you take this one? I'll be right back.
Sure. But apparently, Avengers Doomsday pre-sales have reached new heights now, with tickets available everywhere in all formats. We could actually be hearing for the second movie, heading for the second movie of the year with a $260 to $300 million opening. This never happened before. So, I mean, wow. The thing that's an Avengers movie is going to bring Marvel money. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. But yeah, it's it's par for the course. It's definitely like, I think Brand New Day is a major like helping point. Bing bop. Bing pot. Anyway. But I think yeah, I mean I don't know what exactly the numbers are for Spider-Man, but I think it'll definitely, 260 to 300 for domestic. I could see that happening. Makes sense to me. But yeah, it's good for them. Like, again, people are going to the movies. Like, the best part about all of this is the people are going to the movies again, and that's what we've been trying to clamor for years. It's just I wish it wasn't for like slop, but that's okay. But yeah, okay. So Dan told me that Spider-Man opened to $360 million. So I don't think it was 3,360,000,000, Dan. So but yeah, so well, it says this never happened before, but it happened earlier this year. But anyway, so I think they mean like domestic openings exceeding a certain amount. So yeah, they got the momentum again. They got, after like a dodgy past few years, they finally hit the momentum by giving us another movie with their okay, so that's what it was. Giving us another Spider-Man movie, their biggest and most popular character and the biggest and most popular comic book character ever. And then bringing back Avengers, you have Downey, you have Russo brothers, you have all the people coming back, you have yet another ending for X-Men. What that makes it like the 12th now. So you know, they keep trying to end the X-Men, and it's just then they keep bringing them back. So, but that's yeah, nostalgia slop, 100%. Like, say what you will, it's like it could be the fucking greatest movie ever made. It's still slop at the end of the day, because that's what it is. That's what Marvel does with these kind of movies. So anyway. Disney Plus reveals Avengers Doomsday watch list, but one missing movie has left fans baffled. Spoiler alert, it's the Marvels, because that's, you know, kind of why the fuck would that be the case? The list is made up of X-Men, X2, First Avenger, Avengers, Infinity War, Endgame, Loki, Shang-Chi, Spider-Man No Way Home, Wakanda Forever, Brave New World, Deadpool and Wolverine, Doctor Strange 2, Thunderbolts, and Fantastic Four First Steps. However, leaving out the Marvels is legitimately surprising, given how important its post-credit scene seemed. The movie ended with Monica Rambeau stranded in another universe after using her powers to help stabilize a collapsing wormhole. She subsequently woke up in a medical facility, encountered a variant of her mother, Maria Rambeau, now binary. More importantly, Kelsey Grammer's Beast then walked into the room, seemingly confirming that Monica had landed on Earth 10,005, the X-Men universe. That felt like obvious setup for Doomsday. However, Teyonah Parris nor Lashonda Lynch had been announced for the movie, even with Kelsey Grammer's Beast among the returning X-Men characters. So it's definitely surprising, but it seems like the case of like nobody really cared about this movie, so that's like, whatever, it's fine. So, you know, it's God, fucking Ian McKellen looks terrible. Yeah. Well, it's just like it's cape shit. That's essentially what it is. Like, you can have good cape shit. It's still cape shit, not nonetheless. Yeah, but like, who cares about the Marvels? Nobody. Even the people who saw it didn't care. Has Robert Downey Jr. just revealed their first look at Avengers Secret Wars: Battleworld? You know, leaked concept art has offered some clues, though the Russo brothers have since said it wasn't representative of what we'll see in Avengers Secret Wars. Now, Downey may have offered a glimpse at what's to come with a very cool jacket he was spotted wearing at D23. Covered in patches, it features fake businesses like Bob's Storage Void, Shang-Chi's washer rings, Thunderbolt tires, Reed's repairs, Thanos stump grinding, among others. While we're not suggesting that Avengers Secret Wars will place all these iconic heroes in regular jobs, these do feel like the types of Easter eggs we could see at least one quarter of Battleworld. Remember, it's a hodgepodge of countless realities all smashed together into one inhabitable world. So there's likely to be more than one variant of a character there. Time will tell whether this is just a fun jacket donned by the Oscar winner or a glimpse at what's to come. But if nothing else, you've got to smile at these clever Marvel Easter eggs. So, yeah. And then you got Stan Lee, fucking Speedy Express, like that kind of shit. Kirby's go-karts. I think it's just like a Doombot bolt. I think it's, you know, just kind of funny. I don't think it's, you know, anything major. I think it's just like kind of like, aha, isn't this funny? Cute kind of thing. Easter egg kind of thing. Nothing crazy, but cute nonetheless. Yeah, there's good cape shit. Just watch a superhero movie that isn't DC or Marvel. Hey, Logan, come on now. Superman. all the ones that I could think of right now. But yeah. So now we move on a bit to what are we moving? What the fuck are we moving on to? I don't even know anymore. But hang on a second. Oh, we're moving on. Well, speaking of Avengers Doomsday, we're moving on to MCU Daily. There it is. There it is. But the first thing is Marvel's Kevin Feige hints at a bold new future for the MCU's X-Men reboot. Terribleness. No, I'm just kidding. Marvel Studios head executive Kevin Feige recently wrapped up his D23 Meet the Minds Behind the Magic Disney World Builders panel just a few hours ago, and he might have dropped a pretty big clue about where to find the X-Men films and the rest of where the X-Men films and the rest of the MCU are headed. Anyone who knows a thing or two about comics, figures, Avengers, Secret Wars will hit the giant reset button on the MCU. But if you're worried we're just going to get recycled versions of movies Marvel Studios has already made, don't be, as it sounds like the next era is going to feel completely different. While responding to a question about crafting the MCU, Feige stated, having 85, almost 90 years of comic book history, there's so many stories yet to tell. We announced a very young new cast for a property called X-Men the other day. And that's great because there's been 10 great X-Men movies, but there can be 100 more. There's sagas upon sagas with these comics that haven't been told yet. And that's great because the stories that inspired me to want to make these kinds of movies haven't been told yet. I'm quite excited about doing them. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, and in terms of with all this, Kevin Feige basically confirmed that the MCU is taking the MCU down a completely untrodden path, and that likely means Marvel Studios is almost certainly skipping the comic arcs Fox already burned through, a few of which were botched pretty badly the first and second time around. No Dark Phoenix, no Days of Future Past, no God Loves, Man Kills, and no Old Man Logan, most definitely. That, I think, makes a lot of sense, and that's good. Like, kind of, and there was also the report of, like, staying away from Brotherhood of Mutants, so, and kind of going, you know, they hadn't done Mr. Sinister. The Fox movies tried to. They had Essex Corps in Apocalypse. I think Mr. Sinister was supposed to be in a post-credit scene for New Mutants, and then they changed it at the last second or something. So yeah, I think you know, young attractive Gen Z X-Men. But yeah. So I'm glad that they're not gonna retread old ground. That they're gonna do new stuff. It's just the question is the new stuff going to be good? That's where the question is right now. But X-Men star Samara Weaving gives off major Emma Frost vibes while teasing comic book research. And yeah, here she is, you know, just killing it. Don't read, just with the caption, don't read into it. And she's got tons of Emma Frost comics, as well as posting an Emma Frost picture, and just kind of teasing the hell out of not only the Gooners, but the comic book fans as well. Plot twist, they're the same kind of person. But yeah, very, very nice to see. But you know, that's definitely giving off Emma Frost vibes already.
Yeah, where's Jalen? Oh, there's Jalen. See, Jalen just pops in.
The Gooner of Oh So Curious. Here he is. Yeah.
Jalen just lurks in the background until he needs to, like, pop his head above water. That's what it is.
Yeah. But Pat Scola, who is apparently a you know, frequent collaborator with Michael Sarnowski, who did all the films that are listed here, is going to be the cinematographer of X-Men. So even if the movie sucks, it's going to look great. So I will give them that.
Girl, I'm going to dive in. All right, Jalen, go ahead.
How many jars, Jalen? Tell me about the jars. I'm like, tell me about the chicken. Tell me about the jars, Jalen.
But dude, okay, Pat Scola, Pig, A Quiet Place, Day One, The Death of Robin Hood. These are all great movies. So
yeah, all Michael Sarnowski movies. I loved Pig. I love Quiet Place, Day One. I'm gonna be watching Death of Robin Hood when that finally hits streaming. I don't know if it has already.
Mm-hmm.
But November is my catch-up month. That's when I, because the thing is, I do.
Is it like right after Mayo month and before Mustard month? Sorry, I'm just joking.
But my catch-up month because for October I watch horror movies because it's Halloween time. Then for December I watch Christmas movies, and usually November's a kind of sort of not totally, but a bit of a dead month. I mean, there's like a couple things. I mean, Hunger Games,
prestige films, yeah.
And and I think Ebenezer is coming out, but like nothing major, I don't think.
Well, there's the sequel to the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood that's gonna be out.
Like, but that's Netflix. I meant like theatrical, but yeah.
No. They're putting it in theaters for like 3 weeks. It's starting like Thanksgiving week. So yeah. That's like the big. Remember they moved Narnia to next year.
It's very pretentious, so you would love
replaced it.
I'm just kidding. Pig is genuinely a great movie. Like it's so good. It's like Nicolas Cage's like best performance in like 30 fucking years. It's so good. But
sparing no expense. Yeah.
Yeah, they're actually gonna
Adam
try
Driver and Pat
with this one after they already fucked up Jean Grey. They're actually gonna try with this movie, which is crazy, bro.
Dude, I thought they did great with Jean Grey. Come on now.
But now we're back.
I hope we do, Jalen.
We're back with the Hunter Schafer rumors that she's playing Mystique in the upcoming X-Men movie. But it's now that Indy Navarrete, she said she was interested in Mystique. Apparently, was instead cast as Rogue.
Yep.
So following Universal's playbook, don't expect Disney to confirm Schaefer's role anytime soon.
Even if it sucks, it's going to look great. Title of your sex tape. All right, moving on.
But yeah, honestly, like I haven't really seen Hunter. I haven't watched Euphoria. I did want to watch a movie with her called Cuckoo. It had my boy Dan Stevens in it. I heard it was okay, not great, but I heard like she was really good in it. So I haven't really seen a lot of her. So I can't judge her based on her acting abilities. However, I want to see her cast just so all the transphobes lose their minds. That's literally the only reason. I love seeing those fuckwads have a collective temper tantrum because things they don't understand happen to them and they gotta cry about it. So you know what?
Yeah.
I'm here for it. Is it petty? Is it spiteful? Is it viewing her kind of more in an objective sense? Maybe, but it'll be funny because seeing them give temper tantrums is hilarious. So I'm sure she'll be great, though. I'm sure she would be fantastic. But like, I'm just saying, I'm a spiteful bastard, and I like seeing them have temper tantrums over stupid shit that doesn't matter.
Spitefulness and all things aside, John, X-Men is the perfect place to have those kind of conversations because that's what the X-Men have always been about. It's about like not discriminating against minorities and start off as more of a metaphor for like racism, but also it applies to like transphobia and other kinds of phobias and prejudice of different kinds. So Hunter Schafer would be perfectly placed to play an X-Men character. Certainly Mystique would be a great fit. She's in that upcoming Blade Runner TV miniseries 2099.
Yeah, 2099
with Michelle Yeoh. So she looks good in that.
I could have made a really terrible joke, but I'm not going to say it. There's an obvious joke here, but I'm not going to say it, so we'll just
thank you,
move on.
For having that brain to mouth filter kick in. But
you can't see this.
She was also okay. She was also rumored to be in the Legend of Zelda movie. That never ended up happening, but
yeah, people wanted her for Zelda, so
right.
But yeah, they wanted to go for a younger actors so that they can grow into the roles and like have like proper timeline stuff if it's a success. So that
I will say
sense.
Though, what they're saying here about they're not going to confirm this anytime soon because remember Kevin Feige mentioned that wasn't the entire cast at D23
because we essentially got the best of both worlds because I remember, was it Daniel RPK that was saying it? Oh, we're not going to get the cast, or was it Jeff Snyder? I forget who it was.
No, he was saying it up until the day of, and he said like, "Oh, all of these things are going to happen," and one of them included X-Men cast and introduction.
So, it's essentially like I think we got best of both worlds. They're like, because I feel like even they knew if we don't announce X-Men, there's going to be fucking riots. So let's announce as much as we can but there's
We
still
were
plenty
watching
of
all
contracts where
along.
they're still dotting I's and crossing
Yeah.
T's. Well, considering like she did kind of go transgender because she is the father of Nightcrawler, which was heavily implied in the 80s, but Chris Claremont couldn't do it because Marvel editorial was like, no, you are not having Mystique shapeshift, having a thingamafucker, so we're not doing that. And then finally, years later, when it was
Just say the word.
we've reached a point where we're more progressive, where they could finally do that, and they, did that. So it works.
It works. The title of your sex tape. And anyway, on that lovely note, we should move on to the cast that we do have so far, which looks pretty impressive. Because I mean, Adam Driver may have only phoned it
Where
in
the fuck did
literally
they get
with
this
a video
image?
message. But
Bro, bitch has a 5 head in this picture. What the fuck did they do to my girl Emma Frost? What is this fucking? It looked like she has she had fetal alcohol syndrome. What the fuck? That's terrible.
I don't know.
God, my poor
It's
girl.
a
Jesus
interesting
Christ.
choice.
Anyway,
Hunter, I saw
looking
your
good.
comment, but didn't really want to talk about it. But anyway, I don't know if to do the Agatha Mystique romance though. That's maybe asking for a bit much, but never say never, I suppose. John, Adam Driver was the only one who wasn't on stage on Friday, but I mean, arguably the biggest star on the cast right now in terms of like well-known names. Adam Driver is an A-list actor. Sadie Sink is an up-and-coming rising star. Kit Connor, I think most people remember him from Heartstoppers, which just had a movie on Netflix. His co-star from that franchise, Joe Locke, is already in the MCU. He plays one of Wanda's sons. He was in Agatha all along, and so both of those guys ended up in the movie. Now, I've heard there's some people that weren't happy with Christopher Abbott being cast as Professor X, but I feel like he'll grow into it. It's like, I guess like one of the things is like everybody wants the guy who's gonna play Professor X to walk in the door looking like Patrick Stewart did when he walked in, because it's like Patrick Stewart was just like. He's Professor X. He's bald.
Like literally, when they brought him into the meeting of like, we want you to play this role, and they put a fucking X-Men comic in front of him, and he grabbed it, and he's like, "Why the hell am I on the front of a comic book?" Like literally, like dude was born to play the role. They got him. The thing is, the guy's in his fucking 80s now. That's not like. Obviously, if you shave his head, you do it. And a lot of people seem to forget this. Technically, Professor X in the comics is not British. He is American. It's just they made him British for the movies because Patrick Stewart is British. So, duh. Yeah. But it's technically more comic accurate with the fact that Christopher Abbott is not British. So.
And it's also like, I mean, James McAvoy pulled it off perfectly, both with the bald head and with the long hair. Like, it just. So, we've seen. An example, like, so again, I think people will get over it.
Not only that, now Christopher Abbott, he is a Connecticut native. So he was born in Greenwich.
Greenwich, nice.
I was born in Greenwich. Fun fact.
That's fun fact. All right, John. Maybe you guys were born in the same hospital. I don't know what the age difference is there, but I mean, Maya Boyd
he's
is 40,
again, but like,
Oh, yeah. Well, Maya Boyd, again, I think the youngest of the bunch, coming out of nowhere, mostly a stage actor. Kevin Feige literally said introducing Maya Boyd. So, yeah, she could be a star. I mean, again, Storm, I think, is a character that has the most potential of any of these characters to grow into, like, somebody you can kind of give their own movie series franchise to, a trilogy. Or, like, obviously, she's probably going to end up showing up, hopefully, down the road, if they go down that road with Black Panther.
And I like how a lot of these actors have been in the theater. Christopher Abbott was on has done theater. Kit Connor did theater. Sadie Sink technically did theater because she was in that Stranger Things play that
but she's done other stuff too.
And she's been in other stuff too. Maya Boyd is
weeks ago
pretty much has only been a theater actress. I think she has like maybe 2 film credits. I don't know about Adam Driver, Samara Weaving, or Indy.
No, Adam Driver's done theater.
Navarrete.
Adam Driver's done
it. I keep calling her Indy Navarrete, but it's Indy Navarrete. But I'm like, that doesn't sound right to me because like I pronounce her name like cigarette instead of Navarrete.
Well, Kevin Feige said Navarrete, but Navarrete, if that's the way it's meant to be said, then
Well, I watched a video of her and she said her own name Navarrete, and as someone who's gotten his last name mispronounced on many occasions, I try to be respectful of last names as much as possible. So,
I mean, I don't know if Storm and Emma Frost could be the same age if you want to do the whole love triangle. Clearly, Samara Weaving doing it with Kit Connor would more be like
Well,
the MILF vibe at that
well-
point. Because not that Samara Weaving is particularly old, but they're like 10 years apart. IRL.
Well, yeah, it just
So-
well, my avoid Storm, so like that wouldn't matter because it's with Jean Grey, Emma Frost. and
Sorry,
stuff.
I meant Emma Frost and Cyclops. Emma Frost, Cyclops.
Yeah, but
and,
Storm is
I think-
usually
and
portrayed
Jean
as
Grey.
a little bit older,
Mhm.
as opposed to like the young cast, but like it's
Yeah.
kind of like they grew up and then Storm was kind of around that age anyway. So as long as like
Yeah.
Maya Boyd is around the same age as David Johnson, which I think she is, I think she's in like late 20s, early 30s. David
Pretty
Johnson's like early
much.
30s. So
Yeah,
if they
that could
want to
work.
do the Black Panther Storm romance, then they can. Not like that's only Storm's character. Like she's so much fucking more than
No,
that.
so much more. Again, you
But-
can just have her go off on her own journey. I'm just saying the crossover potential is there.
Yeah.
I mean, and then, dude, they got fucking Adam Driver to join the MCU. I'm
They
like, I feel like we could
finally
have skipped
offered
over
him
that
enough money.
on Friday.
They finally like, okay, we'll give you $12 trillion to do this movie.
He finally
Alright,
said
cool.
yes to Kevin Feige on his Zoom proposal, like after a
Yeah.
dozen tries. Says, "All right, Kevin, you got me this time."
He finally
Where's my
got his white
contract?
whale.
Yeah. You must forget the past. Destroy it if you have to. More. I can imagine the meme. It's like, remember from Star Wars, The Last Jedi, where he's like, more. Kevin Feige's like just adding zeros to his contract. More. And then eventually he's like, oh, got it. All right, this is it. Perfect. Thank you,
Alright,
Kevin.
yeah.
We're good. I mean, well, Indy Navarrete is now part of the MCU, so I guess DCU will have to wait. Your house, someone accidentally called you George. Oh yeah. Who calls who George? David Lynch fan is here. Adam Driver is Mr. Sinister or Otis Wardell in Heat 2. Which performance are you guys more excited to see? Ooh, that's a tough one.
That's a good
It's a great
question.
question.
I'd probably say
Great
Heat
question.
2 because I'm
I
really
think,
curious
yeah.
how that's gonna like
I-
turn
you know
out.
what?
It's
Yeah.
either gonna be like
Agreed.
just as good as the first, or it's gonna be like the worst
Right.
fucking thing ever. I'm very.
There's
curious
no
how that's
middle
gonna
ground
turn.
on Heat 2. I agree
No.
with you 100%. It's
Yeah,
like
it's
a
gonna be like
legacy sequel.
it's gonna like Gladiator
Yeah.
2. It's either it's like gonna be like prime level or it's like not at all. And it was
I thought it was
more
fun.
along.
I thought Gladiator
I
2 was
enjoyed
good.
Gladiator 2, but it's not a great movie.
Yeah.
It's not. Paul Mescal fucking did an amazing job, but like not a great movie. But anyway, although speaking of Storm,
by the
we
way,
have to
hold on, John.
celebrate
We
Halle
gotta...
Berry's birthday today.
Oh, hello. Actually, it was yesterday, but or the
Yesterday.
weekend.
Well, now
On Sunday.
yesterday, but
Sunday.
yeah.
It was Sunday. Yeah.
2 days ago.
Yeah,
We-
Halle
yeah.
Berry's
There it
birthday.
is.
I mean, she's played Storm and she's played Catwoman.
Catwoman. And we prefer not to remember the latter.
Although it was great to look at. By the way, like we got a David Lynch fan in the chat, and all of a sudden Caleb was like, "The fuck, David Lynch? Oh no, you should David Lynch fan. You should reach out to Caleb. I think you guys could be best friends." But yeah, and hit the like button while you guys are here. We really appreciate that. Or if you're watching after we're live, hit the hype button. That apparently helps the video get circulated into more of the algorithm. So yeah, let's keep going. We got a few more things to get into here. With regards to Marvel, I noticed that the other day, Josh Horowitz obviously, does a great podcast, and he's usually interviewing celebrities and stuff. He had Ryan Coogler on, talking about, obviously what he has done so far in his career, upcoming Black Panther 3 and whatnot. And when the question of Black Panther came up, apparently, and I didn't realize this was the case, but apparently at one point Ryan Coogler wanted to have Kraven the Hunter in the Black Panther movies. So I can see why that didn't happen, because you gotta like go to Sony for that, and Sony, has a very specific, limited, narrow thing for like the scope of that deal that they have with Disney. Dude, the Catwoman outfit has aged well. All right. Have a good night, Even Earth Girl. We'll see you next time. Thank you for tuning in for the period of time that you were here with us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Dark Lead Eric is here, given a good script and a female stunt person this time. I think she could be a good Catwoman. Dude, Halle Berry could do Catwoman today. Her Catwoman had no Batman, LOL, half cooked. I know, right? I mean, I feel like that was a pretty central aspect of Catwoman's character. I'm not too familiar with Christopher Abbott, but with Patrick Stewart and James McAvoy, casting of Professor X has been on point. Yeah, Dude, if Fox could get it right, I think Marvel can get it right too. Halle Berry was everybody's 90s dream girl. She was a Bond girl. She was in X-Men movies. I mean, those were like 2000s, but like, Monsters Ball. I mean, okay. Oscars. She won Oscars for that. MTG saying that photo looks good enough for her Catwoman movie to be considered a classic. I know. It's just, it's a Razzie winning movie. Happy belated birthday to Halle Berry. I even saw her show that she had Jeffrey Dean Morgan on with. It was called Extant. It ran for like 3 seasons on CBS. Most people don't remember it. Like, it was okay. Yeah, dude, I'd still watch Halle Berry in anything. Eric saying, I think Storm is in the upcoming Avengers movies. LOL, that thing she said about not having 2 electric heroes was way too damn silly to be true. I know. And she was sitting like right next to Chris Hemsworth too. They were almost like tongue in cheek about it. And then she's like, why don't you ask Chris? And he's like, I can't really say too much. So like, yeah, I'm totally buying it. Like that it's just to throw us off. I mean, whether it was a contract dispute or she didn't get, offered enough money the first time around, maybe Marvel came around and said, you know what? We'll double it. And then Halle was like, I'll take it. So I have a feeling we're going to see that, I want to see Storm come up next to Thor, especially because we know apparently Thor by himself, even with, the Stormbreaker and everything, Doom just disposes him without even trying. So Thor might need some backup. And I'm not just saying the Odin Force. Like, he may need a team up with Storm. So yeah. Although the rumor is maybe they'll explain away Storm missing from the X-Men timeline in Doomsday by saying that, oh, she died in a previous incursion, with the X-Men trying to save their universe from dying. So if that happens, that'd be pretty dumb. Maybe that's also why Monica Rambeau and her mom and don't end up in the movie. But I don't like it when they just say, oh yeah, they died off screen. It's like, okay, so you barely care. Like, either don't mention it at all or have them be there. So which we'll see. But yeah, I mean, hey, Ryan Coogler talked about his plans for Kraven the Hunter in Black Panther. Again, it sounds great what he wanted to do. It would have been way better than what, Aaron Taylor Johnson's movie was, but it's a Sony character. Like, it's this character that Sony owns the movie rights to, so it would have been very complicated to try to expand the deal that Disney has about Spider-Man to like have Kraven show up in a Black Panther movie. So yeah. And on that note, we move on. I mean, what could have been, right? Maybe in the distant future, one day when Sony decides to give up the rights to Spider-Man, which will be never. But there are some cool fan art pieces that I found today. I wanted to talk about. Yeah, it is what it is. Eric's saying we got Killmonger because they said no, right? Yeah, that was the idea. Dude, Kraven would have been great. But honestly, like, Killmonger is one of the best villains that the MCU has put out there. One of the most well-rounded, relatable villains. Like, I know John's not a big fan of like, oh, you got to be able to relate to the villain. Why can't they just be mustache twirling, just evil for the sake of evil villains? But I'm like, well, because people have a certain bar for quality and expectation with superhero movies today, and they don't want them to be just like cartoony, like, slapstick, like, oh yeah, I am just the bad guy for the sake of being a bad guy. So like, I thought Killmonger was one of the best villains the MCU's ever put to the screen. So but dude, Boss Logic put this artwork together. I think this looks fantastic. You got Mr. Sinister looking all sinister. I mean, I can easily see that's Adam Driver right there. Whew, that looks great. Looks like when Poochie went to space suddenly in The Simpsons, right? Exactly. And then you got another artist out here putting together not Mystique, but Indy Navarrete as Rogue. And this looks great. Very much the kind of artwork you'd like to see. I've already seen a lot of YouTube channels like use it in their thumbnails. I might use it in one of the, depending on if you have an X-Men heavy episode, which I guess tonight could qualify. It's classic DC to turn down a character just to do nothing or make a bad project with that character separately. Even Marvel makes mistakes. Sony makes a lot of them, but they always have Spider-Man. Right, Eric? Exactly. That's their cheat code. Enterprise is saying they've been teasing Mr. Sinister for a long time. Oh, hell yeah. I think the problem was Kevin Feige wanted to do it, but he didn't really, want to rush into it. So now that he's getting into it, he convinced Adam Driver to say yes. So, I mean, how much better can it get? But yeah, MTG saying, not gonna lie, seeing the X-Men casting announcements felt like a Marvel reboot. It actually made me excited for Doomsday. Well, right. So Kevin Feige said that the best you can expect is something along the lines of a soft reboot, like all of a sudden like Sam Wilson's Captain America is not going to disappear, or like Shang-Chi will still be around potentially. Whoever survives the events of Doomsday and Secret Wars will likely still be around. I don't know what that means for the future of Iron Man. Like, does somebody else take up the mantle? Is like Ironheart gonna be back as a character? Like those kind of things. But I mean, it feels like the future of the MCU. There will be some level of a soft reboot, and the X-Men will end up being like more the focus, but the Avengers are not gonna like go away. It's just they said that the Avengers movies will become more crossover movies rather than being saga cappers, which I think is a better way to go about it. That's how we got one of the best Avengers films, most underrated Avengers film, Age of Ultron. So there you go. I remember when Fox tried to get Bryan Cranston Mr. Sinister. Well, Fox never got a Mr. Sinister character out the door, so Marvel and its first try is got Adam fucking Driver playing Mr. Sinister, and Indy Navarrete as Rogue. Wow. Couldn't say it anymore. Speaking of Indy as Rogue, Lenore Zahn, who voices the character of Rogue in X-Men 97, popped up on social media. She's currently in the UK, and she wanted to congratulate Indy for getting the role, which is fantastic. So she said she's going to be back stateside soon, and she's excited to have another actor playing the same character, so maybe they'll get a chance to cross paths. And I'm sure Indy Navarrete, who's a bit of a geek nerd herself, might reach out and take advantage of this opportunity to learn a bit more about the psyche of the character that Lenore has been voicing now for like 2+ seasons. So because season 3 is already in production, so she's still busy with that show. So yeah, it's great. We're not gonna have just one Rogue, we're gonna have 2 Rogues at the same time, one on the big screen live action and one on the animated show. So yeah, there we go. You think they canceled Young Avengers? It's a good question. The last I heard about it, they didn't cancel it. It just, they weren't gonna call it like the Champions either, partly because like most of those actors are growing up. Like Haley Steinfeld is a grown-ass woman who's about to have a baby, or already had a baby. Already had a baby. Iman Milani is, again, she's at that point in her life where like every year you wait, like the more you age quickly, right? She's a teenager. So and the other, like what's her face, Catherine Newton, she's back in Avengers Doomsday. I don't know for how much, but even for her, like, it's just, it takes a few years for these movies to happen. Like from the conception to delivery, it's like 3 years. Probably a bad choice of words considering I just talked about Haley Steinfeld giving birth. But anyway, the point is, the Young Avengers movie may still be a thing. It just probably won't be called the Young Avengers because those Avengers aren't young anymore by the time the movie comes out. But yeah, I don't know why people are weird on the internet about Indy Navarrete. Like, it just, maybe because they didn't like Obsession. Maybe that's why they have an agenda they want to exercise. I hope a new Doom or this one sticks around to interact with the new X-Men. Remember, John, the last time we talked about that, like there was a rumor or report, I think it was from Daniel Rickman, or Cryptic 4K Qual, saying that maybe, or maybe it might have been Jeff Snyder, that Robert Downey Jr. has at least 1 or 2 more appearances in his contract post Secret Wars, so he may yet stick around as Doctor Doom or Victor Von Doom in some capacity to either show up in a Fantastic Four movie.
But it's like kind of hard
like
to
that.
take him like the whole thing of like the biggest thing that bothers me is like bringing in Doom at this point. One, no build up, which you can't fault for. Jonathan Majors had to be a fucking wife beater, so they had to kick his ass to the curb, and bring in Doom, and like, okay, fine, but it's just like the first thing you're doing to him is like making him God Emperor Doom. You're making him an Avengers level threat, so it's just like, it's like, how am I gonna like not take him seriously, but how the fuck am I gonna, I guess in a way, take him seriously as like, oh, the guy who's squabbling with the Fantastic Four? Like, at least with like, the reason that Secret Wars worked in the comics, it was done in 2015, which was like 60 to 70 years after Doom was introduced. So it's like, okay, there was build up to that. He had big threats in the comics, but like, it was still like, put a cap on it, but like now it's just like you're introducing him with God Emperor Doom, essentially. You're introducing him with Doomsday and Secret Wars, this big level threat. So when he's like, Reed, you asshole, I gotta fucking do something to get your goat, and it's just like, bro, you fucking literally took over the multiverse. Why are you fucking just like being Reed Richards' bitch at this point? Like it's just gonna be like a weird like shift, I guess. So it's like, obviously Downey could do a good job with it. Obviously it can work, but like it's just, it's just so weird that it's just like it's just gonna be this awkward kind of shift of like you're doing the God Emperor Doom thing first, and then you're making him Fantastic Four villain. All right, okay, we'll see how it goes, but it's just like kind of mad weird to me. Anyway, Daphne Keene, she says Kit Connor brings masculine strength and fragility to X-Men Cyclops, whatever the fuck that means. Motherfucker, Dr. Doom was defeated by squirrels. Like, he was defeated by Squirrel Girl, for fuck's sake. Like, comics, they're stupid. So, anyway, but yeah, so, Keane reacting to his casting, I think he's perfect. Kit is such a brilliant, funny, talented, charismatic young man. Young man, you're like the same fucking age. He's just perfect. Yeah, I have nothing but wonderful things to say about him. He's such a sweet boy, and he's so incredibly talented. We worked together for years without knowing each other. He was just playing the voice of my soul, which is kind of crazy. We've never met him playing my soul. I think he's gonna kill it. It's gonna break. As specifically, what Connor could bring to the role of Scott Summers. Masculine strength and fragility. What's really wonderful about Kit is he brings me this kind of really amazing masculine strength and fragility at the same time. Oh, they work together on his Dark Materials. Okay. Yeah, the fucking like Patronus, whatever the fuck, the Dark Materials version of like the Patronus thing. Right. I do remember him being that when he was super young. Yeah. I think I think he'll do a good job from what little I've seen of him, literally, because I have not seen him. The only two things is voice work, so I think he'll do a good job. So yeah. And then we finally reach the end of MCU fucking Daily. Thank fucking Christ. Now we're on my time to shine, H. We're gonna be getting into cinema, quite literally, because we are gonna talk about the end of motherfucking Oak Street. Or is it just the beginning? Because this has been coming for the past 3 days. I want to talk about it. The end of Oak Street. I saw it on Friday. Did marginally well for everything in regards to being after Spider-Man. But end of Oak Street. Goddamn, was this movie fucking fantastic, bro. Like, I didn't know what to expect going in it. I expected a decently, like, paced popcorn flick, but I feel like it's a little bit more than that. Like, what I loved about it was you get good build-up with these characters, like Ewan McGregor, Anne Hathaway, the two kids who I'm blanking on names. The boy was in The Monkey. He was really good in that. And then the girl was in My Old Ass, which, stupid name for a movie, but great movie. And for me, this works so well because it's like, they actually built these characters up. I didn't expect that. I thought it was like going to be like immediate of like, oh, this gets, transported back in time. Here we are, blah, blah, blah. So, but no, you actually get built up with these characters and like you actually care about them. You learn about them. You're intrigued with their plights of like marital squabbles, crushing on girls, bullying kids, like wanting to go to college, all this shit. and it's like okay, and then like there's this like narrative shift of like, oh, all those squabbles fucking mean nothing now because like we got transported back and there's fucking dinosaurs in our backyard. So it's a popcorn flick, but it has a little bit more bite, pun intended. It's like the characterization is well done. Like, you give a shit about these characters. They're acted very well. I will say Ewan McGregor's American accent is definitely awkward at times, very stilted, but Anne Hathaway almost carries the movie. Like, don't get me wrong, the other actors do a very good job. Character actor Pat Burns, who I feel like is in everything nowadays, he's in it as well. And then like a couple other people who I recognize from stuff, but they're like mainly character actors who I don't have a name to the face. So, but they all do a very good job. Like, and I love, you know, it's just like, it's a good, like, survivalist movie. It's just like, it's against dinosaurs. And what I really liked about this movie is I love how the dinosaurs looked. Now, this is going to be a small thing. I'm not really a dinosaur kid or anything. But what I loved about this was this movie has what we now know kind of sort of what dinosaurs look like. Now, for years and years and years, we kind of designed them, even Spielberg himself designed them more like reptilian and kind of like lizard like esque animals. But now we're like, no, they're more closely like an ancestor of birds. So in this movie, they are more like birds. They have feathers, they have long beaks, they have very long necks. They look more like an ancestor to a bird. And I really appreciate that. And even the son character is going through like a dinosaur book, and you can see like, and because this takes place in 1980, well, like they're from 1982. So, you know, same year as E.T., wink and a nod. That's not the end of the Spielberg-isms. But he's like going through this book, and they look more like what we thought dinosaurs looked like. So I thought that was a really, really good detail. I also love when the kids, the adults, they're like running around trying to survive. I love this. You see stuff in the background, like you see like no-name characters like running away from like dinosaurs, like so you see like the chaos. You feel the chaos. You hear screaming and gunshots and like tires squealing and like metal thrashing and all this stuff. So it's like built up. Like this is like a genuine fucking threat. It's not like silent, and it feels so like, you know, it feels so lived in, and it feels so like, yeah, this is like a good world that it's building up. And I love how like when the characters like are like kind of running around, especially later on in the movie, is like they come across all of these like wreckages. Like there's like at a certain point where they have these like wrecks of like cars, and they're like, and like they have to climb a fence, and there's this wrecked car that's just like the hood is cracked, it's completely wrecked, and they have to climb the car to climb the fence. And it's just like, oh, what had happened there? Or we see another point where it's like two cars crash into each other. It's like, oh, what happened there? And then you see like mounds of like dinosaur shit and all that stuff. And so you see like all these things like just in the foreground, in the background, just showing off as much of the world as you can. And then like the fucking death. This is a movie. This is like the epitome of like, this is the epitome of like pushing PG-13 as far as it could possibly go. Because yes, I did mention this beforehand when I was like kind of talking about it. I love like, they do have to cut away from a lot of stuff, which is a shame, but like they have to reach a wider audience. I would love to see if this gets put on home video, if there is like an unrated cut, because I would love to see more of that. But the thing is, that didn't hamper the movie for me, because there's still a lot of blood. Like there is a character that's like that gets killed in the movie, and like you see him getting attacked by pterodactyls, and then they have to kind of cut away from him dying, but then the next scene, you just see this mountain of flesh and blood just right there on the roof, and it's just like, oh my god, they really pushed that rating. So like, yeah, we couldn't see the attacking. Yeah, this is like they're running and this like fucking dinosaur attacks this woman, and then it like runs away because they're running away from the dinosaur. So they push it as far as they can. Like somebody's leg gets ripped off, and you know, somebody gets like decapitated. So like you see a bunch of stuff, and they try to push it as far as they can, and I really loved that. I really loved how far that David Robert Mitchell really tried to push this. And I will say, for the people watching, if you hated Disclosure Day and you really want to see a Spielbergian movie and Disclosure Day just didn't scratch that itch, this is the movie for you, because this is like the greatest Steven Spielberg dinosaur movie that he didn't direct. So, you know, honestly, because I'm not a big Jurassic Park fan. I've only seen the first two. I've seen Jurassic Park and Lost World. Jurassic Park, vastly overrated. I think it's like an okay, it's a decent movie, but I think the fucking love for it is completely overblown in every facet. I wasn't there, like I wasn't born. It was 1993. So I'm sure people who saw the movie, like at the time, were like, oh my god, this is the greatest thing ever. So like they see it from their childhoods, they remember it, they love it, so of course they're gonna go on and on about it. And then Lost World was like kind of okay, and then Jurassic Park 3 sucked. Jurassic World was like, oh my god, it's good again, and then the two sequels to that sucked ass. And then Rebirth was like kind of mid from what I've seen people say about it. Like some people liked it, some people hated it. But this, for me, a lot of people are saying this is the best dinosaur movie since Jurassic Park. I'm like, no. This is the best dinosaur movie since Land Before Time. There, I said it. Land Before Time, slept on, because I know people remember the 17,000 direct-to-video sequels that nobody fucking watched, but they remember seeing that shit in the video store. Best dinosaur movie since Land Before Time. Bam. There we go. There, I said it. Steven Spielberg can suck Don Bluth's nuts. Anyway, but yeah, I really love this movie. I had a ton of fun with it. I can't sing its praises enough. This is the epitome of like an old school, like mid 2000s popcorn movie in the best ways possible. So maybe like, oh, you know, it's just like, it feels stupid. Like, oh, it's dated, and like, shut the fuck up. Like, this is like the epitome. This is like the popcorn movie that should be made. And well, Caleb, you're younger than I am. You didn't fucking grow up when it was fucking released, you know. Exactly, like the small hints, like the plant and the poop and all that stuff. And speaking of the poop, I was surprised there were a lot of funny moments in this movie. Like there was quite a few decently funny moments in this movie. Like a couple like chuckle-worthy, but there's one scene, and for those who have seen it, know what I'm talking about later on in the movie, which, you know, Anne Hathaway takes a picture of it. I was howling with fucking laughter. I was laughing so fucking hard at that scene, and anybody who's seen it, Movie Spud, you saw it, you'll know what I'm fucking talking about. But yeah, oh my god, I was howling with laughter, and I loved the ending. I thought the ending was great. So yeah, I think this was a hell of a time. Please go see this movie. I know it's probably going to be a depleting box office thanks to fucking Spider-Man and Odyssey and all that shit. But please go see this movie. Warner Brothers needs a win. And you know, I know like we kind of sort of are on the fence with Warner Brothers because we kind of hate James Gunn one week, we kind of hate David Zaslav another week, we hate David Ellison, all that shit. But like at the same time, like I support him. It's a great movie. I loved it. I'd give it like a 9 out of 10. Straight up. I had so much fucking fun with this movie. The effects are surprisingly really good. Like I'm not gonna act like they're like amazing or anything, because it's only sporadic since it's mainly just the dinosaurs. But like
they made it for 85 million. So
yeah, they
matches
look
the
good.
Rotten
I mean,
Tomatoes
it
score.
looks good than fucking Supergirl, which costs like twice as much. So you know that's
True story.
that's saying something.
Yeah.
But yeah, David Robert Mitchell, I'm glad he's out of director jail. I still need to watch Under the Silver Lake. I've heard that movie's so good to a certain demographic. But I'm excited for They Follow. I know he also had The Death of the American Sleepover or whatever the fuck that's called. I heard that was good as well. So we got 2 for 2. Two awesome directors who are finally out of director's jail. You got Gore Verbinski with Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die, and David Robert Mitchell with The End of Oak Street. So please go see this movie.
Though.
Please go support it. It's a great fucking movie. It's not very long. It's less than 2 hours. It doesn't feel like a fucking 9-hour movie. It's paced very well. It does. I will say there were some. It feels a little bit disjointed at times. And like editing was a little bit weird, but like for the most part, like nitpicks, go watch it. It's great. It's fun. It's such a fun time.
Yeah. I mean, the Rotten Tomatoes score is good, 86% from over 250 reviews, certified fresh, but the popcorn meter score worries me a little bit in terms of the word of mouth. Because, like I said, anytime a popcorn meter score is below 85, that to me means it's a mixed reaction. With over 1,000 verified ratings, you got a 78% popcorn meter score. That's not certified hot. It's good. Like 78% is still positive. So I do wonder if everybody going to see it in terms of the fans, if everybody going to see it is enjoying it as much as like you did. But you know what? It sounds like a fun film. I mean, John, certainly at a time when the Jurassic franchise feels very much worn out, like you look at the reviews, like I think I had you pull up the Time review. I just the headline was beautiful to see. You're not the only one who thinks this is the best dinosaur movie in a long time. Time called it the best dinosaur movie since Jurassic Park. And then I thought a lot of what you brought up, the Hollywood Reporter picked up on. A lot of what you put down, they picked up on, or the other way around. Let's kind of do a little bit of a breakdown, because John, the one thing I mentioned a week ago, and it may still bear out to be true, because I don't think End of Oak Street is going to make a ton of money relative to like even the worst Jurassic World movie made like $700 million recently. That those movies just make money. So that being said, though, it doesn't. I think a lot of people have started to kind of figure out, kind of like the Fast and Furious franchise, those Jurassic World movies are kind of worn out now, even with the new cast and all the other changes. But maybe End of Oak Street, even in its failure to make a ton of money potentially, maybe it can teach the Jurassic franchise a few lessons. And, because it does feel like that franchise is kind of stale right now. So the Hollywood Reporter put together a list of 4 lessons that the weary Jurassic franchise could learn from the End of Oak Street. You want to just walk us through these? Because I think you would agree with a lot of what they're saying here. Hello, your face.
Yeah. But yeah. So dinosaurs are scary again. This is a biggie. Like they've just kind of been fodder, I feel like, in the new Jurassic World movies. They're not really scary. Because the thing is, to be fair, Jurassic Park wasn't a scary movie. Like the book is
the first one
way
was
fucking darker. Like it is.
You're right.
That is like a horrific story. Spielberg, for lack of a better word, sanitized it for a wider audience. He did Spielberged, and sometimes that's great, sometimes that's not, but like he made it a blockbuster. That's essentially what they wanted to do. Would have certainly been interesting if Joe Dante or Tim Burton won the vote, because I believe it was obviously Spielberg teamed up with Universal. Tim Burton was Warner Brothers' choice if they won the bid for the rights to Jurassic Park, and then I think Joe Dante was might have been Paramount or something like that. But like those were the directors that were. I think James Cameron wanted the rights at one point. But Spielberg obviously won it out with Universal, and that was essentially he made it for a wider audience, and that worked. And it fucking, we're still in this franchise, even though there hasn't really been a good sequel to that first movie. Jurassic World, I've heard, is like pretty good, but like the
first one was pretty good.
It just with all that, so there's that. Our heroes are really allowed to really fight and not just flee. So there is a lot of running in this movie. Tom Cruise would love it. But it's also, at the same time, they try to fight, and it's like that's what makes it scary, like the attempt of like getting out of certain situations. And there's
Mhm.
also like a very vast amount of like dinosaurs. Yeah, you get like the classic T-Rex and Velociraptors, but you also, you get a Stegosaurus, not a Stegosaurus, but like I don't know my fucking dinosaurs, but like there's like
The
kind of like something
vegetarian kind.
that is like a brontosaurus. There's even a fucking anaconda, which is really fucking cool, like with how they do that. And so there's a lot of like really cool stuff with that. And yeah, it's just it's I really, again, it's a survival movie. That's what I really loved about it. It is a fucking survival movie. And then the body count is high, no one is safe. You think like, oh yeah, our characters have plot armor. Maybe not. So it's definitely
Mm.
really awesome to, like, you see a lot of fucking people get killed in this movie, and good, awesome, great. So that's, and you, because as I was mentioning in the review, like there's stuff in the background, but people running away from zombies people running away from dinosaurs, and they're like, yeah, those people are gonna get fucking killed. So it's like there's a lot of fucking people that fucking died in this movie. So, and it's not just Oak Street. It's an entire, because that's what I thought, it was just
For the whole
one.
neighborhood. Okay.
It was that whole neighborhood. It was like a big chunk of that neighborhood. So, so I thought it was just one street because it's called the end of Oak Street. So you thought it was just going to be the Oak Street, but no, it's more than that. And that's good because then it's more stuff in the movie. So, as I mentioned, a lot of good comedy in this movie. There's but the thing is, it like complements the story, and like it like there's like good characterization that comes out of it. Like the scene, again, I don't want to spoil the scene for people because it's the funniest scene in the movie for me. And again, people who've seen it will know what I'm talking about, but like it like adds to the character dynamic in that scene, and that really makes it work, and it makes it good. And it's just good moments of levity, because I feel like in this day and age where everything is an action comedy, everything is marvelized, and it's like, he's standing right behind me, isn't he? Like that fucking level of Marvel humor that I'm so fucking sick of. This, like, there's like genuine like integration of like horror and adventure and comedy, just like how Jurassic Park was. That was Steven Spielberg was a master of combining so many genres into one movie, and it doing so well. Jaws being also another big example. Is like, you get action, you get horror, you get comedy, you get adventure, you get a little bit of a fantasy element, a little bit of a sci-fi element. So it's just like you get a lot of drama, a lot of good character drama too. And it's just and just curious, does the time travel stuff ever get explained, like how the neighborhood got kind of? It's very like, don't think about it too hard science fiction, and that's kind of one of my favorite science fiction. It's just like, oh yeah, Marty McFly, how can he go back in time? The flux capacitor, boom, that's all you need to know. Like, what's a flux capacitor? Fuck if I know. That's how he goes back in time. And that's very much, again, it adds to the 80s-esque vibe of the movie. It's like, how did they go back in time? This thing. Okay, cool, don't think about it too hard. And it's just like, yeah, well, that just happened. Yeah, that there's none of that in here, at least from what I remember. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, boom, there we go. It's just, here it is, here is how it's presented, and there you go. It's 80s as fuck, bro. I thought it took place in the 70s because it was it's in 1982, so like some vestiges of like 70s stuff was still kind of around before it, like the 80s. That's kind of what the first few years of a decade are still acclimating to its new decade. So there's still a lot of 70s like look and vibe to the movie, but then there's like, as the time goes on, it's very 80s. So yeah, it's good. I really, liked that. But and yeah, so oh, I thought there was going to be another thing, but yeah, it's just Oak Street did a phenomenal job with everything that it was presented. I know not a lot of people, everybody loves this movie, but I loved it. I thought it was great. Y'all need to watch it. Please, for the love of God, go watch it. It's great.
Yeah, I agree. And on that lovely note, we'll just let you guys tell us in the comments what you thought about the end of Oak Street. Let's move on. We were here live for like 4 hours on Friday talking about D23. Yep. I wanted to do a quick recap of D23 because they did announce like 20,000 different movies and TV shows. So I figured we'd just kind of walk back and maybe pick out like our best, let's do a good, bad, and the ugly, right? Like, what was our favorite moment? What was our least favorite moment? What did we miss out on? What maybe they should have announced? I know what John's going to say to that. But this person here on Threads, I should say, not Disney Threads. Disney doesn't own Threads yet. They posted like an image of pretty much every single project that, every single movie project that Disney announced on the night. So let's just kind of go through it. They announced the new Simpsons movie.
Yep.
The Incredibles 3.
We have Incredibles 3, Coco 2, the Kingdom Hearts anime, Ghost Market, Gato, Lilo and Stitch 2, Rami and Michelle 2, Percy Jackson and the Olympians Season 3, the Bluey movie, Ice Age Boiling Point, The Greatest Showman musical, Tangled, Oswald, Vision Quest, X-Men, Star Wars Starfighter, Zootopia 3, and Frozen 3.
A lot of threes.
My favorite out of all of these, the one I'm most excited for, is probably Vision Quest. Like, that looks fucking good, bro. Like, that looks fucking peak. Terry Matalas bringing back good sci-fi. What a man.
The Bluey movie looked nice. I saw more of the footage for Oswald later, and it looks pretty cool.
Oswald, I'm excited for Oswald. Hopefully Jon Favreau can like get his shit back after fucking Mandalorian and Grogu. But
I mean, I'm also interested.
Yeah. I grew up with the Simpsons movie. Like, that was a movie I watched almost on repeat for like a year. Like, I fucking and I was like 10 when I watched it, which was even funnier. But like, it was so funny to me. Like, it was like that was kind of the push of like, going from prepubescent to like pubescent, like humor and all that stuff. So it was like, I loved that movie so much. It was so silly, but it was so good. Like, I'm not a huge Simpsons guy. Like, I didn't watch the show all that much. Like, I've seen a bunch of episodes. Like, I've seen like, some good classic episodes, but I've never like sat down and watched like seasons upon seasons of that show. But I did grow up with the movie, and I fucking loved. I was like right age, right time. So yeah, The Simpsons might have sucked for the past fucking 20 years at this point, but I don't give a shit. Like, I'm still excited for the movie. I still can't wait for it. Maybe they'll actually channel some greatness into this and it'll do well, but like, I'm still stoked for it. Like, I don't care what anybody says. I know like people are gonna dick ride. Oh, Simpsons hasn't been good in 20 years. Yeah, and so is your face. So fuck you. But yeah, I'm still excited for it.
I was just gonna say, I think like Coco 2 is probably one of the more underrated announcements.
I'm curious.
Kingdom Hearts
I'm
series
curious about
is
Incredibles 3. I'm worried mainly, but I'm curious.
I want to get back to Incredibles 3 in a second because that image alone I think is intriguing. I want to see what they do with Kingdom Hearts. Ghost Market sounds very interesting.
I like Ghost Market. Like, it does kind of have some how do you do fellow kids shit, because the main character is like an influencer. But outside of that, I love the vibe. Like, it's definitely a cool vibe. Gato is like that's like kind of the experimental kind of movie, which I appreciate.
By the way, I think we kind of missed Monsters Inc. 3. I don't know if it's called Monsters Inc. 3 or if it was something else was the title. I think that also got announced. So thank you, Mr. Charlie, for that reminder.
I don't think there was.
I remember like seeing that online. Like I might be wrong about that. I mean, unless that was.
I don't think Monsters Inc. 3 got announced.
Or maybe that was something they wanted to announce. So, or like the rumor was that they would do it, but search for Miguel's barber. Well, everybody on the internet was like, "Why does Miguel look like that?"
Okay, that's what I figured.
Oh, I see. Okay, so everybody wanted a Monsters Inc. 3 and they didn't announce it. Well, I mean, dude, look the amount of animated movies they did announce. I bet you like it's probably somewhere in the pipeline. They just haven't gone to it yet. So It's not like they're missing.
I don't give a flying fuck about
a lot
Lilo
of
and
top-line
Stitch or
big
Rami and
franchises.
Michelle or Percy Jackson, which hurts because I was a huge
Mhm.
fan of the Percy Jackson books, but I asked somebody, I'm like, is this who was another like book fan like me? I'm like, is this worth watching? Way back when season 1 premiered, he's like, not really, and I'm like, okay, like I'll focus my time on other stuff. Bluey, I'm not a 6-year-old child, so I don't care about that. Ice Age hasn't been good since the second movie. I don't care about Greatest Showman on Broadway. Tangled, don't really care about live action crap. Don't care about Star Wars. Don't
John-
care about Frozen. I'm curious about Zootopia 3 though. They got
Me
birds.
too.
They're going from furries to scalies to birdies.
Birdies.
Go-
I want
knocking
to
off
see it.
all the
Zootopia
kinks
is a
for all
great
the different
franchise.
kinds of furries. So that's fun.
Yeah. By the way, John, you know the reason why I want to see Ice Age Boiling Point?
Yeah, that fucking. I bet this is what Caleb looks like in real life.
Oh my god. Okay. Change your profile photo, Caleb. This should be it right now. That should be it. Not whatever you got going on right now.
But he has
yeah,
a
let's
damn good cup of coffee. That's the thing.
damn good cup of coffee. I will say for me, The Incredibles 3 is probably like the most exciting because that could be a $1.52 billion movie. What's interesting is I didn't really notice,
How much
John,
did
but
the
you
second
see it.
one make?
I want to say it was more than $1 billion. It was definitely.
I'm gonna look it up. You keep talking.
Yeah,
I'll look it up.
yeah. For Mr. Charlie, the nieces are gonna be very excited for Bluey. Which, dude, you have
1.2.
no idea how
A little bit
popular
more than
Bluey
1.2.
is. Yeah, and you know what, Bluey, the art style of it looks really interesting. But yes, 1.2 billion, John. So I think the next one could definitely go a lot higher. One thing I just noticed that I haven't noticed before, if you're able to open up that Incredibles 2 image separately and then zoom into it, who are those 5 caped heroes floating at the top? Because the Incredibles family does not wear capes.
I actually do know this. I remember because I did like
Yeah.
I saw some because I've gotten so many like news
Okay.
feed like, oh, this is what was
Okay.
announced. So you remember Bob Odenkirk's character, the brother of the fucking Screen Slayer or whatever the fuck her name was.
Okay.
The guy who started like, hey, Elastigirl needs to bring back superheroes. Like the guy who's like heading that guy.
Okay.
So essentially he's trying to make a Justice League. That's essentially that's like kind of what they try to do in the second movie. So they're
right.
essentially like, that's what this is. The 5 heroes are. It's like essentially like, it's like the superhero alliance or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. There's a name for it. But
No,
yeah,
it was Superhero League. It was SHL, Superhero League. I remember that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
So Superhero League. So that's what they're essentially doing, and no capes. They're breaking Edna's rule already.
No capes. Where Edna made an appearance at D23, I was like, oh, that's great, because she's like doing the whole like looking her nose at the camera, looking down. Anyway, yep, pretty much. That's how he answered. That's how she's been answering her door for years. Nothing new there. So.
My God, you've gotten fat.
Dude, I kid you not. I just put on The Lion King the other day simply because I just wanted to like watch the opening sequence. Saw the whole movie. Still as good as it was the first time I saw it.
I
and was like,
rewatched.
Incredibles
I
is the
actually
same way.
rewatched Project Hail Mary today because I've been trying to get my mom to watch it. She was like half asleep the whole time. She's like, it was good. Maybe I'll rewatch it when I'm not asleep. So she thought it was good, but not great. But
Caleb wants to look
but
up
yeah.
your nose hair, John. There we go. Good
Yeah.
for you, Caleb.
How is the nose hair, Caleb? How is it? Is it looking good up there? Is it looking good? Yeah. No. Yeah.
Well, the International Justice Team of Super Acquaintances is a subsidiary of Viacom. As a subsidiary of Viacom.
Power. Anyway,
Okay.
want to see me run to that rocking bag? Want to see me do it
Let's
again?
do it again. Good. So good. I need that to be a SpongeBob movie. Want to see me do it again? Like, yeah, because that's how fast it would be. You wouldn't see that shit happen. Anyway, the NHL side-eyeing was great. Like SHL. It's like looks like a sports logo. It was great. The side-eye. You know, because maybe Frozone has a connection to that. But yeah, let's keep going, John. Actually, since Friday, we have now gotten some updates from Disney over the weekend. They actually get the official release date for Ghost Rider, as well as all the other big movies they announced. So,
Speaking of Project Hail Mary.
Yeah, speaking of Knuff, it looks like Ghost Rider is gonna go with July 28th is the big release date. But let's go through all of them because John, Disney's got a packed lineup for 2028, 2029 now.
Well, it doesn't show Ghost Rider, but
Well, it's up a little bit higher in the article. They talk about it in the second paragraph.
there it
So
is.
remember I mentioned that it was pretty much locked into 20 July because you'd want to kick off the saga with X-Men. We got the
Right.
date for the X-Men on Friday. So remember, Marvel originally had a February 18th, 2028 as a date. I think there still might be a Disney movie potentially releasing that day, but it's not a Marvel movie anymore. So that's why the Batman Part 2 moved to February 18th, 2028. But we knew from Friday that X-Men was coming out in May because they gave us the date on Friday. And then at San Diego Comic-Con, they didn't tell us when in 2028 Ghost Rider was going to come out. Now, Marvel has 3 dates in 2028. You got the May one now for X-Men. We saw at San Diego Comic-Con that December 15th was going to Black Panther 3. So naturally, you would say, okay, so Ghost Rider being the third movie in 2028's release calendar would have to go in July. And now we know that Ghost Rider is going to be coming out July 28th. In addition to that, in 2028, Pixar's Ghost Market is coming out March 10th. Then Disney's got the live action Tangled movie coming out on March 31st. So that's a big March for them. And then they don't have anything in April, but then they kick off May, the summer movie season, with the X-Men movie, more from Marvel Studios on May 5th. And then on November 22nd, they've got Clay from Disney Animation. And then December 15th, they've got Black Panther 3. Now, there's actually more to this than just these movies, but these were the ones that they announced this past week, so that's why we were mentioning them here. And then in 2029, they have added a new date, November 9th, which could be a Marvel movie, John. A lot of people are wondering what that third Marvel movie in 2029 could be, because they have a July and May date already lined up in 2029 for Marvel movies, but they just added November 9th. So it looks like Marvel is going back to doing 3 movies a year starting in 2028. And then November 21st is going to be Coco 2. So November is going to be a big Disney month in 2029. So yeah, that's good. But now, John, if you want to go to the next thing, because we can kind of take a more of a high level overview of everything that we know Disney has got scheduled now for 2028, which I agree with Luis Fernando. It looks like an unbeatable lineup. Like 2028 looks huge. And this is just Disney. I mean, the Batman Part 2 is coming out that year, Dynamic Duo, a bunch of other movies. I think like the Fast Forever is coming out that year as well. So a lot of other studios will have.
Oh, Dan froze. That's okay. But yeah, this looks like a pretty damn good lineup. We got 2 in March, 2 in May, 1 in June, 1 in July, 1 in November, December. So we have at least 2 movies per quarter. So that's pretty cool. You got, the first quarter, January to March, got 2 in March. You got April to June, you got 3 there. And then you got, I'm sure there's something coming out in like August, September. That's the next quarter. That's quarter 3. So you got 1 there, and then you got 2 in the latter in the latter 3 months of the year. So that's good. Good for them. Love that profile picture, buddy. I wish it was more the one where I'm looking down like Edna mode, but I'm not gonna complain. Yeah, it does look insane. But now that Dan isn't here, we don't have to go on and on about stuff that doesn't matter. But yeah, good lineup, great lineup, awesome. And these are the ones that are coming out 2028. We got X-Men, although with the old logo for some reason. We got Ghost Rider, which is in now July 28th, and then December 15th. So cool, great, awesome, love to see it. Yeah. Now we finally move on to the final thing. Jared Bush, Walt Disney Animation Studios Chief Creative Officer, try saying that 10 times faster, has announced at the Walt Disney Animation Studios Pixar Pavilion that a brand new Mickey Mouse project is in development at Walt Disney Animation Studios via Drew Disney Dude. This project will be a part of the 100th anniversary of the character in 2028. Cool. Great. Lovely. We need more Mickey Mouse stuff because he's kind of like become, he's more of a brand than a character at this point. So, it would be nice to see an actual project with him. Yeah, cool, great, awesome. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm back just in time.
Oh, good.
I think I said the word 2028 too many times. So
Yes, you did. But now, Dan, you're just in time for your favorite segment and Caleb's least favorite segment. That's the business of Hollywood, baby. You wanna go ahead with this, Dan?
yeah, why not? I'm not gonna take a ton of time to talk about this stuff, but I do think it's worth a tackle. So we've been talking about the whole, yeah, we're talking about the merger and the lawsuit, Parabros, Warner Mount, whatever you want to call that. And there's been developments, so I'll just cover a little bit of that for a few minutes, and then we'll go on to quick hits. So, with that in mind, the first thing I wanted to kind of talk about here is today Paramount filed a motion on Monday, since you might be watching this later in the week. So on Monday, Paramount's lawyers filed a motion to essentially have the AGs and WGA, which are the plaintiffs in the case, Paramount being the defendant, basically asking them to put up a big bond, a $1.8 billion bond that covers the costs that Paramount is going to incur from the ticking fee that they had included in their deal with Warner Brothers. So if the timeline plays out the way it is scheduled to, with the trial taking place in March and then the decision not coming any sooner than April and possibly going as long as June, which, by the way, Paramount did previously agree that they will delay the closing of this lawsuit until June of next year. But then I think they realized that they sort of screwed themselves by committing to that, because now they're locked into paying almost $1.3 billion in just a ticking fee alone to Warner Brothers shareholders, but also, there's other fees and costs associated with all the financing that they're getting from their other lenders. You have to pay them to stay with you. Like there'll be fees charged for like the deal not having gone through on time. So it could cost Paramount let's say close to $1.8 billion. How's it going, Junior Morkatna? Speaking of, we'll get to Lantern stuff later. But yeah, this is like such a stupid thing. Like, I agree with Eric. Like, they agreed to it, the no takesy backsies, because essentially what they're saying is like, oh, somebody at Paramount realized like, oh shit, we just talked ourselves into a situation where we're gonna owe all this extra money, and we might end up losing the case. So like, we are super screwed. So now we're gonna go back and file a motion, and they're saying this is like based on antitrust law ground, like the Clayton Act and whatever, that is required by law that the opposing party put up a bond, basically giving insurance to Paramount in case if Paramount ends up winning the case, they're like, we're still gonna owe those fees because the delay that the attorney generals and the WGA caused. So we want them to cover that cost for us. So I guess the bond would only apply if Paramount wins the trial. And then, to that, I think Rob Bonta jumped in and rightfully replied, which now this is becoming like a very personal Rob Bonta versus David Ellison situation. And I agree with what he said, by the way, because he's like no takesy backsies, essentially. Now, here's the other thing. The judge in this case has already technically said that you're not required to put up a bond, the attorney generals, because when the judge granted the temporary restraining order, she basically, like in her argument, said that she doesn't see there being a time penalty, because if this case holds up the merger, the judge doesn't believe that's going to harm Paramount and Warner Brothers business. Now, Paramount argues that antitrust law says, based on that you have to put up a bond if you're suing to stop a merger from going through, to help that company make up for the lost expenses and cost for delaying the merger. When in actuality, it really depends on the judge, whether the judge determines whether the bond is needed or not. And in this case, the judge has already basically said, by virtue of giving the temporary restraining order and the reasoning behind it being that she doesn't see there being a time penalty for Paramount and Warner Brothers, if it takes longer for them to come together into one company, it's not going to affect them. And therefore, the judge has already said, that the bond is not required. So Paramount just, wants to try to push their case and be like, hey, judge, can you change your mind? Like $1.8 billion would really help us out. And to that, Attorney General Rob Bonta responded, and I think I have his comment. Let me go down here. Yeah. right here. So he said Paramount and Warner Brothers are two sophisticated companies who willfully decided to include a costly ticking fee as a provision in their merger contract. They knew this merger would undergo regulatory review, and they knew it was not a done deal, and they chose to include it anyway. What's more, if Paramount itself is stipulated to the timing of what it is now protesting, they agreed to the dates and did not request a bond as a condition of agreeing not to close until after the trial and potentially as late as June 2027. Now they're trying to get a do-over. Bottom line, Paramount went into this process with eyes wide open. They're lying in the bed of their own making, and once again, trying to blackmail us to get us to back down. Paramount was also talking about how, literally every other jurisdiction, over 70 countries have approved this, Mexico being the latest, and it was just these guys in their lawsuit that's holding us back and holding us back from creating more jobs and, making it more of an investment in movies and stuff, while on the other hand, Paramount is, of course, threatening to leave California, so there's all of that. But basically, if this doesn't go through, I mean, Paramount will be okay because the Ellisons still have a ton of money they'll throw in at their problems. Warner Brothers will probably their stock will crash, but then as a company, they'll likely go back to splitting off into two. So Discovery Global will go its separate ways with the networks, and Warner Brothers will be left over to continue as a studio. Now, Warner Brothers could end up being bought by somebody else. Hello, Louis Barry. But, and yes, rest in peace, Hayden Panettiere. We did talk about that at the very top of the show. Tragic news, but yeah, the jobs, man, we're creating jobs, David Ellison says, while saying he's going to be moving the company out of state if, the lawyers don't settle. So, look, the whole thing about this motion is basically Paramount calling for a do-over, like, attorney Rob Bonta said. And the reasoning that they're trying to base in law, like antitrust law, is actually ultimately in this situation would come down to the judge's discretion. And the judge has basically already made a decision that no, the bond doesn't apply. And then, like the Attorney General Rob Bonta said, Paramount could have asked for that when they signed, all the details to, agree to the timeline for this trial, and they didn't. So now this won't happen. The one interesting thing that I noticed, you guys, in the filing that Paramount submitted was that, they actually have it here. Let me see if I could find it. I think they call it efficiencies, or the marketing. There we go. This is the quote. They said that each day that passes after September 30th without the merger closing, Paramount must pay a roughly $7 million in ticking fees to Warner Brothers stockholders and yet more fees to its financing sources from maintaining their commitments, and it is forestalled from realizing technology and marketing synergies among many other transaction benefits. Now, the technology thing, I get it, but that still means you're going to take two streaming companies and on the back end merge them into one, Paramount Plus and HBO Max. People are going to lose their jobs. Marketing synergies means they're going to basically, merge the two different marketing departments into one. So it's just to me, again, they were saying they're not going to fire a lot of people. This has it written all over it. They're going to be firing a lot of people. I don't think this is going to work out for Paramount. I don't think they're going to get the attorney generals to put up a bond. I think Paramount, like Rob Bonta said, made a bet of their own and now they're lying in it. So, it is what it is. And Louis Barry, I'm excited that you loved Lanterns episode 1. Can't wait for the rest of the series. But yeah, I mean, Paula Patton, I haven't seen her in a lot of stuff lately. I highly doubt she's in the top of the consideration for most DC roles, but maybe she could be in a future project. NBC could end up buying Warner Brothers because NBC is also spinning off Comcast. I have a feeling NBC Universal and Warner Brothers could end up together eventually, which would be ironic because NBC Universal was one of the bidders for Warner Brothers a year ago. That's only if the Paramount deal doesn't go through. Netflix getting to buy Warner Brothers when the stock goes down. It's very possible. It's unlikely that they would go back in, but it would be a depressed asset relative to what it was before, and Netflix would get in a cut rate price, so maybe. Jalen saying, what do you think the chances are that Paramount wins? Given how badly they've kind of screwed themselves throughout the pre-trial process, and I don't have a lot of expectations for them being able to really outdo the attorneys generals in the discovery process going into the trial. I think that right now the attorney generals and the writers, the time is on their side, and that's why I think they're more likely to win this. So yeah, Paula Patton is confirmed for Lanterns, just not confirmed role. Is she? I didn't realize that Paula Patton was in the show. I actually haven't heard that, but I'll take your word for it, Louis Berry. I didn't realize that she's in the show. I'll keep an eye out for that. How I wish Universal Parks had DC rides. That may still happen. That may still happen. There were rumors about it because the Six Flags deal was coming up for renewal, and there was rumors they were going to switch to Universal. Yeah, I think Paramount just at this point, I don't like look, this today, what happened on Monday makes the settlement scenario less likely because it's just getting worse and more bitter now. So it makes it a lot less likely that they're gonna have, some kind of settlement. And in that case, I think currently the chips are in favor of the attorneys general. Not to mention the damage at Warner Brothers keeps on getting worse. Remember the other day we talked about like a senior executive at Warner Brothers or HBO left for Amazon MGM, and then Warner Brothers filed a poaching lawsuit against Amazon MGM. So like today, we got the news that Warner Brothers EVP of Communications, Katie Martin Kelly, is jumping ship to Netflix. Apparently her contract ran out, and she got hired by Netflix to do the same job for Netflix that she was doing for Warner Brothers Pictures. And she went from being, somebody who reported to Michael DeLuca and Pam Abdi at Warner Brothers Pictures to now working with Dan Lin and his feature film slate on Netflix. Now, the point that I'm trying to make here is like now Pia Barlow was the other one who left HBO Max for Amazon MGM and did for Prime TV and those things just, a couple of weeks ago. And now you got, Katie Martin Kelly. Now, these are not studio heads, but they're senior executives who are leaving Warner Brothers at a time when they don't know what's next for the company. And so you're losing top line talent. And there's plenty of other players in Hollywood who will be happy to poach that talent. Amazon MGM and Netflix have just done that. Now, starts with these folks and their contracts are coming up. All I'm trying to say is the longer this goes on, it's actually it's not only bad for Paramount with the lawsuit, it's bad for Warner Brothers because they're losing talent. Like we're starting here in about a year's time, less than a year's time, we'll be talking about, Casey Bloys, the man who runs HBO, in charge of HBO, his contract is going to come up. And if they're in a situation where they can't make decisions without getting permission for Paramount because they're in a pending merger, we have talked about this before, like it's part of the deal. If, David Zaslav says, like, I'm not going to make this decision, we'll wait for the merger, then more of these executives will leave Warner Brothers for other, companies like NBC Universal, Netflix, Paramount. Not Paramount, well, probably not Paramount, but like Netflix, Amazon MGM, Sony, Disney. It's gonna be eventually maybe James Gunn and Peter Safran, like their contract comes up for renewal next year too. And if they're like, we wanted to renew our contract, but nobody was there to give us a new deal, so we just walked away. Like it's just, Mike DeLuca and Pam Abdi's deals were extended, so they're safe. And that's because, Warner Brothers couldn't really afford to lose them, so they gave them like a multi-year extension. I don't think they will come up for renewal, but like James Gunn, Peter Safran's contracts come up for renewal next year. Casey Bloys is in charge of HBO. So DC HBO will likely be affected if this kind of thing continues and you're more in limbo. Because when you're an executive who obviously, knows a thing or two, is very talented, is one of the best in the world at the job at what they do, there's plenty of other employers out there who are going to want your services, maybe even pay you better and give you a promotion while you're at it. So yeah, Warner Brothers, again, this whole situation is getting bad, not just for Paramount, but also for Warner Brothers. So, and if Peter Safran and James Gunn end up leaving DC, that kills whatever little momentum DC Studios is trying to build up now. So, and has already tried to kill with Supergirl. But anyway, and the latest actor to come out against this, we know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. We are farmers. Da, 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 da. Please sponsor us. Anyway, Noah Wiley hopes David Ellison's threat to move Paramount out of California is according to him, saber rattling. Basically saying like you can't take Hollywood out of Hollywood. Like you're gonna take Hollywood out of Hollywood. How does that work? Everybody in the industry, all the production is here. The talent is here. I think it is saber rattling that David Ellison is doing this. Now, having said that, apparently David Ellison does have, a pretty extensive plan. He's gamed this out as to what he would need to do in order to take Paramount, out of Hollywood essentially and sell the studio backlot and whatever. But if he were to go to Texas or Tennessee, I saw this today, like Variety did a nice analysis. I think there were a couple of outlets that talked about this and reported on it, that if Paramount leaves California, it might cut some costs, sure, because, like, for example, if you have an employership base that is in California, the cost of living is higher than, let's say, in Tennessee and Texas. So you could pay your employees less, but if you're asking those same employees to move with you to those other states, how are you going to convince all those people to take pay cuts and be like, oh yeah, because it costs less for you to live here. So we're going to give you less, $10,000 less a year or something like that. Like, that's not easy to do. Good luck with that. And also, here's the fun thing about how California taxes work. California taxes a business not based on, where the business is based, but where the customers are based. And if Paramount moves out of California, it's still going to get taxed by California because all of their customers, and like AMC, all these other like companies, all the other parts of the distribution system that Paramount doesn't own, they're all still based in California. So it's like the amount of savings they're gonna have is, we're working on it, Jalen. We work on it. Maybe we should work on it harder. But like the amount of savings basically Paramount will get from potentially moving out of California is gonna be kind of minuscule. Maybe like saving a few $1 million annually, but really not all that much. So yeah, ultimately that's why also I think, the threat to leave California from David Ellison is just saber rattling. It's a hollow threat. It's trying to, like, again, force the attorney generals, intimidate them to, like, maybe try to get into a settlement with Paramount. And I'm glad that so far they're standing their ground, and the attorney generals and the Writers Guild are saying nope. And, they got the Teamsters on their side. So yeah, I'm glad that this is so far. It's a tough battle, but, like, yeah, maybe David Ellison could save $500 million a year in taxes by moving out of California. That might be their belief, but that figure, it looks like it's very, very overestimated based on how California taxes work for businesses. So, and you know what, like, $500 million a year is not anywhere close to the $6 billion they're trying to get in savings from synergies post-merger. Not to mention, you want to service $100 billion of debt. You can't just do that with $500 million in savings. So yeah, I mean, the threat to leave California is hollow. Filing the motion to get the attorney generals to, issue a bond to cover the ticking fee that Paramount agreed to with Warner Brothers. All of this is like just bluster, and I really don't think it's ultimately going to end up paying off for them. So good luck to you, Paramount, because you guys kind of screwed the pooch and you put yourself in this position. Or like David or Rob Bonta said, you made the bed, now you got to lie in it. And we'll see if the trial plays out in your favor, which if it does, then you go ahead with the merger. And if it doesn't, then we're back to where we were a few years ago, and Warner Brothers has to figure out what they're going to do next. So, as well as Paramount. Enterprising saying it makes zero sense of Warner Bros. To let Gunn go at this time, especially if others are jumping ship. They're going to want to secure that talent remaining. That's true. They would. The point is, when you are trying to renew the contract for somebody where the value of the transaction is above a certain threshold, as stipulated in the deal that Paramount signed with Warner Brothers to buy the company, Warner Brothers can't make that decision without having gotten approval from their to-be owners, Paramount. Therefore, I would imagine, like, unlike John Oliver extending his contract with HBO for an extra year, which is probably like a decent amount of money, but not really big enough to go past the threshold where they would need to essentially, like, David Zaslav would have to go to David Ellison and say, I want to extend James Gunn and Peter Safran. Can I do it? It's going to be for this amount of money. Something similar is happening right now with Barbie. Like, they would need to be, because they're going to have to spend so much money to get Barbie 2 made, to pay Ryan Gosling, Margot Robbie, and Greta Gerwig, Noah Baumbach. David Ellison's got to put his foot down. He's like, look, I don't think I want to do this right now. I'm not sure if I'm going to commit to this. and he probably needs to get David Ellison's approval to kind of greenlight all that stuff. Now, David Ellison could also not want to have Peter Safran and James Gunn around, so he wouldn't want that those contracts to be renewed anyway. I think the original plan was for all of these contracts to come up for renewal at a time when Paramount would just be walking in the door and David Zaslav will be flying away, jumping off the plane with his golden parachute, and Paramount would make the decisions. But if David Zaslav is still here, and I'm not saying that he's afraid of making these decisions, but obviously it puts Warner Brothers in a very compromised position. And if you are one of those executives, you see like Donna Langley walk over from NBC Universal and offer you the world like she did to Taylor Sheridan, you're gonna take that. Like that's what those two executives did, like that we just talked about. And one went to Netflix, one went to Amazon MGM, and I think it's gonna get worse. And it's just months. You're counting this time in weeks and months now, not years from now. So yeah, both Paramount and Warner Brothers are kind of screwed if this thing doesn't go through. And they're already kind of screwed as we are seeing this happen in real time. DC's never going to get sold. It's too valuable, so they're never going to spin them off on their own. It's a good question. David Lynch actor, I would probably say Michael B. Jordan of the bunch, but you can ask the folks in the chat. But on that lovely note, I think we're done with the business of Hollywood, so we should move on to the quick hits, and I'll bring John back in. John, let's speed run the quick hits like we always try to, shall we?
Yes. Let's get rid of that. There we go. Oh, nope. There we go. Pirates of the Caribbean 6 will feature Johnny Depp's return. Margot Robbie set to headline. I think this is the best possible outcome because it would be better if she was the main character, because the thing about Jack Sparrow is he is best when he is a supporting character. Remember, the main characters were Orlando Bloom and Keira Knightley of the original trilogy. And when they made him the main character, it just kind of didn't really work that
Stranger
as
Tides.
Well.
So it kind of worked, but
it kind of started working, but not really.
Mean,
Again, I'm not a big Margot Robbie fan. I don't even know if I'm going to watch this.
I was surprised by hearing that from you, but I'm like, you know what?
But
I think the balance
I'm
could
just
work.
saying it doesn't really matter who's headliner.
Yeah,
Margot Robbie, they're like, hey, you got Warner Brothers $1 billion. Can you do that for us with the Pirates franchise? So I think, this makes sense. Makes sense. Like, I don't know if I'd watch it, but I think
I'd watch
if Johnny Depp were to come back, he should come back in a supporting character, because that's where the character worked.
Margot Robbie keeps collecting franchises. Barbie, she's got the Suicide Squad under her belt. She's gonna be in Pirates. She's working on Attack of the 50-Foot Woman remake. So yeah, she's got all these big movies coming up. Cool stuff. I don't think Warner Brothers is gonna release Pam Abdi and Mike DeLuca from their contracts. There's no way.
Speaking of franchises, got Miami Vice 85. Whitney Peak joins the Joseph Kosinski film. So, which is going to be based on the pilot of the show. So I'm curious how this will go. I don't know this actress, but I'm sure
I haven't seen her in much. She looks kind of really young, but
she'll be. She'll do great.
Good stuff.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Extraction 3, apparently Pierce Brosnan is just not giving a fuck anymore. I'm old. I'm going to be part of the worst shit imaginable. Let me be part of this shitty ass Netflix action franchise. So
that actor next to him in the image was in Eternals too, right? Like that.
Yes. I mean, he was also in Train to Busan. This guy was in The Furious. He was great in that.
Oh, he was. Okay, nice.
Yeah, good shit. Good shit. Squishmallow movies. First the Skibbity fucking toilet movie, then the Labubu movie, now a Squishmallows movie. Wow. No, I hate to say this because I hate it when other people say this. When Hollywood's running out of ideas. This is like, and then I'm like, I have to believe that with fucking shit like this. I mean, when they made the Angry Birds movie like 10 years after they were popular, you knew we were kind of cooked.
And then now onto the trilogy. They're making a whole trilogy's worth of those.
Yeah.
I just like to throw these like quick hits in just to get John's reaction. Squishmallows movie
like,
in the works at
fuck?
Amazon MGM.
What the fuck? Anyway, Justice League director Zack Snyder reveals first teaser for his next film, The Last Photograph. Let's hope he does good with original stuff, because the last time he did an original movie, it didn't turn out so well. And the time before that of doing an original movie, it also didn't turn out well. So let's hope this one's the Third time's the charm.
I saw the it's okay, you know, nothing is like that's gonna blow you away, but it's fun. It very much looks like a Zack Snyder movie. I gotta tell you though, I'm kind of getting a little tired of like this like super shallow depth of field, like up close up shots that he does with these characters. I'm just like, I know you're trying to like make it look prestige, but I'm like,
you're not a prestige director, Zach. You make
like it bothers me
slop.
because it makes you feel so claustrophobic. But I mean, like he overuses the effect because because the intended emotional effect is like you're getting this very intimate access to the person on screen, but he just overuses it. So anyway, but like he's been working on this for like 2 years. So, well, I guess we'll see how it turns out when it comes out. So
Indeed. Next up, Prison Break reboot. Sam Trammell, Robin Weigert, Chris Coy among 6 casts in Hulu's Prison Break reboot. And a bunch of other actresses I don't fucking know, so cool.
Oh, Chris Coy was in the episode 1 of Lanterns, right? He was the alien dude who got interrogated.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have oh god, I have things to say about that fucking scene. Holy shit, bro.
Well,
Anyway,
we're getting
moving
there.
on to bigger and better things. We have Welcome to Derry has officially been renewed for season 2 because it was I mean, they have a 3-season plan. But, you know, HBO finally gave the green light to season 2, so I'm excited. Welcome to Derry, it wasn't perfect. It had some issues. It had some pacing issues. But overall, I liked what I saw, and I'm excited for whatever else the show has in store. So, yeah.
Yep. Sorry.
And Brad Caleb Kane is now the sole showrunner. Jason Fuchs is leaving because I think he has another project in store, so he's leaving to do that. Kind of like what Tom King and Damon Lindelof are doing for season 2 of Lanterns. Damon Lindelof is going to do The Chain, right? And then Tom King is off doing Mr. Miracle, so someone else, Christopher something or other, is Cantwell or something like that. Chris Cantwell, I think that's what his name.
Chris Cantwell, yeah.
What is gonna be co-show running with Chris Monday next season if
they get renewed for season 2, then that will be the case. Yes.
Speaking of things not getting renewed, Paramount Plus still searching for next Star Trek series. Programming chief says it's like, trying to figure out this shit.
So the programming chief has been there now with Paramount Plus with 1 year. If you scroll down, she was talking about like how they're developing a new show. Chris Parnell, he's the EVP of Paramount Plus Originals. He was brought in recently from Apple TV Plus, and he's a big Trekkie. So they're like hoping that, you know, he's gonna take the lead on that. It looks like they're going in a new direction, like so away from Alex Kurtzman stuff, whose contract has still not been renewed. And even if it does, the rumor is that he's going to work on other things, not Star Trek. And then she did confirm that while CBS Studios is doing the TV stuff, Paramount Pictures is working on a movie as well, which is gonna, I think we even know the directors for that one, and that's meant to take place like at a time period in Star Trek lore that we haven't explored yet. So take it for what it is. But hey, Montreal, we haven't talked about it yet. We're getting to Lanterns next, so stick around, Montreal. We'll be getting there soon. Let's keep going.
All the live action comic book movies coming out in 2028. Got 3 from Marvel. I guess that quality over quantity thing is going right out the window for that. And then you have Batman Part 2.
They look like good ideas. So. And
then, but then you also have, but it's animated. You're also having Dynamic Duo coming out in 2028. So, yeah.
Yeah, there's five superhero movies now, 2 DC, 3 Marvel. I mean, 4 live action, 1 animated, and then maybe, hopefully, 1 more live action DC movie they'll announce. Fingers crossed. So, yeah, let's keep going.
Anyway, they found black goo inside a ship. Then they realized it was alive, and unlike anything they've ever seen. So,
it began with a routine inspection.
Symbiote on our hands.
That's why I was like, John, like they found Venom. Like it began with a routine inspection, but followed raised new questions about how life can exist in the strangest places. Apparently it's a new species, and they're submitting that they did like they analyzed the DNA, so they what's the word for it? Like they sequence the DNA and they're gonna publish their findings in a journal soon, so that's gonna get peer reviewed. But John, we might have actual symbiote life on Earth. So this is another one of those quickest I like to throw in there. I like just to throw people off. Like yes, like Hollywood can't write this shit any better.
They're like, Susan Egan, voice of Meg, is in Hercules, says she wants Tom Holland and Zendaya to play Hercules. No, let's not. Let's not do that at all. Just because
Perfect
like
casting?
they're a cute couple doesn't mean they have like they colonize every cute couple in fucking media and they need to play them. Like, okay, like no, please no.
Yep.
We're good.
Black Goo takeover. All right.
We're good.
On that note, we are done with the quick hits. Right at the 3-hour mark. We're gonna get to the DCU Daily part of the show now.
Yes.
Thank you for watching the news. And like Montreal was asking, have you gone to Lanterns yet? Well, we're about to, because as James Gunn would tell you, apparently mixing flavors is a good thing, and while you're at it, you might be blessed from the beginning. And as
it's another project that's been blessed from the beginning.
There's the shot right there. That.
Okay, we don't need to see.
Right there.
Hey, buddy. Eyes up here.
Now you want to get nuts?
Let's get nuts.
Here we go.
Victory mine. Ask me how am I doing? I'm telling you, really, I'm doing sublime. I never wait in the stewardess line. I just go do it. I'm moving my time. Really had nothing to do with it. How am I moving? I'm moving like you want to shine. Follow my lead. Don't listen to lies. I had to put me all in the line. That's why I know that victory's mine.
I prefer Jared Leto. Hunka hunka.
Hold on to your nuts. It's DC time. You guys get crazy in the chat sometimes. We're here for DCU Daily. We got Lanterns talk, the Batman 2 set photos, and we got a bunch of quick hits. It's all inclusive. A couple of birthdays from over the weekend that are DC related. James Gunn talking about mixing the flavors. Not the way you think, he would be, but or would he be? Anyway, I will introduce John. John, what part of DCU Daily are you excited about today?
That's a great question, Dan. That's a fucking excellent question.
Okay. All right. Well, then I guess without further ado, let's just get into the the parrots, ducks, and pelicans of DC news that are the quick hits, because bird blindness is a real problem. Millions of people suffer from it every day.
And we have people doing the oath because yes,
because they wanted to do a social media
this was this is a thing.
It's a thing
in the show, kind of. Yeah
it is. I kind of liked it in the show, but this is also a thing they did on the red carpet. Let's keep going. More quick hits to come, I'm sure.
Yes, there is more. Oh god, finally. Okay, good. Peak. And this is a repost from Boss Logic. This is the official Clayface account reposting Boss Logic's great fan poster. Because
dude, they just
Boss
took
Logic
it
is
and ran
fucking
with it.
awesome.
And it's amazing. Like this poster is perfect. It's perfect.
Yes, indeed. Somebody put peanut butter and jelly on
Charlie.
Tom's mirror. That's fine.
It's kind of like Banksy inspired almost a little bit.
Sure. You know what else is Banksy inspired? I don't know. Just Krista Milioti is 41 and she's still fucking hot. Like, I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna say this right fucking now.
Where's Jalen?
I just want to say one fucking thing. Leonardo DiCaprio in The Wolf of Wall Street might be the biggest fucking moron of the century by passing this up for fucking Margot Robbie. Like, what are you doing? Like, that's like being like, oh, hey, I'm a perfectly healthy individual. I'm gonna go get cancer now just for funsies. Like, are you stupid? Like, what? Like, I think Jordan Belfort in that movie might be because his real life wife, if that's like based on anything in truth, had to actually be the ugliest fucking woman ever if he was going after Margot Robbie. But like in the movie, they did a horrible job of portraying that because you left Kristen Milioti for Margot Robbie. What?
Well, it was Kristen Milioti's birthday though. So happy belated birthday
it was her
to
birthday,
Sofia
and
Falcone
like,
herself.
thank God. It's just like, damn, you fucking moron. What are you doing, bro? Because like
there's the shot, right, John. There's the shot. And you zoom into
there's the shot
right there.
Boss Logic doesn't use AI. He's been using Photoshop for many years. Like that's.
But there's nothing Photoshop. There's no Photoshop on this dress and that look, John. That is top tier. So yeah, it's I think we're past the point where this would count as a quick hit. We should move on. But happy birthday to Kristen Milioti, who looks fantastic as she did on the red carpet for the Penguin. And I'm so sad that they're not bringing her back anytime soon for another run in the Batman Epic Crime Saga.
Yes, but you know what they are bringing in, Dan? Dynamic duo, because apparently Michael Montague is working on the upcoming dynamic duo. I don't okay, so he's playing Dick Grayson. Okay. That's interesting. I don't know this person, but I assume they're a younger actor, hence why I don't really know them very well. But they have to say couldn't possibly
confirmed it. Yeah.
Okay, couldn't possibly be more excited to share that I will officially be working with Swaybox Studios on DC's feature film Dynamic Duo. Having grown up with these characters, it truly is a dream to come true to be a part of making them come to life. Dick Grayson specifically is a character that means so much to me and countless others. It's such an honor to contribute to this brilliant adaptation under a team that is so talented, creative, and passionate. Swaybox's process is unlike anything anyone has ever seen. So thankful. Can't wait for you all to see this in theaters 2028. And like nobody talked about it. Like this is the dude confirming one of the main characters for a movie that's less than 2 years away, and nobody's talking about it. Like, what? This was a week ago. Why is nobody talking about this? Why didn't we talk about it? Dan, come on.
I missed it, but like I think it was Johnny Dome or somebody else on Instagram sent it to us, and I was like, oh shit, we forgot about it. We didn't really cover this. I mean, it's the actor kind of mentioning it, but it really didn't get picked up for coverage in other outlets either. So but yeah, it's good. I mean, it's good to see that we've got a Dick Grayson cast for Dynamic Duo. Weirdly enough, somebody left a comment on one of our Dynamic Duo shorts a while ago saying that apparently they used to work at Swaybox Studios and it was a complete mess and that they would always be late with delivering projects and stuff, and then hoping that things had improved since they left the place. And I was like, that's interesting, because I don't know if this person was actually a former employee of Swaybox, or I don't know what other reason they would have to like berate the company if it wasn't true. But anyway, interesting stuff. But I mean, hey, this movie seems like it's on track.
I will say, it's considering that they do like a lot of different things. Like they do fucking real life mocap, they do like puppetry, they do CGI animation, they do stop motion, they like do like everything.
Right.
So they're kind of just doing everything under the sun to make this like a very different kind of movie. Like this could be, if they deliver it on time, the movie's actually still happening, because who knows, just because they casted Dick Grayson doesn't mean the project's happening. So I think if this actually happens, this could be like another like Into the Spider-Verse with how far, stuff can go in the animation industry.
Yeah, on a technical level, yes, and hopefully it would catch on and maybe start a new trend. So yeah, that'd be wonderful. It's just it is a very time intensive way of doing things the way that they do it. So yeah. Hunter, I'm trying to find your comment, but I don't really know which one you're referring to.
But we'll go to
it's not play animation, it's a mixture of different formats.
But Tom King had this to say. He was like, I was very purposefully hands off on that project because number one, I was in Lanterns, so that was my focus, supporting Chris to make Lanterns, and number two, I was so close to that material. I love that book that I wrote that I wanted to give them the freedom to create something. And I do think that that's it could go either way. Now, clearly, I am of the minority when it comes to the Woman of Tomorrow comic book. A lot of people love that book. I am not of the popular opinion. Again, I don't like Tom King's work. I felt Woman of Tomorrow had a lot of really good ideas, but it was just really fucking boring. And yes, I was wrong about the ending. Okay, fine, I'll admit that. Like, but I mean, come on, Tom, do a better job of showcasing your ending. Like, you literally over-explain the entire book, and then you somehow miss the mark with the ending that you had to come out and explain the ending. It's like, bro, how much of a good writer are you when you have to come out and explain it? Because so many people miss the point. Like, come on now. But I just it's just like it's a boring book. Like, I mean, that's what I have. That's what I feel about most Tom King work. It's very boring. But the thing is, I
Which is not boring
commend that
for
it's like
Jones.
experimental. Bilkis Eatley's art is very good, and it had some really good ideas. It's just like I think that was a very wrong way of like doing that book. And the thing is, ironically, because sometimes being that close to the material works. Like, I literally just rewatched Project Hail Mary. Andy Weir was a heavy part into making that movie work. And or like Louis Sacker literally wrote the script for the Holes adaptation, and that is the most like that's like one of the most accurate book adaptations in like movie history. So, and I know people are going to be surprised on this, I think it would have helped that Tom King helped write the script on this one, because even though maybe I personally wouldn't have liked it, it probably wouldn't have been sorry, I have something in my beard. It wouldn't have been such a weak product, and it would have gone out to the people that really loved this book. And I feel like Tom King should have stepped up and been like, at least like let me like read it or something, like, or James Gunn should have pushed a little bit more to like be like, Tom, like, we're adapting your source material, at least try to like be a little bit more like part of the process. I think he should. I like, again, he was busy with Lantern, so like that is the big. He said that was the number one reason. I'm off doing Lanterns. I don't have time to like look at your fucking script or co-write your script. I'm doing my own thing right now. So like that's fine. Like, he was off doing like, he's like, I can't ruin Supergirl right now. I have to ruin Green Lantern right now. So like I get it, but like at the same time, like,
I mean,
you
not
could
to
have
mention
like
Mr.
taken
Miracle.
a day to been like, let me look at the script. Let me look to see like what you're doing here. And maybe he would have been like, I don't know if this really works. And then maybe help Anna Naguera along, because maybe that could have delivered a better product. And maybe talk to Greg Gillespie, who's like, I'm not going to read the comic because I'm a fucking idiot and way the wrong person to do this. So like, it just, I don't know. I think it was kind of wrong for Tom King to, ironically, I know, like, Mr. Tom King hater says Tom King needs to be more involved. It's like, yeah, when you're getting your shit adapted, you should be more like part of the process. Like, because I feel like more often than not, when you shut a creator completely out of the process, I don't think that really works all that much. And this was a reason why. Yeah, I might have enjoyed the movie. I liked how it wasn't like the source material, but I'm in the minority. Still a lot of people enjoyed the movie, but a lot of the comic book fans fucking hated this movie because it was nothing like the book. And I feel like it should have been more like the book, because then it would have been more of a more complete vision. Yeah, I probably would have hated it, but maybe it would have actually made money. More people would have liked it. So it's like, fuck me, at least DC would have had a hit instead of, good old John Soresso's happy with the movie. But, so that's my opinion. Like, I know people are probably shocked on that, but I think Tom King should have been more involved, and I think maybe this was a troubled production, but and had many problems, but I think having him a part of the process would have been a lot better. And James Gunn should have been like, okay, I understand. But the thing is about Lanterns is like, you have three people. You have a showrunner with Chris Money, and then you have both Damon Lindelof and Tom King as executive producers and writers. Just been like, hey, Damon, can you handle a couple days? I want to check if the Supergirl script's okay. Like, what? How is that so fucking hard? Like, I understand he wants to give them creative freedom, but sometimes when you give people creative freedom, you get one of DC's biggest bombs in 22 years. So, I think that's not really that great. But at least he did go on to say, because I know people were probably being like, James Gunn shut him out, James Gunn's the enemy. At least Tom King's like, no, James Gunn wasn't the enemy. I chose to fucking duck out of this. So at least that's something. So I have my problems with this. Again, another reason to hate Tom King, I guess, but I think he was in the wrong here. I think he should have been more part of the process. I will say that. And that's saying a lot for me. All right, okay. You were right. That's fine. I mean, I still enjoy Boss Logic stuff, but it's a shame that he uses AI, but yeah. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Like everyone, it's like I'm not gonna like I don't like the fact he uses it, but like that's small potatoes at this point. Yeah, that is true. I mean, everyone fucking knows Adobe sucks now. Like anybody who uses Adobe is like, come on now. Like it just like I know like Photoshop is the go-to, but like there are plenty of other programs at this point that should be better. But you know, that's just me. Anyway, we've spent way too much time on this, so let's move the fuck on. But yeah, so that's it for quick hits. Let's move on a bit to Batman. Want to talk about Batman, Dan, as you finish your ice cream cone?
Yeah. Talk about Batman.
And you have
Ghost.
Look at this. Very cool.
It's not El Rata, it's La Rata, the Batman.
I will say I do like how it feels like, especially it looks like, at least from like a top view, it looks more like a Batmobile because like the fins on the back look like bat ears.
It's got the silhouette, yeah.
So like I like that. I'm not a huge fan. It's just like, oh, it's a car. All right, okay. Boring, but like I'll take it over the Tumbler.
You know why, John? You know why, John? Because I can totally see, Dom Toretto driving this thing. That's why.
I don't have friends. I got family.
It looks like a Dodge Charger, that Dom would bring to the party. Let's keep going. We got more. So basically, they're preparing to shoot a big car chase scene with the Batmobile.
Yep.
And so they're bringing in all the cars, the picture vehicles, and this is one of several, actually. I think we have other photos to go into, John.
Yep.
Actually, I have a video, I think, of the car. This one drove in. So this is like one that's, potentially going to be doing a lot of the action, stunt choreography, as it were, with the car. Precision driving.
Yeah.
There you go. Pull into I'm guessing that, they're pulling into storage until they need it on set. Because they're gonna first, I think they're starting to film actually later today, Tuesday, I should say, depending on when you're watching this, but Tuesday. So we're gonna probably have some set photos later this week to talk about as they start filming in Glasgow.
The best thing about The Dark Knight was the tumbler fucking exploding.
Dude, you hit the tumbler way too much. Like that shit was.
I do.
Pretty cool, but anyway.
If there's a million Tumblr haters, I am one of them. If there is one Tumblr hater, that is me. And if there are no Tumblr haters, I'm dead.
Got it. Okay. Let's keep going then, because we have more photos. Because like I said, there's more than one Batmobile to be found.
Yes.
And you got clearly like versions. Like one of them is clearly like rigged up just,
I guess you could say they're #damaged.
Yep. Yep. There you go. I bet that they don't have a tattoo on the windshield that says that, though. Yes, Steven, I did hear that they're starting to film the Final Fast movie in December. So that was from Vin Diesel. But thank you for bringing that up. But John, yeah, you see that there's at least two versions of the car there. See the one that's in the front, if you can zoom into this. That one is pretty much just a shell. What that's likely gonna be is it's gonna sit on top of like a platform, or how you've seen like sometimes they'll have like a film car where they'll have like some stunt driver in the front on like a little go-kart that's actually doing the driving.
Yeah.
So those are like really for like stunt work where the camera needs to see the car just from like the hood up, but like it's actually just sitting on top. You see like that's sitting on wheels, right? So that's probably for close-up shots and stuff where you don't need to show the entirety of the car. And so clearly have multiple different versions for different kind of shots and then all the other action stunts and whatever. And then if you see the one behind it, John, I think we have, if you can zoom into this, that other car that one feels like it's going to be able to drive itself, but it's damaged, like you said. And so it does look like the Batmobile is going to take some nasty hits, because that looks like it
someone
just got T-boned.
Got you. I got you.
Got you. Yeah. So yeah, the Batmobile is gonna get into some shit. They got like fake snow around the tires. So yeah, you got one that's actually a drivable version of the car. You got this one, which is meant to look like it can drive, probably can't drive. And then the one out in front of it, just a shell. So, and actually, I think do we have another photo of this? Because they were unloading all these. Obviously, the ones that could drive, they were just driving to the garage, but then they brought them on these trailers. So again, the team behind the movie just prepping all this stuff. This is on St. Vincent Street Lane, so they're starting filming Tuesday, August 18th, and that means as early as maybe tomorrow evening, we might be talking about the set photos where they're going to be shooting this action sets piece with probably another car chase with the Batmobile, which that was, regardless of whether you like or not like the first Batman, John, that car chase was one of the best car chases we have seen in any, movie. Not just in a superhero movie, just any movie ever. So it was just one of the most memorable parts of the film. So I wonder if they can try to top that. But yeah, I'm here for set photos. At Also Curious and DCU Daily, we are always here for set photos. So
yeah,
we'll find the bulge, and then we'll zoom into it right there. Anyway, let's move on from the Batman to talking about the show of the moment, the show that will change John's life once and for all.
Yeah, for the worse.
I was watching along with you guys with Lanterns episode 1 yesterday. We reviewed it. One thing before we get into the review, because I want to basically take some time, get your review, John, because I, like said yesterday, this show brings you in, pulls you in, hooks you like the premiere should. It's given me everything that I wanted. It's set up a lot of characters where every character seems to be hiding something. There's multiple mysteries to be solved, particularly with the way this show ends episode 1. A big cliffhanger. Even if you saw it coming, it was still visceral, and there's a lot of like different little clues that you already kind of clued into, pardon the pun. And so I was really excited. I give it a 9.5 out of 10, which was probably the highest of anybody I saw. But yeah, Jalen gave it a 9 out of 10. Yeah, oh no, it's Johnny. They are filming in Glasgow tomorrow. Right. That's I thought it was the 18th, so it might be the 19th. But anyway, we'll cover the set photos from Glasgow for the Batman. But a lot of you guys that were in the chat yesterday gave it 8s and 9s out of 10s. I saw maybe 1 7 out of 10. It might have been M2G, or maybe you tell me different MTG if I'm misstating your review. There was a pilot episode of the show. I gave it a 9.5 out of 10, so I was clearly really happy with it. And then we'll talk about what they give away in this season on Lantern and the behind the scenes featurette that played after the episode. But before we do that, John, I figured it's only fair that you get to tell us what you thought about the show, because I know you were very not excited going in, so I don't know how you came out of episode 1.
So for me, I mean, as people know, I am the Tom King hater. But I went in with an open mind because I do like prestigious HBO TV. I thought Aaron Pierre was perfectly cast. Kyle Chandler was a good choice for Hal Jordan. I like Garrett Dillahunt. I like Jason Ritter as actors. I'm not as familiar with Kelly MacDonald and Poorna Jagannathan. I probably am butchering her name. Apologies.
You're close.
But I do like the kid that was in Weapons. He was also in this. He was Kelly MacDonald's kid. He was in this and Spider Noir, actually 2 for 2. Two Marvel DC 2 superhero shows this year. So I went in with an open mind. I told my friends, they were kind of watching along with, not like we weren't doing like a watch along like you guys were yesterday. They were just like, they were watching it on their own time. I was watching it on my own time. And yeah, I didn't care for this all that much. I am very much in the minority. I will say this before I say anything. I am happy that most people, whoa, that is funny as fuck. But yeah, I think I'm glad that most people like it. I'm glad that DC is getting a win. I wish it was for something a lot better, but after on the movie side there was that bomb. I'm glad that like people are loving this show, so that's good. It's just I did not care for this. I'm not going to be I'm going to be talking about like the Green Lantern stuff specifically until later because I don't want to focus on that. I don't want to be like I'm an unhappy Green Lantern fan. Like I don't want to like, oh, I'm mad that this isn't like one-to-one a comic book adaptation. That's not the main. I mean those are the problems I have with the show, but like it's not the main issue. Like first and foremost, I am looking at it as a prestigious HBO drama, and I think it even kind of fails at that. So I was watching it. We went through the first 5 minutes. I already watched the first 5 minutes. So yeah, I think I really did not care for like in characters and story in terms of like the basic plot. This feels like a one-dimensional HBO show. Like it doesn't like it feels like it's kind of going through the motions of what it should be. Like, oh, we have to have this thing, we have to have this thing, we have to have this thing because it's an HBO show. And if we don't have those things, then it doesn't feel like a real HBO show. Like it's got like, oh, you have like fucked up childhood, you have this archetypal character, you have this archetypal character, you have this story beat, you have this dynamic, you have that dynamic, and it's just like, oh, okay, like, but it doesn't feel like it has any depth to it. It doesn't feel like it's there's a lot to it. It just feels like for instance, like I feel like outside of let's stay away from the main two characters because most of the problems I have with that are like in terms of comic bookiness, but we'll get to that later. Is I feel like a lot of the characters just feel so one-dimensional. They feel like one-dimensional tropes. They feel like one-dimensional archetypes. It's just like, oh, you have the hardened sheriff that has to prove herself, overly prove herself because she's a woman, and women have to prove themselves more because she's a woman, and so she has to be a hard-ass dickhead to fucking everybody. And then you have like Garrett Dillahunt's character, who is either the biggest red herring ever or the very, very obvious villain. One of the two, take your pick. He says like all these, trailer quotes, dialogue that tries to sound deeper than it actually is. And he's like, ah, yes, I am the all-knowing like character that knows way too much and isn't letting it on because I have to do mystery stuff. And it just and then Purna Jagannathan's character, Zoe Macon, his his wife, proving the whole like just don't look at a white supremacist's significant other. Just once again proving that fucking theory. She's like, oh, mystery woman, and then you find out the mystery thing, and it just feels very one-dimensional to me. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of depth here. And the whole point of like a pilot episode, a first episode, is that you're supposed to introduce all of these things so that you're intrigued with all of these things. You're intrigued with the things that are going to play out for the rest of the season. And I'm not intrigued with any of these characters. I don't care about Kelly MacDonald. I don't care about Zoe Macon. I'm just going to call her that because I've butchered that poor woman's name enough, so I'm calling her by her character name. I don't care about Garrett Dillahunt. I like the most out of all the supporting characters, the most I cared about was the kid. Like the kid was like, felt like the only genuine character. And I'm gonna look up his name real quick, but he just felt like the only like, oh, he's he's a kid and he feels like a kid, and I'm like, okay, good writing for a kid. Kerry Christopher is his name. Kerry Christopher. He did a good job. And it just and then you got the like Lethal Weapon dynamic of like one's a hard ass like stickler for the rules and one's the loosey goosey douchebag. and it just yeah, the kid with like 4 lines was like the best was one of the better parts of this episode. But yeah, it's I just you know, it just I just like the reason that like the Lethal Weapon the football kid, Kerry Christopher, the kid who was in Weapons and he was in Spider Noir. And the reason that the Lethal Weapon like dynamic worked, like 48 hours, kiss kiss bang bang. The reason that the bickering of those characters worked was because at the end of the day it was endearing. Like they were bickering, but they had chemistry. These characters don't have that chemistry, at least not yet. So it probably will get improved as time goes on. But for me, it just like the bickering, it was just constant and it was annoying. And it made me not really like either of these characters all that much. And I just, I just felt like, do they have chemistry? Yeah, as like head to head, but like, I just, I just felt like it didn't hit for me as much as it should have. And overall, it was just a boring episode. Like, I get it. Like, it's a pilot episode. You rarely are, like, pretty much never pilot episodes are great because you have to set everything up. You have to set up all the story. You have to set up all the characters. It's not going to be the most interesting thing ever. However, you do have to get me. You have to get me to fucking want to watch your show at least a little bit. I feel like 2 to 3 episodes in is like a good like framing point of me personally. Like I try to watch at least 3 episodes of a show because usually the first episode's not very good, but at least like it has to latch me on. I'm not latched on by anything. I don't care about like the mystery with the fucking manhunters, if that's confirmed or not. I don't care about Hal Jordan's death, spoiler alert. I don't care about like John learning and becoming a Green Lantern. I don't care about the story. Like that's the big thing for me is just like the story was not interesting. Like like this episode was 56 minutes. I didn't have the extra 8 minutes for the behind the scenes in the trailer. I missed that part. And for some reason, when I was watching it on HBO Max, it wasn't there yet or, whatever. But like it took me a while. It took me like almost like 90 minutes, 2 hours to watch the episode because it was just a slog. My friend was watching it and he's like, who hates, arguably he might even hate Tom King more than I do. And he was like, I'm getting a fucking migraine from watching this shit. And honestly, like halfway through, I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of starting to get a headache here. Like I was ready to go get some aspirin in like a second, but I was like, let me just power through. And it just like, it was it was paced poorly. It was just an absolute slog. I didn't care about anything. I didn't care about any characters, any story beats, any themes. I just didn't care. Like it didn't latch me. And I get it. Pilot episodes aren't good. I get it. That's the only credence I can fucking give this is that it was boring. It was just boring for me. Like I'm gonna get into Green Lantern stuff specifically like soon, but as an episode of a show, ignoring Green Lantern stuff, ignoring comic book stuff, because I want to get this very clear. I don't want to be the angry comic book nerd that hates like adaptations that are loosey-goosey with it, because you can do that as long as it's good. Like, for instance, Logan used Old Man Logan as like a template, but it made it better. The Old Man Logan fucking comic blows chunks, yet Logan is arguably the greatest Marvel movie of all time because it like essentially did its own thing, kind of did a little bit here and there, and made that story work. Fucking No Way Home kind of adapted One More Day, and arguably one of the worst Spider-Man stories of all time, and made it kind of work. With like the spell and forgetting everything. It's just like, wow, okay, that worked. Here, it's just like it didn't work for me. Like as a show, I'm not intrigued. I don't care. I am in the minority, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. I'll be on an island. I don't give a shit. So I just it but the thing is, like, that's not the main thing I'm mad at. I'm mad that I was bored. Like, I was bored out of my mind. Like, it wasn't an interesting story. I am mad about I am going to be mad about the, like, comic book stuff, but, like, I'm more mad that it's just like, at the very least, be an interesting show. Even if you butt fuck and bastardize the characters, which they did, um, at least try to grab me from, like, a show point of view, you know? Like, at least be a good show, you know? And it didn't grab me. Like, at the very least, like, I didn't care about the characters. I didn't care about the mystery. I didn't care about the story. So at that point, I just didn't care. So as an episode of a show, of a murder mystery show, a neo-Western murder mystery show, like True Detective, it didn't interest me. Simple as that. It did not interest me, but I will give it credence. It's a pilot episode. It's not a lot. Now we're going to be moving into the comic book stuff.
Wait,
I know this is going to be a long review. I apologize. I apologize.
But hey, can I before we move on, I just wanted to kind of ask a few questions because, I mean, I know like that everybody in the chat seems to disagree with you, which is
I'm gonna keep watching. One,
you're gonna keep
because
watching
of the show, and two, I'm just intrigued if it gets better or not. So, you know,
because I just want to ask a few questions because I'm like, you talked about like the characters seem one dimensional and a little like stereotypical. I understand that like they feel a little stereotypical in the sense that they're trying to like catch you with like, okay, so this is it's the small, because the idea to me, I watching the show, I felt like in the beginning, okay, small town, because they point out like, you know, there's 2 different counties, you know, police departments there to process the crime scene in the football field and all that stuff. So it's a small town, the sheriff is overwhelmed, but I'm like, as far as like the characters not being nuanced and 3-dimensional, like I disagree, because quite simply for me, like when I watch the show, like for example, Kelly McDonald's sheriff, right? Like she's like what I said before you started with your review and what I said yesterday was this hooked me in, not necessarily because the mystery, because we knew a lot of where the show was going to go in episode 1, and then even we knew how the episode was going to end, not necessarily exactly how we were going to get there, but we knew what was going to be happening by the end of the episode. I was just kind of hoping maybe that was not true, but it is. Turns out that, you know, like you said, spoiler alert, Hal ends up somehow being dead, which we talked about for like 10 minutes last night about like maybe that's a red herring. Maybe they're throwing us off the mark, because like there's a lot of questions about like he doesn't have the ring, but John also does not have the ring, and he's sitting there in the same look, but like he's got a bullet hole in his head, and like what's going on? How did he get there? Why 10 years later? What happened? Only that the nobody in the town but the groundskeeper knows about this. It's the middle of the winter, everything is snowed over. You know what, like, and then, you know, obviously I think the idea is that Guy Gardner is the new Lantern, so like the ring didn't go to him, so what did the Guardians do? So there was a lot of things, and then as far as like the Kelly McDonald character, the sheriff, as an example of like rounding out these characters and giving everybody, because like I said, the one thing they did for me in this episode is they gave us an introduction to all these consequential characters for the series. Some of the introduction, like in the beginning, felt like, oh yes, we have seen these characters a million times before. Like the sheriff, like, you know, like the sheriff character could have easily felt like the sheriff from season 1 of Preacher, or like who ends up becoming the sheriff, or like, you know, I forget. Anyway, but like you know, we have seen stuff like this. You know, hard traveling heroes roll into town, overwhelmed sheriff, like from Unforgiven to Reacher to every other like, you know, movie and TV show that has had those kind of tropes. But like, for example, for me, the Kelly McDonald character, the sheriff, she clearly, like, she's married to the guy who's the son of the you know, the Macon, like William Macon. He's Billy Macon, so this obviously is like, you know, he's like William Macon Jr. and everything, and he seems to be like, you know, not the guy who wears the pants in the family in this metaphorical sense, that he's somebody who clearly, you know, just doing what his dad tells him to do. And then there's an implication when they go over to the ranch, when, you know, Hal gives her the beer, that, you know, and then she says, you could walk away from this. The guy, my father-in-law's already got paper on you, never even met him yet, and stuff like that. And then they have that conversation and all those things. And I'm like, in that conversation, clearly, like, Garrett Dillahunt is trying to like make the impression that, hey, we know we're not alone on this planet. There's aliens out there. I've got a militia here, because because I felt like the whole idea, the whole thing that he went on, like the diatribe about, the whole like, evil guy gives like the diatribe of like, hey, these are my set of beliefs, and so you get to know who I am kind of person because I'm gonna shoot straight with you. So he said something along the lines of, and I'm paraphrasing, Garrett Dillahunt said that well, basically he was going on about like colonization and war. I'm like saying there's we think that these party of aliens that got shot, they're an advanced team and they're coming here and like, you know what, like I get it, like I'm not here like, white guys scream like this land was Sioux and then became Navajo, or like not Navajo, he said some other native tribe, and now the Macons are on that land. And so, but like, when colonizers come, you sure as hell don't want to be the ones getting colonized because it's always brutal. So basically implying that his supposed militia is there to, fight the aliens.
Right.
And but like the way he went about it,
don't you worry, I have more to say.
but the way he went about it felt like, I'm like, okay, so there's more under the surface, that because like I said, I walked away from the episode thinking all these characters, like, because it seems like that sheriff is kind of trapped in that relationship. She has a kid with the guy, she may even love her husband, but clearly she's like, in a situation where she doesn't like to be associating with William Macon. And then like we don't know really, like Zoe Macon in the bars clearly like was overhearing the whole conversation with the lanterns, and then like caught John blushing, and then says, all right, I'm gonna go fucking really get his like, put his walls down. And then later on he finds out that, I am the wife to the guy who bailed his partner out. And then not only that, but the guy knows that, I did this. So I'm like, it makes you wonder whether she was there on his direction, and it's more of like, do whatever you got to do to get me information, or like, we are together no matter what, even if you can go like every once in a while, fuck a lantern to get some information. Like so I'm saying like there's a lot of layers and a lot of nuances to the way the story was being told that didn't necessarily feel very rote, and like you could say at a surface level it looks very cliche, because again it is a pilot. Like I understand where you're coming from.
That's
to some
why
degree,
I'm being like more forgiving.
I was still intrigued.
Usually
because and like
if we're like halfway through the season and it still
lanterns
feels like this, then I'm like, not great.
I mean, I'm still giving it a 9.5 out of 10, because for me, I was like, I watched it for what it was. Like, because I think part of, and again, I'm just saying this because this is how it's coming across to me, but it sounds like to me, you went into the show expecting the show to be like, okay, they're clearly not doing the lanterns that I know from the comics, therefore they're probably doing it in some way that doesn't feel like it's going to be what I want. And so it's like your opinions are sort of leaning in that direction, because I've had this experience, like I said, infamously. I've felt the way you gave your review so far, not the full thing, it sounds very much like the way I reviewed, and I have footage to prove it from the podcast from years ago, the first time I saw the Batman. And then every single time I've talked about it ever since, seeing it a second and a third and a fourth and a fifth and a seventh and an eighth and a ninth and a 10th time, I'm like, the Batman is the best Batman movie since The Dark Knight. But and my opinions changed, because I went in and I'm like, all right, well, I'm just gonna give it a honest, like not an honest chance necessarily, but just gonna sit there and watch it for what it is rather than what it should be or what I wanted it to be. And I had a better experience with it. Now, I'm not sure if you believe that that's what has happened, but like I said, I'm just trying to state my case for why I think the show was nuanced.
I get it. I mean,
it's very
is there something there? Sure, there's like some character motivations there. It's just like it still feels a little surface level to me, but hopefully as time goes on, you do get that depth from these characters, and that's why it's a pilot. That's why I'm going to be, I'm trying to give this a chance, because I know Chris Mundy has done great work. Damon Lindelof probably has something that I like. And Tom King, he did a really good job on Marvel, so there's that. But I will go into some of the things I didn't like. It's just like, I'm going to get into the comic. So I am going to get into it. Just like, these guys don't feel like Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart to me. They don't. I don't think that these are. I just don't. They don't feel like these characters to me. Now the thing is, I'm sure you can point out some fucking comic that I've never read back in like 1965 that it's like, actually Hal Jordan feels like that, except. So I'm sure there's something fucking out there that proves me wrong about this. But from the Green Lantern comics that I've read, Kyle Chandler, the way he's written, does not feel like Hal Jordan. It feels like, how, I have a great example. Chris Pine in the original Star Trek movie is very much the pop culture zeitgeist version of James T. Kirk. Like, oh, the guy who slept with every woman on the show, the guy who was a loose cannon, it was everything that we think of as James T. Kirk accentuated to 11. That's what I think Hal Jordan, like, oh, he's the greatest Green Lantern of all time. He has like a fucking gigantic ego. Oh, he like, oh, John wasn't chosen for this, so he fucking hates him. Like, it just feels like what we know of Hal Jordan from the pop culture zeitgeist, like all like the kind of surface level things, that's the character. And I feel like that's kind of wrong a little bit. Again, it is a pilot, so I will give them a chance in terms of maybe that the character, like, they can make him feel more like the character of what I have read of him, but it feels like a lot of the stuff is surface level. It's like all the stuff we think of Hal Jordan in how we know him from like a pop culture standpoint is like where it's like all the stereotypes are dialed up to 11, and that's the character. Same with Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart is kind of the level-headed guy. Oh my God, he's a fucking military business hard ass, like Murtaugh to the highest fucking degree. And I'm just like, that's not really the character either. Like, yeah, I will say there is a little bit more credence with John than Hal, because John is more the main character here. And so there's a little bit more to him, so I will give them that. There was a little bit more to him than the business hard ass, so I will give them that. But it's just like, I feel like, and it also kind of feels like with Hal Jordan, it feels like what they did with Kevin Conroy in the Crisis on Infinite Earths crossover. They kind of just shit on him to put Batwoman on a pedestal. I feel like they're doing that here. Like, oh, Hal Jordan's the loose cannon that doesn't give a shit about anything because he's like, I've been around the block 12 million times before you even could fucking crank your dick. Like, I don't fucking need this shit. I don't need to train this guy. Fuck you. So, and I
got the impression that he was doing it from a perspective of, is like, I am Green Lantern. I was chosen for this job, and so over my dead body. Not so much that he doesn't care. I know that the Raylan guy says like, you sounds like you want to die, but then Hal clearly like is triggered when he mocks him with his own lantern, the Green Lantern oath. Because it's like throughout the whole episode, you get the. Well, I get it, but I think it's meant to get on your nerves because it, to me, it showed that like Hal was like in the moment was like, okay, I may come across as like I don't care about anything, I'm completely fearless because I'm not afraid of anything, but there's certain things that are still sacred to him. Not to mention throughout the episode, he keeps saying like, because I don't know if you made this out, John. It took me after watching it a second time and really thinking about it, because the whole thing with the ring telling him to go to that same town where Abin Sur had landed and given him the ring because it chose him. He said like, because he basically in the bar says that Earth is some backwater shithole in Sector 2814. It's the chances of an Earth human being chosen to be Lantern, basically like he's implied that, are like next to none. So the fact that some Lantern crashed and died on Earth, and then obviously like the ring picked a human because that was nearby, and this was happened to be Hal Jordan, and he qualified the character criteria, all what's in the lore of the Lanterns. That part we don't have to like really go too far to figure out, but like I think what he was basically saying there, and like it comes up a few times other than that, but mostly like we get the exposition dump in the bar scene, is that Hal Jordan always had this gut feeling that it's like, but why did Abin Sur crash in that random town when Earth is some backwater shithole that the Lanterns don't really care to like, they shouldn't even really be here. Like, why was this guy even like anywhere close to Earth? So I think the implication was that this Lantern, this Abin Sur guy, was chasing after or going after somebody or something, and then he either got shot down or whatever, died. And so Hal always had this inkling that something about this town might be fishy that he may need to worry about later. So then, like 20 years later or whatever, they're back there. And like in the look ahead trailer, they talk about like the most powerful being to ever exist now knows that we are here or we're looking for him. And whether that's Anton or somebody else, which by the way, I saw in the subtitle, it says, you have 48 hours to catch the man, hunter. It's said in the subtitles. Didn't say Manhunter. It sounds like Manhunter, but it says catch the man, hunter. And it's like right before they insert the orange jizz into Jon Stewart's head. And then we see Jon Stewart might be under the control of the orange jizz, fighting and almost killing Hal Jordan in the motel, taking the lantern battery in the bag with him. And then he gets surrounded by the militia who are working for William Macon, who William Macon is like against the aliens. And then William Macon, though, also has the same red laser device pointed at Anton in his office that is also the same tech that's destroying entire buildings and bombing them from space and destroying cars and stuff. So I'm like, there's probably multiple alien species involved. I don't know who's the actual threat that Abin Sur was going after, whether it was Anton or whether it was like whatever William Macon might be hiding. Not to mention William Macon's got an entire arsenal of weapons that Hal clearly says is enhanced by alien tech, is too advanced to be just made on Earth. So there's a lot of these things that I'm like, okay, so there's so much shit to unpack here. And not to mention, like, so at one point, because it's so far to me, there's also seems to be this pattern that Jon Stewart is this very headstrong, I know the right way to do things, I was built for this, you don't even like, when the Guardian asked him, like usually they ask you at this point, why me? And he's like, I don't need to know why me, I know exactly why you chose me, and stuff like this. Basically this ego that he constantly gets humbled by, like, fucking the guy, probably the main villain's wife, without realizing that she was scoping him out. Not to mention he screws up and like then has to chase down Valen at the beginning. And so it keeps like his own ego keeps blowing up in his face. And like Hal is trying to like teach Junior to be like, unclench your butt because I've done this before. Take it slow. And you always jump the gun because you're too eager and you keep making these mistakes. And eventually it's going to lead to him getting possessed by whatever, orange jizz that they insert in his brain. And then he goes after and almost kills Hal Jordan in the process. Like all of those things, I'm like, I think it's building towards a character arc where eventually John realizes that maybe Hal Jordan was onto something. Not to mention it feels like Hal Jordan went off the reservation and hasn't even backed up his own consciousness in like almost 10 years, which is why the consciousness that is backed up in the ring is from like 2006. So that might explain why the Guardians want him replaced. So it's just, there's a lot, again, I'm just saying there's a lot of nuance that I caught from that, which you haven't gotten to, but I don't know. Like, did you catch all those details? Because I've been thinking about it for the last 24 hours. So,
I mean, maybe, I don't know. It's just, I feel like they're Last Jediing fucking Hal Jordan here. Like, it feels like, and at least with like Luke Skywalker, his character getting kind of bastardized is, well, at least we got 3 movies of Luke Skywalker being good. But we haven't gotten prime Hal Jordan, so it feels like the fact that they're kind of like Last Jediing and Tom King and Damon Lindelof hating him and like to put Jon Stewart on the pedestal just feels weird to me. Like, I don't know, it just, I've hated the idea of like starting out like we've never, the last time we got fucking live action Hal Jordan was 15 years ago in a shitty movie.
Like,
nobody
it's a
likes.
Choice.
So
it's a choice, but I'm like, I think but do you think part of your hate for the show is driven by the fact that we're not going to get to see, I guess, like a peak of his prime Hal Jordan for whoever knows how long, rather than like the show itself? Because I'm like, I feel like that's what you're talking about.
The thing is, I don't mind like the mentorship because I do like Jon Stewart as a character, like, and I think Aaron Pierre is perfectly cast. It's just like, the thing that's a little bit, and you fucking said this about Supergirl, is like, why are you doing the deconstructionist take before we've gotten the pop culture icon of this character? We haven't gotten the pop culture icon of Hal, so why are we getting the deconstructionist take already? Like, that feels weird to me.
No, that's a good argument, but in my opinion, I think the 2011 Green Lantern movie, despite the fact that it wasn't ultimately well received, was the peak of his prime Hal Jordan. Not like the greatest it was like the origin story version of the character. But I get it. Like I think that's fair, but it's kind of like the way I felt about the Ben Affleck Batman. I didn't like the idea that in shared DC cinematic universe, the DCEU, we were getting like a 40-50-year-old Batman who's hell-bent on killing other people, and there's this like peak of his prime Superman. I'm like, I wanted, because like it would make it very difficult for them to do like a Batman Superman team up like World's Finest, because like this Batman is adversarial, but also like is 20 years maybe potentially older than. So but once I got past that point, I was like, oh my god, Ben Affleck did an amazing job with what he was given.
He did do a good job. But the difference is we had gotten so many takes on Batman. So it's like, oh, if we wanted like prime Batman, you could have gotten to Keaton, Kilmer, Clooney, Bale. Like, it's just, we've gotten so many other adaptations that it's like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
But it just it just feels like it just maybe bastardization is too big of a word. He doesn't feel like Hal Jordan to me. He doesn't feel like Jon Stewart. I don't like how again, I know that this is gonna be like an eye rolling thing. It's just like I don't like how they're making this a fucking neo-Western murder mystery on Earth. It just doesn't fit. Like I understand, like I know hard traveling heroes, the Green Arrow, Green Lantern, when I get it, they fucking do the road trip thing and they've done that. They've made that work. It's just, to me, at least with the ideas and the tone and the aesthetic, the vibe I'm getting is not like, oh, hard traveling heroes, the Denny O'Neil run, peak of their, like, one of the greatest runs in all of comics. This feels more like what the Godzilla movie was. It's embarrassed. It's a comic book show that's embarrassed about being a comic book show. That's the vibe. Like, we barely see any constructs. We barely see any like major threat. Like, it just feels like, yeah, sure, there's a couple bubbles. There's a fucking bottle opener and and like a bird. We see,
but it's significant to the story. But I guess what I'm trying to say is like everything you're saying to me sounds like you're criticizing the premise and the direction that they chose, rather than critiquing what you saw for what it is. You know what I mean? It's like if you put those prejudgments aside, and because a lot of what you're saying is like what you would have wanted it to be.
No, I know. That's why I prefaced this review by saying that's why I just didn't want this. That's why I went on a whole review of going on about it doesn't work as a show and it doesn't work as a Green Lantern adaptation. That's why I went with it doesn't work as a show, because it's just not very interesting. It didn't grab me. I didn't like the characters. I didn't like the story. I didn't like the themes, plot, whatever. I didn't think it worked. Like again, if we're going towards superhero adaptations in a show, Spider Noir, like I know I haven't finished that yet, but that hit the ground running. That was like, okay, it's like from the moment it said go, I actually
thought the Spider Noir picked up pretty slowly. Like it wasn't until 3 episodes in that I really felt like it picked up, and then from there it was just. I thought Spider Noir actually started slow. I'm not gonna say that one pilot is better than the other because it's
apples to oranges, but it's the closest thing I have. I haven't seen Daredevil yet, so I don't know for that. But like, and that's kind of unfair because that's a season 2, while both of these are a season 1. But it's just like for me, it's just like that. For me, hit the ground running. It had like it set up the world properly. It set up the characters properly. It set up the plot properly. That set everything up, and I was like, oh, I'm intrigued. I'm ready to get into this. Lanterns just didn't. And then on top of the fact, I think it's kind of.
Be specific then. We'll get to the interrogation scene in a minute. But like when you're saying it didn't set up the plot and whatever properly, but like in what way? Like.
It didn't intrigue me. Like it just kind of presents.
No, but like
this
when you
thing
say
of
like it didn't do the setup properly, it didn't do that. Like, well, how do you mean? Because like in what did they do in Spider Noir? I think it was they were setting up that. What did they set up in Spider Noir? It was like It
was like the powers, like the powers of like you had like Sandman. You had like it's just like you have something going on with Silvermane. You have something going on with the the guy with the fire powers. It's like, okay, it's like this is okay. This
But I mean, a lot of those characters
noirs.
were more one-dimensional than a lot of the characters in this
And then
episode.
it's just
'cause they
like
were
it felt like a proper build-up of events. It's like, we got this thing. Okay, we have this version of Spider-Man,
Right.
or the Spider. We have this version of this thing. We got this, and we got this, and it builds upon itself. Then it's just like when it hits the end of that first episode, I'm like, I immediately want to watch the second episode. Here, I'm like, once we, it's just kind of like, here's a thing, have fun, and it doesn't like it feels like it doesn't like have proper building blocks to make me intrigued. And it's just like,
but
I don't
these
care.
specific though, like, but like, I'm just saying, you're saying a lot of things, but it seems very like you're dancing around the subject of like what actually happened in the episode. Because I'm like, I described to you everything I got out of the episode, like the mystery that they're setting up,
like I didn't
stuff that wasn't even in the episode.
Like, first off, it presents John's childhood. Like, you have him, like, it's just like he's the chosen one. They present it like he's a Green Lantern. He's going to be a Green Lantern. Like, with the conversation with his dad, it just like, I don't like the idea of John Stewart being like a chosen one. Yes, again, I know, I am aware, it's done in the comics, but like,
no, I get it. Yeah,
it's just like, I don't like the idea of him being a chosen one because it feels like it demeans Hal, and it just like, is it just like, oh, we got this? Because it feels like, and then it's just like the whole idea of the Guardians of like, oh, did we just get this guy like in the meantime until we have like the perfect chosen one, like Green Lantern? I'm like, that feels fucking weird to me. And it feels like, again, you're kind of demeaning Hal Jordan's character a bit. And
but
then,
that's the point, though.
You present that character, and I'm just like, I don't like the direction that's going towards. Again, we haven't gotten the whole thing, so maybe there's something more I'm missing. And then we go to the training where it's like, okay, it presents like the characters. He's like, I'm late. I was doing this thing on a Civil War, like peace treaty thing. All right, here we go. And then it just, we're kind of like they're building the bickering. As I said before, I don't like the bickering. It's not endearing to me. It's just annoying. And then you have Jon Stewart, like, being this military guy who, is not used to this like mentorship, and like it's just like,
I mean, though he respects this chain of command, and
he respects it, but he doesn't respect
that he respects. No, but he does, because I know what I mean. Like, he respects it
because he kind of like has to, in a way,
No, but that's military discipline. I got the impression that this guy is like as by the book as as anybody who's out of the military would be, and to the point of like, ultimately in that interrogation scene when the sheriff asks him, like, you don't even respect him, why are you working for him? Like, basically saying, like, why are you doing this? Is like, I do respect him. Like, I'll say, like, you're also whatever else. And like, he's fearless, and like, he does, like, he's so far has been right about everything. So like, he says in that moment that, like, regardless of the fact that they're two different people.
Yeah, no, that's what I was kind of getting towards, of like that.
Yeah, but I'm like, the other thing, by the way, I was gonna say, like, I got the idea that the whole Guardians choosing a backup, they were like putting it out in front of us that it wasn't something that was meant to be like a normal thing. It's meant to be like, oh, this is not the usual way the Guardians do things. There's meant to be one lantern, and choosing a backup to a lantern that's still alive and has, no apparent reason for dying unless like something the Guardians know that we don't know about. Like, it was meant to come across.
I will
as,
say,
like,
I did like that.
This is meant to be a slight.
I like
to Hal
that
Jordan.
they're showcasing that the Guardians kind of fucking suck, because they
right,
kind of
and yeah, and then also, John, like, I don't know, like, if you got the impression, because throughout the episode I'm watching, I'm like, he didn't back himself up for 10 years, so and now he's back exploring, whatever happened that led to Abin Sur dying. And if he's not, backed himself, which is meant to be weekly, but he hasn't done it for 10 years, and he's going about doing things, he doesn't wear the costume very often. And he says, when you're young, you wear it because you want to prove yourself. When you get old, it's just, you only bring it out for these special occasions. The tie just sucks, and whatever, that metaphor that he used when they were at the taco stand. To me, that came across as like him saying almost like, I believe in the oath. I believe in what I do as a lantern. And he clearly thinks he's really good at it. No, but he says he clearly says, I'm really good at it, Junior.
Gardner.
Right, but then he also says that, like, he's implying that, because him not wanting to, like, embrace the costume and the like, he's still, like, the whole thing of, like, he's posing for photos with a little girl, and he's, like, nice with people. So I'm almost wondering, like, he puts up this front of, like, this, because he's, like, when he shows up, like, I'm late. You know, what do you want to know? Like, really, I was away for 2 weeks and I showed up drunk and like, or hungover and like, what's going on and stuff.
Right.
And it's like,
No, I know.
and so it's almost like I've got the feeling that Hal Jordan is putting up like a front or a personality to just
Oh yeah,
kind of be
that's
like,
definitely the case.
I'll be everything that John thinks that I am. And also at the same time, he's like, he might not believe in the institution of the Corps because he doesn't trust the Guardians, but he believes in the idea that the ring chose him, and he clearly still thinks that oath is sacred, and he obviously is still pretty good at what he does. So
Yeah.
I think the juxtaposition of how there's, because ultimately it seems like these are yin and yang, where one character is like, they both want to do the right thing, but one of them is like, my way or the highway, and I know better. And then the other guy is like,
yeah.
no, I have, but I think that it works here because they're adapting it to the Lanterns lore, which is like what a lot of adaptations do. The other thing I was kind of interesting question though, and this is like a sidebar, but you said that you're going off of certain iterations of the Green Lantern comics that you have read, and then Darkly
I have
and
said,
a bunch of you guys in the chat.
This is probably something that I'm missing. Who fucking knows? You know.
But my question there is, what makes your iteration of Lanterns that you have read any more valid than the other ones that they're adapting from, or a combination of? Because that seems to be like the same argument as this suit is not comic book accurate, but then like, but which comic are you talking about? Question that all gets brought up all the time. Like with because I'm like, I think like when you say that, that to me comes out like, so they're adapting other versions of the comics. You know what I mean?
I don't have a problem with the suit. That's,
okay.
It's just like,
not the suit. I'm talking more about like just like what you
but
think.
I feel
Hal
like
Jordan
even
should
like
be
the
and
basic
Jon Stewart
gist
should
of
be.
like, he's the greatest Green Lantern. He's, he knows what he's doing, but like can have faults. Like I'm not getting any of that. Like I feel like even the basic thing across most comics that it comes to Hal's personality is just, it's just, that's just not the guy. And I feel like it's, again, a lot of the stuff is superficial. Now, again, like as I've said before, I think the interrogation scene was like fine, but I will say the one thing that like kind of bothered me, that it was like the reason he got, like the reason how, and this is such a nitpick, but it bothered me personally. It just, it felt weird to me that Hal got to the point of like, this guy's an alien is because he was a Nebraskan that wasn't racist. What? I beg your finest pardon? Like,
I mean, not just, it was more like he didn't really have anything to say about Barack Hussein Obama other than the fact that, he's the president. Like, there's something to, some kind of thing about his.
But it still felt mad weird. Like the way it was executed just felt
birth certificate.
So weird to me.
I mean, I felt like that was very like I was like, oh, but that is how it is in real life. It's like because at the time, because remember that was a 2016 timeline. President Obama was in his last year of a second term, and Trump was about to get elected. Like depending, I'm guessing this takes place in the summer months. Trump won the election in the fall. So I'm just gonna look this up because real quick, because I know that was a big deal at the time. The whole and Nebraska was a very heavy Republican state if I remember correctly.
Yeah. No, it's just like that felt weird. That felt weird to me. Like it's just like.
No, but he also asked about Harry Potter, but like because then
everything else was fine. It's just like the straw that broke the camel's back is like, you're a Nebraskan and you're not racist. What the fuck? And it just like, I don't know. It just feels like, I feel like,
but no, John, but it wasn't just racist. It wasn't, no, but what I'm trying to say is he asked him about Harry Potter. He asked him about like,
I get it.
Two or three other
there was
movies
a
and
good build
TV
up
shows.
to that, but it's just like,
but I'm like, but it is, but the idea was he's trying to build up like the whole thing. It's not one thing. It's meant to be like, okay, so because he said you learn the specifics about who you're meant to be playing, this guy, but you don't learn about the other stuff. You don't learn about what Harry Potter means, the other references.
Yeah,
I think it was more than just Harry Potter.
That's why I said it was a nitpick. Why am I fucking like getting attacked?
Yeah.
Like Jesus Christ.
Okay.
I said the interrogation
it's a
scene
nitpick.
was fine.
I get okay.
It's just like it was just like a weird nitpick of like the way they executed that was just like, oh, that's weird. But like it was like a non-thing. It was just like I thought it was kind of like oddly funny. But yeah, I just like for me it just didn't work. Like but again, the reason I'm gonna be like nice with this is that it's a pilot. Like I never base off like anything that in terms of a TV show based on the pilot. It's just like, it sucks that I wasn't like the basic gist of like, I'm intrigued. I'm not intrigued. Like, I'm gonna watch it because one, I'm doing it for the show, and two, like, I want to see if it gets better. I want to see if I'm like everybody else, and I will eventually like it. And it'll be the one DC comic Tom King thing that I'll like, and we'll see how that goes. But it just felt off to me, like it didn't hit. I don't like, I mentioned this before with the 5-minute opening that was released a couple days ago. It felt weird that like they're doing like the Frank Leminski thing for Jon Stewart, but we'll see how that turns out. But it just like, for most of my flaws with this show is eventually it just ends with, but we'll see how it turns out, because we have 7 fucking hours of a show that we don't know anything because they haven't come out yet. So I'm basing it purely off of a pilot episode. I would probably give it like a 4 out of 10, because I didn't like what I saw, but like, I'm not going to say, oh, it's the worst thing of all time. It sucks. I hate it. Fuck the show. Because I like to get like, if it depends how long a show is, like 8 episodes, I like to give it 3. Like 3 episodes, I'm going to, and I'm going to keep watching after, like, I'm not going to stop watching because, again, the show, people like seeing me angry, there's all that. And I want to support DC.
Right.
But like 3 episodes, like if it's a longer show, maybe like 5 episodes, 3 to 5 episodes is usually what I give in terms of like, if I'll like this or not. If we're like 3 to 4 episodes in and I'm still not feeling it, then I'm like, I'm probably not going to like this season of television. But I, for right now, I didn't care for what I saw. I just felt like it was superficial, very one-dimensional, didn't have a ton of depth. Not saying it had no depth. I just didn't think it had a ton of depth. Never saw True Detective. So, I think there's a lot to see with this. And, there's a lot more that I can, like about the show. Again, 7 more hours of stuff, roughly 7 hours, because I know it's like, I know they revealed the
Like
running
50 and
times
some change
like,
most episodes.
it was
yeah.
like 50
40
to
50.
57 minutes, I think, for most episodes. I think there was like one 48-minute long, but like roughly 7 hours. 7 episodes, let's go with that. 7 episodes, roughly like 6 to 7 hours. And so I didn't like the pilot. I didn't like what I saw. But there could also be the fact of like, I need to get acclimated to the world. I need to get the fucking idea of like, this isn't the Green Lanterns I want out of my head. So let me get acclimated to this version, this world. And maybe by the end, I'm like, okay, I don't like how this show is. This hasn't how I want Green Lanterns to go, but I got to get used to it because this is the Green Lantern shit we have. So I'm going to stick with it and we'll see how it goes. I don't like how things were set up. I don't like how I wasn't intrigued with the mystery. I felt Willie Macon was superficial. A lot of the characters felt superficial. They felt like, one-dimensional versions of characters and all of that. But we'll see how it goes. Like, I'll give it a low score now, but maybe in context, because I really don't want to rewatch this because it was a slog. I will say the pacing was the worst part. That, to me, the pacing was terrible because it was.
I thought it was fine. It's a mystery.
Unbearably boring. Like I was like,
Okay.
I had to like take frequent breaks to be like, okay, just fucking pick this up, bro. Jesus Christ. And so that was.
But I think it's like a mystery. It's like a slow burn mystery. So I was okay with it because I know it wasn't
stuff,
like
but this.
It's not snappy because I don't think it was meant to be. There were moments where it picked up, but I think there was a lot of talking in this. There was action. There was enough action in the moment.
There was some action, but it was very small amounts of action. But like, it's I want to like the show, but I don't know if I will. But we'll see how it goes because there's a whole show ahead for me. And my friends like who were kind of watching it along with me, they kind of agreed with me. They were like, "This is a slog. This is boring. This doesn't feel like a Green Lantern show. This isn't terribly interesting." So I'm not totally alone, but you know, it just
Liz is seeing it today, I think.
So I'll see how we do with the rest of the show, but I'm not loving what I'm starting with. So we'll see how it goes.
So I'm guessing you're not going to be joining us on the Sunday watch-alongs.
No, I got to take my time with this.
Yeah, it's a bit of a process here. Okay, well, look, if you had to give it a number rating, I know somebody
I said
in the
I gave
chat
it a
was
4 out of
guessing
10.
4 out of 10. Oh, okay, you did. Okay, so Jalen guessed it, or he maybe was reacting to what you said. All right. I mean, like, obviously, you know, I had a very different opinion on it, but I'm also intrigued and excited. I mean, the funny part. Let's get into like the other hype and the details, because I wanted to kind of like jump around and take a look at maybe what's to come as the show goes on. Speaking of, you know, when you have
I'm so
great
excited
response.
for Nathan Fillion, bro. I'm so fucking excited. Yeah, I will
I
say, I'm gonna. I
yeah.
said this at the top of the review. I'm happy. I mean, I hate Tom King getting praise, but that's just my bias.
Yeah.
But I'm happy the show is getting
Hey,
good
Fiona.
reviews. DC needs a fucking win. Okay? I wish it was for Supergirl because I think that was better than this, but like, I mean, apples to oranges. I can't really compare.
I think this is better than the movie.
But you know, it's I'm happy that DC is getting a win. I hope they continue this good streak with Clayface and Man of Tomorrow. You know, I'm glad people are liking it. I'm glad people are into this. I'm glad that they like the vision that this is going with. But it just, for right now, don't care for it, but I'm glad everyone else is happy and are chugging along with it, and that's cool with me.
Yeah. I mean, you know, and I'm excited for what's to come. So.
And when you take on the responsibility, great power will come.
Also, I will say I didn't like how the alien
Probably in a
taunted
couple of
him.
days. Who?
It just felt like a Ryan Johnson move of like, hey,
what, with
we
like
have
the oath?
but it's not said by a Green Lantern. Aren't we clever? It's like,
so
Tom
in
King, you kind of
because no, I know, because John. So we were gonna talk about the behind the scenes look that they released after the episode, which I don't think you have seen, right?
No, I have not.
In that behind the scenes look, they actually, I don't know if you have that. Do you have that link? We don't have to watch it, obviously, but we could just talk about it.
I don't know if I have it or not.
It's like it's one of the ones that I meant to say was coming up. Basically,
but yeah,
in
very
that
good tomato
in that
meter
sequence
ratings.
I mean, it's certified fresh, and the audience score is also pretty good, right above that 85 threshold. But basically, it seems like to me, like, not seem like, I'm trying to get back to talking about what we were mentioning with the whole I lost track of what I was saying. Oh, the alien, the oath thing. Okay, so the oath in the post-credit behind the scenes featurette, Tom King was saying how I think it was Tom King or Chris Mundy. No, it wasn't Chris Mundy. It was either Tom King or Damon Lindelof. It might have been
King is
Damon
bald. Tom King and
Is Damon
Lindelof are
also
bald. Tom King has a bit of a beard. Damon Lindelof wears glasses.
It was Damon Lindelof. It was Damon Lindelof, because I know, like, the camera, it was like Damon Lindelof was like looking frame right, and then Tom King was looking frame left in his interviews. So it was Damon Lindelof was saying, like, we just wanted to like fit the oath somewhere in the first episode, and we wanted to find it somewhere to do it. We also wanted to do it with, you know, in a way that felt natural to the episode, that also was respectful of the oath, because we didn't want to just mock it. Now, the way they do it, the character's mocking it, but clearly the reaction that he gets out of Hal Jordan makes you feel like, okay, they're taking this seriously, and then they fit it in there. Because I don't know where else in the episode you would say the oath, because it wasn't like, you know, you are a Green Lantern now, like, oh, now you're an Avenger. Like, it wasn't like there was a moment to now say it with me, Junior.
Yeah.
And Dark.
I wish there was more
whatever.
of a
like, it's like you're not gonna do that.
It,
so
yeah, I guess whatever, you know.
Yeah. So yeah, Liz apparently hasn't started. Liz is actually we've been texting with Liz. I think Liz is gonna start watching it probably at this point tomorrow, because she had to go see like 5 movies today. She's got a lot of time to make up. Yeah. But like, I thought the oath scene was it was done well for what it was, and then knowing like they wanted to get it in there but make it fit in naturally. That particular friend said 8 out of 10, and she said, I heard that's high, LOL, but that's that she's starting it tomorrow. Okay, so Fiona and Liz's mutual friend gave it an 8 out of 10. Awesome. Tom doesn't wear caps. Kevin Feige does, unless she's going out to dinner with the rest of the cast and crew of Spider-Man Brand New Day, and then we get to see the head shine. Anyway, let's keep going.
The title card.
You should. I like the. Did you like the title card? I thought this was good because I'm kind of getting tired of like badly executed, super boring.
I will say it is
intros.
funny how it starts off. It looks yellow, like it's like not even the title card is green.
Well, the ring and the it's like the light. I get it, but there's green and it's not exactly. It's like leaf green a little bit, like very glow. It's I mean, it's not like super
Hopefully
saturated.
we don't get
green.
demonetized for that, but
But in the episode itself, like the lantern ring is very much green. So but Hal getting triggered by the oath shows that he still believes what the rings stand for. Exactly. I've been trying to say that. I've said it many times. I'm not saying you guys don't believe me, but I think that was the point of that. That maybe Hal doesn't believe in the Guardians anymore, but he very much like takes the rings
that's
seriously.
essentially
So,
what it is like that's how it was in the comics. Is like after a while, I mean, it was essentially. This is a very basic interpretation of it, but like it was essentially Green Arrow made him liberal, so Green Lantern hated the Guardians after that.
that's fair enough. I mean, he did.
Green
He was
Arrow
stationed in
making
Nebraska.
How liberal made him Parallax. Whoops-a-doodles. Liberalism never once, ladies and gents. Anyway,
let's keep going though, because since you haven't seen the TV spot, the this season on Lantern stuff, I thought that shows a lot more of Anton, the Ben. What am I forgetting the actor's name? It's he plays Paul Ben Richter. Paul Ben Richter plays the character Anton, which most people are speculating that could be connected to Atrocitus, Mongol, maybe the leader of the Red Lanterns, which would be Atrocitus. So I don't know. Like he seems to be like one of the dudes who's there. He's the one sending those other aliens that are blowing up with neutron bombs in their head, because he wants to find whoever he's looking for, which might be Will Macon's character. So maybe Will Macon's militia is there to protect. I guess he doesn't have
a beard. Yeah, I know he has a beard after this, but I guess during this interview.
Yeah, not doing this. Yeah. Hey, D. Cole. So I was just thinking about like what Anton's character is out there for. Maybe like Bill Macon's got this militia to protect him rather than fight aliens because he knows that Anton's gonna come by to like finally finish the job or whatever. Like Ben, Abin Sur was doing back when he died. So I don't know. There's a lot. What can I write down? I'm betting that Lanterns get 11 Emmys. I'll make a note of that. 11 Emmys. I can remember that.
I also love
nominated?
It's like only one can wear the ring, and then it's Guy Gardner also has a ring.
Yeah, but hold on, John, because let me ask you this question, because throughout the show I got the impression, because everything that happens with Hal being alive with Jon Stewart happens in 2016.
Yep.
And Guy does not have the ring at that time. I don't think we're not led to believe that Guy was their Lantern. Because everything in the 2016
I think what they're
timeline
doing is like a reverse.
Guy Gardner is like the only Lantern in 2016.
My thinking is this: is that Guy Gardner was the initial in the comics. I'm talking about the comics.
Mm-hmm.
Guy Gardner was the initial backup for Hal Jordan, and at that time there was one ring. Like if something happens to Hal, Guy Gardner would become Green Lantern.
Did you say that in the show though? Like, is there only one lantern at a time?
Yes, this is a very Silver Age like view of it. Now, and then eventually when they introduce Jon Stewart, in order to introduce this version of the Green Lantern, they make it so that Guy Gardner gets hit by a bus and he gets put into a coma. So they're like, oh shit, we need a new backup. So that's when Jon Stewart comes in and becomes the new backup for Hal. And then eventually, I don't know when they introduced this. This might have been post-Crisis, where they introduced the fact that multiple people from one sector can have the ring, because that's what it's been. That's what it's been for like years now. So they're going off of more of the Silver Age. Now, I'm willing to bet you that one of two things happens. One, Jon Stewart was indisposed and he was put in the coma, and then Guy
got the ring.
became
Guy got the ring.
The backup for the ring. Maybe something happens to Hal too. I don't know. But Guy then becomes the Green Lantern. Or John rejects the ring and he's like, you know what? I don't want to fucking deal with this shit. Hence why he doesn't have it in the 2026 flashback at the end of the episode. So I'm thinking that maybe he rejects it and they pick a new backup and they go with Guy Gardner because insert funny reason here, because Guy Gardner is the funny haha Lantern because he's a dickhole and a piece of shit. So that's my thing. It's one of two things, and that's what I'm thinking.
Okay, so here's my interpretation of what happened. This is my theory time for now, because based on I've seen the episode twice, and after the first time I thought some differently. Then I really watched more closely, and I watched this season on Lanterns thing like 5 times over, because I think then it kind of cleared. And there's a new ad spot that they put out, which has, again, playing into the whole, like, it seems like at one point Hal is going to get into quite a bit of trouble and might actually end up, getting shot as a part of like getting it, into whatever he's going to get into the fights. You actually also get to see the Guardian in different costumes, so it's more than one meeting, more than one time that we're going to see Laura Linney show up in the show. Now, that being said, here's what I think happened. I think that whatever, because remember, Guy, when in that ad spot, or in that this season on Lanterns, Guy, you hear Guy talking to, and there's the shot here where Guy's sitting in his chair opposite a prison cell where John is in the prison cell. He's like, the first time I met Hal, he was also in prison. And then, after something to the effect of like, after you guys fucked things up so bad in Nebraska, I was given the ring or something. So he basically implies that the events from 2016 that both John and Hal were a part of led to something happening, and it feels like led to Hal Jordan dying. And for whatever reason, Jon Stewart didn't get picked by the ring, or wasn't given the ring, or maybe the Guardians wanted him to take the ring, but then once Hal died, the ring chose Guy instead of choosing. Because I'm like, the ring chose Hal.
Yeah.
But the Guardians chose John. So, and the ring doesn't the ring isn't like, oh, I'm gonna fly to Hal every time he puts the ring down. But if Hal is dead, maybe the ring knows to like, okay, so now I need a new host or whatever. And so, John was like, okay, so I'm gonna be the guy now because the Guardians picked me, but the ring picks Guy. And it looks like the first time the Guy meets John is in that based on literally what Guy's selling John, is in that prison cell with the goatee, hence the 2016 present day timeline. So
I don't think they're going to go with that for this, because they already confirmed that he was a gym teacher, which is what it was in the comics. Like he was a gym teacher, and then he got put into a coma and all that. So they already confirmed that's the case. So I guess that was more of a post-crisis thing, that he was a parole officer. So yeah. But I know they already confirmed that he was a gym teacher.
So I'm just guessing that like what happens is like whatever caused Hal's death then meant that the ring then chose Guy instead of John. So John was like, all right, well, the Guardian chose me, but like clearly the ring went to somebody else. And I guess like then, once the ring chose Guy, the Guy became the Lantern. And
I don't think it's Hal died.
John just kind of walked away.
Because Hal died in 2026 and Guy was already a Green Lantern at that point. So no,
but no, John, you don't get it. I think the theory and the speculation here is like, because it seems like Jon Stewart in that sequence is driving in from wherever else into town. He's not in Nebraska, and he's meeting the sheriff for the first time clearly in a long time. He's like, how's your son? Is he still playing football? Yeah, all state. All right, he's pretty good. So these people haven't seen each other in a long time. So, and then he says like, who else knows about this? It's like, only the groundskeeper. The town doesn't know about this. They walk over. I'm like, it's the freaking football stadium, and her son is all state, and she's still the sheriff of the same town, and her son is now in high school or college or whatever the case might be. But like, I'm like,
probably
they wouldn't be playing football in that stadium like long enough to like not notice that there's a dead dude sitting there on the bench. I'm like, so I think whatever happened is like, clearly John thinks that Hal like either John didn't know that Hal was still alive, because like that Hal, like he's dressed up the exact same way that he was like 10 years ago. I'm guessing whatever happened to Hal, like he disappeared and he shows back up and he's like clearly sitting there dead, frozen. Also, like, I'm like, is he like literally frozen? Like he's not falling over or whatever. But so I'm guessing that he's on like, he just finds out, all right, so he's dead, or like he died and disappeared, but now he's back. So whatever happened, didn't happen in 2026. That's basically what I'm trying to say.
Now, here's
that Hal
another
died in
thing.
2016 or something.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I'm curious because I've seen this theory a lot.
Yeah.
Because people don't want to believe that Hal's dead. Is that really Hal? Because we're dealing with shapeshifters here. So do you think
I was gonna
Hal?
say that too. Maybe it's a red herring, literally, because like the Manhunters are potentially a part of this series, and Manhunters can shapeshift too, right? I mean, Guardians can shapeshift, and Manhunters can shapeshift. So two of the alien species can shapeshift.
Well, the Martians can shapeshift, but as we've talked about before, it seems like they're combining Martian Manhunter physiology of shapeshifting, like the Martians and the Manhunter robots, into one thing. So my theory is this, in regards to the Civil War that you mentioned, is that I think it's going to be between the Green Martians and the White Martians. Like I feel like they're setting that up. Because
that was just an offhanded mention, but that would be pretty epic if that's what it was.
In terms of because the thing is, they talk about a Civil War, how there's different sides to this. And again, I haven't seen that this season on Lantern.
But that's Civil. You're talking about when he shows up in the car and he mentions
no. I'm talking about how when you said, again, I haven't seen the fucking trailer, so I don't know if I'm totally wrong about this. But you said Macon has something with aliens, and then you have this Anton guy. So you said there's it seems like two races of aliens.
No, so my speculation is that William Macon is actually an alien. And he's the one hiding that Eben Sur was after.
So it is the robot. Okay, thank you.
Because
I looked up. Because the thing is, I'm not as familiar with the Manhunter robots. That's again, I know a lot about DC. That's kind of a little bit more obscure than what I know. So I wasn't sure if they shapeshifted, but thanks. So, all right. So it seems like it might.
And by the way, the official line on Anton is he's described as an alien consumed by hatred for intergalactic law and a desire for vengeance. His character background strongly mirrors comic lore of potentially Atrocitus of the Green Lantern, the Red Lantern.
That is
Corps.
True. That is true. I mean, they might be doing Red Lantern stuff, but I think it would be interesting how it's they don't do other. Maybe that's
no, but they said that we're not going to do just Green Lantern. They mentioned that. Remember, leading up to the show, there might be other colors.
I know.
They did imply that.
I mean, Sinestro, they already confirmed. Sinestro's part of the show. That's Yellow Lantern. So I think that could also be a red herring. That maybe Anton it seems like he's Atrocitus, but then it turns out he's actually maybe a White Martian or something. I don't know, but I'm just kind of spitballing here. I'm just kind of throwing stuff out. Then we have sunburnt Sinestro.
That seems like a flashback to an earlier time when it was a younger Hal Jordan.
Yeah, because he doesn't look as gray.
Yeah, this might be when Hal Jordan finally says, "Okay, I trusted you because you were my mentor, but indeed you are the bad guy, so I'm putting you behind bars." Kind of. And he's like, "No, you're on my side," or something. And it clearly Hal is like, "No, dude, you messed up." So, but the dates.
Yeah, because he tried to have a coup. He tried to form a coup and it didn't work.
And they seem to be they show I think they seem to show the planet the Guardians are from, Oa. And so if you watch again, it's in that whole look ahead to the season trailer. But I was gonna say also in the subtitle of that look ahead is he says you have 48 hours to find the man, hunter. So I'm the subtitles say man, hunter, unless they got the subtitles wrong. Or maybe that's a hint. I don't know. It was maybe reading too deep into it.
Maybe.
There's a few mysteries on the show on 4 different timelines. What happened to Eben Sur? Where is John's mom? Actually, the where's John's mom kind of bothered me. I was like, maybe she died. We would only hear in the 2016 timeline a phone call with John's father. When was he chosen as a child? It seems based on that one shot that keeps showing that the Guardian showed up when he was still a baby, he's in his mother's arms. What's happening in 2016? Where's the ring in 2026? That's the thing, because my guess is the 2026 ring is Guy's got the ring, because in the look ahead trailer they also show that John meets up with Guy in behind bars but also outside of the bars, because in fact I'm
gonna watch this trailer because I feel like I'm out of the loop, so I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna come back. I feel like I can't
Yeah.
have a proper discussion until I do it. So I apologize. I'll be back.
Because you guys tell me, because like it seems like when in the show, like we see in this look ahead trailer, when Guy meets John for the first time, he's behind bars. He's got the goatee. I think he's got the goatee if I remember correctly. And then we also see in the new ad spot that they put out today, which is like a separate 30-second ad spot. We see like, you know, Guy's got like his own Green Lantern signal, like the bat signal, and John Stewart shows up wearing the exact same costume that we saw him wearing when he shows up in town in the 2016 flash forward sequence to meet the sheriff. So it seems like wherever he went after the football field where, you know, you see a frozen Hal shot in the head, he goes over to meet with Guy, which looks like the same town, maybe, but then he gets surrounded by, because then in that same situation, it looks like maybe it's a different location, because like then, you know, the young Billy Macon comes up to him and then they get into a fight and the military surrounds it, but that might have been like, so I'm just trying to figure out like if Guy has met John multiple times, like before the first time in the prison, and then later on in the 26 flash forward, he meets him at the Green Lantern signal, and then they talk about what to do next. So I don't know. There's just a lot of theory making going on there, but I just wanted to, while John comes back, go through a couple other things in terms of just the general discourse outside of the boundaries and the walls of Oh So Curious, because like for example, there was an article in Esquire that I saw, which I thought was kind of interesting. They took the approach of like, you know, this show has a bit of an identity crisis, and I was wondering, like, I don't know if I really agree with that, because to me, like, clearly this show is trying to do the whole space cops thing, but in a more grounded manner, but they still are not, like, they're not like getting away from the space cops thing. They're playing it straight. Like, you know, it's not like when people are taking photos with Green Lantern, that those parts almost feel like something you'd see in a Marvel movie where, like, you know, Tony Stark shows up in town and he's like, can my daughter pose with you for photos? And, you know, Guy happily steps up and says, or not Guy, but like Hal, he's like, yeah, of course, you know, and then you could tell that the mom was the big fan and she just wanted to, like, you know, do the whole meet and greet through her daughter, being like, hey, my daughter wants a photo. But like, also the daughter asked, like, what about like when the costume, why don't you wear the costume? And he's like, tell your mom that, you know, I put it on for a special occasion. So I'm like, they play it straight. So I don't think the show has an identity crisis. Maybe going into it, I would have thought about that. Those fears were thoroughly, you know, just completely disposed of. In the comic Green Lantern Emerald Dawn, Guy Gardner was Hal Jordan's parole officer. That could be it. Maybe that's how, I mean, that would be straight out of the comics if they went around. Then that's how he meets Hal for the first time. And then eventually, like, for whatever happens, Guy ends up getting the ring. That would be really straight out of the comics. And I think they mentioned Emerald Dawn might be an inspiration for the show. So John kills Guy for the ring, confirmed. I don't think he did. I think that's meant to be a red herring that, you know, he's got the oranges in his head that Anton's people inserted and said, go find this guy. And because maybe if Anton is a real hater of the Green Lanterns, when he says the most dangerous man in the universe is here, maybe he's referring to Hal Jordan.
Me intrigued.
So
the episode didn't, but the trailer has me intrigued. I want to like the show, so I'm gonna keep an open mind. But yeah, I'm curious about it. So like, we do have, and I sent you that image, by the way, where on YouTube there's no comment.
That's different.
It's just
okay, that's interesting because on HBO Max there was a comma. So maybe that's maybe I'm just reading too much into it. Maybe I'm reading too much into it.
Well, considering that that those aren't, like, you know how on YouTube you have like generated captions and like chosen captions. Those are chosen captions. Those are captions that are specifically done by someone who works for that account to make sure the captions are correct. So that had to like be run by someone for that account. So I'm just saying, and I'm pretty sure, hang on a sec, let me look. That is the HBO Max account. And, you know, HBO Max, and like when it does like the collab thing of like, oh, other channels, blah blah blah. So yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back. I do have to use the bathroom.
Okay. Yeah, you have 48 hours to identify the manhunter. Interesting. So they clearly enlist Hal into their, not Hal, John, sorry, all these names. John into their quest for vengeance, which, by the way, if Anton is looking for vengeance, that's the same thing Valen says, that I'm here for vengeance, of course, before he decides to blow himself up, which Hal saves the town from. But yeah, I mean, I think this is the kind of superhero show that we haven't really seen before, where what they're doing is pretty ambitious, like attempting to again play something as over the top in the comics, pretty like straight on and fearlessly, to be honest. And so it's hard to get that right. And so far though, it's been impressive. Slate said HBO's great new Sunday night series is the spiritual successor to Watchmen. The subversive, funny Lanterns is a superhero show for people who think they don't like superhero shows. I think that's exactly what they're going for, because they still feel like the 2011 Ryan Reynolds movie stink is on these characters. Kind of like Zack Snyder trying to make Aquaman cool by casting Jason Momoa in the role. I think this show is trying to make the Lanterns feel cool and relevant in a way that they haven't felt like, since we got the 2011 iteration of the movie. Like this article in Slate, really, again, the spiritual successor to Watchmen, trying to play it straight, and really like trying to make the Lanterns feel cool and relevant again, which I think is important. So yeah, let's see. You guys saying it is, I mean, yeah, I agree, it's very ambitious what they're trying to do. It's not easy to make that work, and you can see in the post credits behind the scenes feature that the creators of the show kind of hint at it, like this, it's what we're doing is really ambitious, and we could flop on our face, but we're giving it a shot and we're trying and seeing if it works for us. Enterprising saying Atrocitus and the 7 Deadly Sins, the first Red Lanterns. Yeah, could be. I mean, I didn't count the total amount of followers of Anton that we have seen in the look ahead trailer and Valen, but I mean, looked like there were more than 7 of them, but maybe. It's interesting again how this, like, how many sides to the puzzle are there. Yeah. Well, Mr. Terrific, it looks like probably we'll have to wait until 2028. They're pretty early going on all this. But John, I just wanted to kind of like skip ahead to talking about what James Gunn said, because he was asked about the show and the various different inspirations and like mixing up the different parts of the lore to like for this adaptation. And James Gunn, and the original post got deleted, but James Gunn responded to it saying, in the same way DC Comics have, certainly the DC works of Alan Moore, Darwin Cook, Grant Morrison, Jack Kirby, Paul Dini, and Tom King can't be considered of one tone. For me and others raised on DC Comics, a huge part of the fun was enjoying a variety of stories in various genres and seeing in inventive ways these tones interacted and interwove. For some of the authors, notably Moore and Morrison and Tom King in Strange Adventures and more, that tonal interweaving became a part of the story themselves. So I feel like this is just James Gunn's kind of like, I don't know, giving us his modus operandi in terms of how he approaches a lot of the stuff in the DCU so far. It explains a few things though, in terms of like, why do a Woman of Tomorrow adaptation, and but it also kind of explains why he thinks that doing Lanterns the way that it's being executed is going to tie very well into Man of Tomorrow, which I think is good. Like mix the flavors. And yeah, I think James Gunn is on the right track here.
Like, I'm not saying like neo-Western stuff can't work. Literally the greatest Marvel film of all time is a neo-Western. So, it's just like, it just feels weird that they're doing it with Green Lanterns, but I'll probably get used to it. It's just like, I'll just see if like the show actually keeps me invested, It's just,
wait till the part where the lasers blow a building, from
I think at the very least, by the end of the show, I think the best I can give it is like, it's a good HBO show, but not a good Green Lantern show. I think that's probably the vibe. If I do end up liking it, I'm probably that's how the vibe I'm gonna go
I'm just gonna say, like, don't prejudge it. Let's see where you're at.
No, I'm just saying, like, that's we'll see how it is, but yeah.
All right. Well, we got a few more quick hit level things about lanterns to get into before we just wrap up. The marketing for the show obviously was full blown. You know, everywhere you go.
Hopefully
the
that
Green
didn't hit an
Lantern's light
airplane.
was,
Jesus Christ.
It probably fizzles out before you get to 30,000 feet. But yeah, the billboards were everywhere, coast to coast. So yeah. I mean, I saw the marketing everywhere, social media, like they were going hard to promote this. They did like a press conference, going back to the green carpet premiere. I mean, Peter Safran always shows up. Like, I think that's his wife on the left and his daughter on the right. Yeah, I mean, what a family.
And they cut off their foreheads for this.
Their foreheads for whatever reason, but you know, green McLaren. So, yeah, I think this is actually from Peter Safran's daughter's account. So
it is.
That explains why she's in like half the photos. But they did do a screening at the premiere, so that was nice. I mean, look, Aaron Pierre looks the part, right? So, yeah, and these photos are obviously for the Safrans. So
it's cute. It's cute.
Yeah.
It's fine. Oh, it's from his wife.
Oh, his wife. Okay, Natalie. Okay, I got it. Natalia, I should say. This was one of the best lines of the entire episode, by the way.
I don't know. This
like
to me, this came off as I'm 14 and this is deep kind of shit. But like,
what? Dude, he was interrogating. He's like, because I was like, again, it's the whole thing is like, you know, we're all aliens. Jon Stewart says that a black man of all things says that sitting in the room is like, we're all aliens. Just depends on which planet you're standing on. Now, it feels a little out of place because I'm like, he hasn't been off planet yet. So he's maybe like, you know, like, so what do you know about like being on which planet you're on? You know, Jon Stewart. It might feel more natural coming from Hal Jordan at this point, but clearly Hal is like not really in that kind of a like personality vibe. So I just think though the line of dialogue unto itself was pretty like, it's strong. It's like, it's talking about how, yeah, we are all aliens. It depends on which planet you're standing on. It's again, all superhero media should be like metaphor and, you know, metaphorically like providing us commentary and stuff that hits more closer to home. That's what the X-Men are all about too. I felt it would, the only part that would make it feel a little out of place is like with Jon Stewart, you've only been on one planet. And so has the sheriff. Like, so, but since they are talking about an alien being interrogated, you know, I guess it was a little forced in some ways, but I'm okay with it. So yeah. What else do we got?
This image in Times Square of
digital banner.
Yes, sirree.
Mm-hmm.
And then
this is from the Look Ahead
Green Lantern
trailer.
signal. And you know, this is like, I feel like this Nathan Fillion added like, yo, can you guys give me a lantern signal? That's 100% Guy Gardner.
That's like, he's got his own. I was like, what? He's got his own bat signal? Like, that's great. This is so on brand.
Also, another thing I'm curious about. So that might be demonetization. I don't know. But I'm curious, do you think this series is going to end with like, not series, this season, sorry. This season is going to end with like the more modern interpretation of the Green Lantern Corps, where it's like, you know, shit's coming and we need multiple lanterns to protect Earth. You get another ring, John, and that's like he becomes like a Green Lantern in addition to Guy. What do you think that something like that could happen?
I don't know, the way they're playing this pretty straight. Like I don't know. Like honestly, so far they've been like, okay, there's only one ring, one lantern, and like everything so far just off the one episode. There's so many ways in which you can make it so that, okay, so the ring only is with one lantern at any given point in time, but despite the fact there's three dudes here who are supposedly have been at some point in other lanterns. But yeah, I mean, if Guy is gonna be in in Man of Tomorrow, which by the way we haven't been told that, and my theory, that's why I'm holding on to my theory still, that maybe Guy doesn't make it out of the show live either, because if they do stick with one Green Lantern,
he's gonna be in Mr. Miracle.
John's gotta be the guy. Oh fuck, you're right though. You're right about that. But like, what's the timeline?
He's gonna be Mr. Miracle and Man of Tomorrow. So,
but Man of Tomorrow, no, it was. I feel like he's the only member. Well, him and Metamorpho, and unless Metamorpho's not part of the Justice Gang, those two members, those two guys, we don't know. Like the engineer, we don't know if she's gonna be in Man of Tomorrow. And there's never been mentioned. Hawk Girl, we know. Mr. Terrific, sorta, kinda, yes. but nobody said anything about Guy Gardner being in Man of Tomorrow. Mr. Miracle, yes. And then
But he
Mr.
is-
Miracle
he-
could
he is in
take
Mr.
place in the
Miracle.
past. But Mr. Miracle could take place before the events of Man of Tomorrow is what I'm trying to say, like Future Commandos and stuff like that. Like, it doesn't need to. I'm just saying. Well, Guy's ring is different than Hal's, but can the ring change? Like, can it change depending on the wearer? Or
I think so.
Okay, because it could be the same ring. It just looks different because it's for Guy. Or maybe he, like, I don't know, bejeweled it and like covered it up to make him look more, you know, like his kind of jewelry rather than, I'm putting it in my wrist, but like his kind of jewelry rather than like the core of the ring, which is the original design. I mean, if they do the multiple lanterns thing, that'd be great. That would be great. I just don't know if that's where they're going with this. So far, they're playing this pretty straight, but who knows? Maybe the show will get much more.
Maybe they need to play it a little gay then.
Maybe they should. Maybe they should. I mean, you know,
That's for
I
the
bet you
porn
Nathan
parody,
Fillion
just
would
like,
would do a great job with that.
I'm a
But
great
anyway.
Green Lantern, and then John just starts blowing Hal, and then it's just like, whoa! I downloaded. The
Yeah,
wrong
we're
channel.
we're about to log off here. It's almost we've been talking for almost 5 hours, which might be a new record. But I just last question, John. This is less to do with any theorizing and anything like that. I
Right.
noticed before the episode played, it said Lanterns 10 p.m. Eastern on Sundays. Am I the only one who saw that? Like, because clearly the release time publicly has been said 9 p.m. Eastern, but I got like a little thing that said 10 p.m. Eastern Sundays Lanterns, like, you know, like before the show starts, like the little banner after they advertise the podcast.
I'm gonna look at it. Hang
I was a
on.
little confused about that because I'm like, what? That goes against everything about, because then you tell me that you got a 58-minute version of the episode that didn't include the trailers at the end, and I got an hour 4 that did.
Yeah, hold on, it's loading.
So-
I'm curious because now it's gonna take a while. Because
I think Hal's ring went missing, and Guardians felt the backup plan. To
So
do the backup
the
plan.
version on HBO Max is still 56 minutes. By the way,
See, Eric saw the 10 p.m. as well, so like it says 10 p.m. Eastern, so that's confusing because that's not what's being
okay, so
advertised.
HBO Max
anywhere
is
else.
different because, you know, hang on, I'm looking at it. I'm just looking at it to see. Okay, you got TVMA, you got one season, got all the like Dolby, all that fucking shit. Podcast.
It's in the episode,
extras.
dude. It's
So in the extras is where you find the stuff for HBO Max, by the way. Like weeks ahead, The Odd Couple, constructing the series. That
for me,
shit's
it was all in
separate.
one. It was
Well,
all
you,
in one.
you
playback.
watched it on HBO, so
No.
yeah.
I watched it on HBO Max. I don't have HBO. I have HBO Max, so it was all under.
I'm just telling you what I saw.
Yeah. So yeah, HBO Max at 10 p.m., but we got it at 9 p.m. That's confusing. I'm just saying. I think we're gonna plan to do a 9 p.m. watch along every Sunday, but in case it turns out to be 10 p.m., then I guess we'll learn our lesson the hard way. But
I'm you know, I just I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Hang on.
9 p.m. Eastern for HBO, but it doesn't make sense. They've done like the same time release, so you get it on linear HBO and HBO Max at the same time. It just depends on, you know, if you have ads, it might take you longer to get through the episode. Like with your HBO Max subscription.
I look it up. I look. It said
Yeah.
Lanterns premiered on Sunday, August 16th at 9. The 8-episode first season airs weekly on Sundays with the finale. International release is very and
Like literally, it's confusing. Like I'm like, I don't know if I've seen nobody point this out, but it was very confusing to me that right before the show, like episode starts.
because I'm
on
looking at
HBO
it like,
Max.
but I'm just seeing the first episode. Okay, so I'm not seeing the only stuff I'm seeing for future episodes is the date is August 23rd, August 30th,
Mhm.
September 6th. I'm not seeing.
But like
a time.
everything
The
that
only
they
time
put in
I'm
this
seeing
time
is like,
slot
where
is
can
9
you
p.m.
watch it in fucking India? And it's like 6:30 in the morning on August 17th. It's just like,
Yeah,
and
or
then
like
it's like,
2
oh,
in
where's
AM
Central?
in
It's like
the
8
UK,
p.m. But it's just
right.
like, it's all pointing to 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is
what they've been
time zone.
advertising. Right, so that's
And that's and we
it's
literally
weird.
I literally watched the episode at fucking 9 o'clock. So clearly
Yeah.
it's at 9. So I don't know.
Somebody made a mistake on that graphic, is what I'm gonna say, because it's clearly all.
I
the
didn't see the
marketing is for
graphic, so
9
I
p.m.
can't back you up on this. Sorry.
Well, I mean, Eric noticed it, said it was 10 p.m. like right before the show starts in the playback. on HBO Max, which is not true because for me, I was able to watch it starting at 9 p.m.
Same
But
here.
anyway,
Same here. I watched
yeah,
it. It was like 9:15, but it was still after,
yeah.
9 and before 10.
But still,
So
but it was available. Like I refreshed at the top of the hour. I was like, boom, there it is. Watch it, and then But so you know what? We'll stick to 9 p.m. And I guess if
whoops,
anything
there
changes
it
between
is.
now and
Anyway,
Friday, we'll let you know. So yeah, I think that's
in the words of
about it.
Ryland Grace. Whoops, there it is.
Yep. The Weeks Ahead trailer also said 9 p.m. Okay, so I think we're gonna stick with 9 p.m. Eastern. Thank you for that.
9
MPG.
p.m.
9 p.m. Eastern. God, like fucking HBO.
Well, maybe it's 10 p.m. for Tony because he's like in like Nova Scotia.
He's an
so
hour
like
ahead. But why would I get Tony's time zone in my HBO?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you have a
I don't have a
VPN
VPN
on.
on. No, I didn't have a VPN on. Nope, it wasn't on. I thought about that too. I did not have that on. Yeah, somebody I think goofed, and they need to ungoof that goof because it's confusing. Anyway, I think we will get back to talking about this. We'll do Mount Rushmore Monday on a Tuesday, Tier List Tuesday on a Tuesday, which is, by the way, the summer 2026 blockbusters because Spider-Man. So that's all tomorrow on DCU Daily. So we'll see you guys then. And I was gonna recite the Lantern's Oath, but it will take too long.
In
so I
brightest
guess just
day and blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. In for those who worship evil's might, beware my power, Green Lantern's light.
And when you take on the responsibility, great power will come.
Kind of fucked up, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's
Anyway.
okay. Well, we heard it, and that's what counts. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Like, have a good night, morning, wherever you are. Hit the like button on the way out. We appreciate it. Peace. Sovereignty and whatever else.
Oh my god,
It's another
Jesus.
It's another
I'm
it's
trying
another
to-
project that's been blessed from the beginning.
There's the shot right there. That
Okay, we don't need to see
right there.
Hey, buddy. Eyes up here.
Now you want to get nuts?
Let's get nuts. Here we go.
Victory mine. Ask me how am I doing? I'm telling you, really, I'm doing sublime. I never wait in a stewardess line. I just go do it. I'm moving my time. Really had nothing to do with it. How am I moving? I'm moving like you want to shine. Follow my lead. Don't listen to lies. I had to put me all in the line. That's why I know that victory's mine.
I prefer Jared Leto. Hunka hunka.
Fuck David Ellison, fuck Jeff Snyder, and especially fuck Tom King. I don't care how many people. I still say fuck